Sunday, we must take Lagos. Must. The people who want to keep it are fighting. We that want to take it must fight harder. The people who want to keep it are threatening. We that have to take it must prepare for that threat. There is no new thing they are going to do now in Lagos. We already know what they will do. Therefore, we must prepare in our large numbers to go to our polling units. You must encourage your parents that came out before. You must tell your friends that don't have PVC, come and help me protect my parents. We are going to vote so that you will live in Lagos, so that I will live in Lagos, so that we can protect ourselves. Because if we do not take Lagos, I do not know if you can still stay in Lagos. To stay in Lagos, you have to win Lagos. It is that straight. To remain there, we must win. To remain there, to do that your business, for your parents to go to that church, for you to stay in that estate, to enter that bus, that Marua, you must win. It has come to that. Tinubu has brought the country to precipice. The only way is to defeat them so we can lock them up and send them to jail. The only way is to defeat them so we can put them in prison where they belong. We must. It is not a matter of, what you must fear is fear itself. That fear you have is what you should be afraid of. Because these people do not care whether you voted or not. They will attack you in your shop, in your house, on your street.
And there it is right there. And there it is. The battle commences at the ballot box. So, pardon me. So there it is. The battle commences at the ballot box. And that is where the only battle should take place, by the way, at the ballot box. And then the loser takes the defeat with the usual congratulatory messages to the winner. And the winner, it takes the victory as a gentleman with humility. So that is how it should be, but we still aspire to that within the Nigerian space. So a good day to you, dear friends. Good to have you here. Always a delight in your company, not taking for granted that you will be here. So it is with gratitude that I do receive you every time you do decide to turn up. Stay with us. It's going to be another blockbuster session. I only say that with confidence because ever since we started this whole thing of streaming live, we've never had a session yet that has not been a blockbuster. So I say that on the guarantee of the antecedents of the platform that is going to be another blockbuster session. So another blockbuster session, there'll be tears and laughter, tears before bedtime, but hopefully not by a lot of people. So hopefully we take you on a journey and that journey commences. So the journey commences from this space. Actually, let me do the administrative stuff first. Click on the like button. I keep asking you to click on the like button, but nobody ever listens and does that for me. I don't know why, but I do know why. But I have in hope rather than expectation. I say it in hope. Pardon me, in hope rather than in expectation. So in hope rather than in expectation, click on the like button if you will. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the platform, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So it's highlighted on the screen now. So click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage in a conversation. It's a fairly straightforward format. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come join us, then please click on that. If you're a new voice, we welcome you. If you're a female voice, we delight in you. And if you're a voice from the north, we'll worship you forever. Only because it's a consonance that is still missing within this space. So we need a strong northern voice to counter with. Then all of the family is complete because we have the east, the west, the south, of fully represented on the platform, but that missing element is that northern voice. So if you are that northern voice, and I know because I have a lot of information at the back end of the platform, so I know where everybody is watching me from, almost to your door address. I know your age, your work profile. I know a lot about you guys, and I know I have somewhat of a pocket of northern viewership, even from the core north. I know I get a lot of views from Kano, especially. I don't know why, but I get views from Kano. So if you're one of those Kano voices or all of those satellite other voices from the north that are listened regularly, it's a Nigerian platform, not a southern Nigerian platform, certainly not anything to do with Yorubas or Igbos. It's a Nigerian platform. So we want to gather so that we as a family can discuss what is best for our home, which is Nigeria. And your voice is missing, Mr. Mukhtar or Dan Ladi, or whatever sort of names you have over there. Your voice is missing, so please come and represent. So a clarion call to the north. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me on the studio. And then, of course, ever the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. If you feel that your host is looking, especially if I'm looking somewhat dehydrated, and you think this guy needs lubrication, the lubrication of preference is this hyperlink here that says buy your host cups of coffee. So go there, and in 3 easy steps, you can buy as many cups of coffee for your host by way of donation towards the platform. So do that. That's at your discretion, of course. But onto it and straight to it. Tinubu will rule Nigeria till 2031, hand over to a northerner. So the voice of truth being presented by Joe Igbokwe, who has been declared persona non grata, by the way, in the Southeast. This guy cannot visit home anymore, as we know. But still from the safe space, the safe haven that he is in Lagos, he still speaks truth to his region. Tinubu will rule Nigeria. Tinubu will rule Nigeria. I need water already. Can you imagine that? Tinubu will rule Nigeria till 2031, hand over to northerner Joe Igbokwe. But what Joe Igbokwe failed to say, because he's trying to soft land that region, is that when that northerner that Tinubu hands over to in 2031 finishes his 8-year tenure, he's going to hand over back to a southwesterner. So that's going to be the cycle. That seems to be the cycle that has now been settled on by the Nigerian space. So Joe Igbokwe speaking truth to power. Peter Obi, hero of presidential election. This is Jameson Wike now. So it's not soft peddling, or it's not kowtowing. It's certainly not boot licking or ass kicking, or ass rather kissing. He's speaking the truth as it obtains. Because of all of everything that has happened in this election, the hero of this election is Peter Obi. The winner of this election is a decision that Peter Obi made. So Peter Obi singularly has swayed the trajectory of the future journey of that country, which when the dust settles, I hope Tinubu reaches out to him to acknowledge the role he has played. Peter Obi, hero of presidential election, the diminutive little man, the whiskey drunkard from River State, Jameson Wike. So now this next headline, Kwankwaso, you might be mocking him now, but he will be the next Buhari in a few years. So now who is saying this? You think immediately Shekarau or some element of that ilk. No, it is El-Rufai that is saying this. And if you don't acknowledge or pay heed to those words, you are doing that at your peril. Because, of course, after Tinubu's tenure, the northerners will take over. But who will that northerner be? So El-Rufai is one of the names in play to succeed Tinubu, by the way, and he's already identifying his opponents, the people he is going to have to defeat. So at some point in the course of Tinubu's 8-year journey as the president of Nigeria, you will see Kwankwaso make his way back to the APC. And as soon as he makes his way back to the APC, he goes to the top, but to the top echelons of that party. He will do that. And then, of course, in contention with him then will be the vice president, Kashim Shettima, and El-Rufai, who will be his main opponents as the successor to the Tinubu administration. And I think it's an acknowledgement of that future battle to come that El-Rufai speaks to. Kwankwaso, you might be mocking him now, but he will be the next Buhari in a few years. So El-Rufai speaking to that space, and the most potent power base within the northern trajectory politically is the person that is considered the champion of the Talakawas, which was what Buhari's moniker was that rode him into that fabled 12 million votes. But the successor of those votes now in the prime seat, Kwankwaso. So that is what El Rufai is acknowledging there. New strategy emerges as APC youth leader. Let me do it again. New strategy emerges as APC youth leader meets MC Oluomo 1 week to Guba elections. So, is this really something that we still want to be hearing within that Lagos state space? Because, of course, the backlash that we're seeing in that space is a pushback against this MC Oluomo sort of narrative that has consumed that state since 1999. And the punishment, the warning flogging that the Lagosian space gave to Tinubu on the 25th of February is to warn him then that enough is enough of this sort of crass Isaleko Owambe sort of politics that he has turned Lagos into. A sophisticated space that needs to be sophisticatedly handled was that warning shot on the 25th of February. But is the Tinubu camp hidden into that space? It doesn't look as though they are. They are reverting to type, it would seem. A new strategy emerges as APC youth leader meets MC Oluomo 1 week to Guba election. So quite what role MC Oluomo still has in politics, we'll find out shortly. So this one will take a few paragraphs from and maybe not go too in-depth. Perish the thought of upturning Tinubu's victory. Nadeco tells opposition. So quite why Nadeco is saying that, we'll find out shortly. But for Peter Obi, the North would have retained power after Buhari, Wike. So that's somewhat repetitive of what we've already happened upon. So we abandon that one. So there it is right there. A rich and diverse venue, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, I already made the call. I'll make it again, see if it has the impact this time around. I'm seeing the viewing numbers not reflecting in the like button. So click whether you're an obedient, or this is what rankles, you know. I get a lot of obedience. A good bulk of my viewership are obedient, but they watch more in anger than anything else, and that is reflecting, of course, in the like button. So click on the like button nevertheless, whether you're an obedient or a disobedient, irrelevant. You spend a lot of time here, so let that reflect in the like button. And as you're clicking on that like button, flick the cursor over to click on the subscription button as well if you're not already subscribed. So do both. And then, of course, the invitation for you to come and join us on the screen, that still subsists, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that always are ever there. So all of that. So as we said about those, let me take another micro musical intermission before we launch into it. First, you know where we're going. Egbe Elemu, the K Guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wike kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodame ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do. This thing looks like rather awkward the way it's placed. So let me do this. So may death have nothing to do with us. Nothing like being prepared, and I am nothing like being prepared. It's just I fumble my way through it most times. I think you already concluded that. I fumble my way through it to that. So let me fumble onto this. Tinubu will rule Nigeria till 2031, hand over to Governor Joe Igokwe. Special advisor to Lagos State Governor on drainages, Joe Igokwe, has declared that the president-elect, Bola Tinubu, will remain Nigeria's president until 2031 and thereafter hand over power to a governor who will rule the country till 2039. Igokwe, who is a chieftain of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, stated this whilst replying to a comment on his Facebook post. Correspondence reports that the special advisor to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu had made a post on his official page justifying while Igbo residing, that should be why of course, justifying why Igbo residing in Lagos should support the re-election of the governor who is seeking a second term. According to him, the president-elect and former governor of the state had supported prominent Igbo businessmen in Lagos, stating that voting for Sanwo-Olu would be a payback for Tinubu's gesture over the years. He wrote, President-elect Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a good friend of the Igbo, and he did his best for prominent Igbo businessmen and women in Lagos, including me. This is payback time, and we should do this by voting for Governor Sanwo-Olu en masse on March the 18th. However, in what looks like a disagreement to Igboque's post, a follower, Ejike Akuna, stormed the comment section to ridicule the APC chieftain. Ejike wrote, and you know what he will write, of course, you know what they are like, dash him your wife and daughters and enthrone him as your family deity. That will be adequate payback. Angered by Ejike's comment, Igokwe declared that despite anger and hatred being meted at Tinubu by Southeast people, Asiwaju would rule the country for 8 years, hand over to a governor, ruling out the possibility of Igbo presidency. His reply reads, when I see the level of despicable abuse and calling of names coming from the Southeast young people, I run away with the thinking that we are deterred not do our duties as parents. So that deterrent is D-I-D-E-R-O-T, not a word known to me, perhaps a word known to you. Shame has enveloped me from head to toe. Ejike Aquina, JCK, mark my words here, Asiwaju from 2023 to 2031, and another governor from 2031 to 2039. We will still be children of anger and children of hate, and life goes on. We will be onlookers because we refused to play politics. That's all. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. And by the way, you don't even need a brain to agree with Joe Igokwe is never my flavor in anything, just a roughneck element. So nothing about him that I particularly have time for. But the reality is what he has put to flesh on paper. Tinubu is not going to die in office so that Kashim Shettima then becomes the president as the fabled northern strategy. He did not die in all of the fables did not come to pass until he's now president-elect. Sworn in on the 29th of May, governs that country for a good 8 years, be a successful president that will transform that country if he lives up to what people expect of him, which there is no reason. By the end of this year, we would know if it's going to be a success or failure or not. But there is a good chance, and all the indications are that he will be a success. So that will happen. And then in 8 years' time, he will hand over to one of the three names, either El Rufai, Kashim Shettima, or Kwankwaso. So those are one of those three are going to be your president from 2031 for the next 8 years. And then in 8 years' time, the jostling for the power to come back to the Southwest will be fervent. So that's just, those are the realities of it. So whatever causes and whatever not, you can do cartwheels and bounce on your head and do somersault and bang against the wall. Those are the realities of it, and that's just the sad fact of it. Peter Obi, hero of presidential election. This is Yemson Wike. No, let me leave this to one side because I have a video clip that I can just play to that space. So let me leave that. You might be mocking him now, but he will be the next Buhari in a few years. So this is El Rufai reading the smoke signals and gathering his loins for the battles to come. Because, of course, he's interested in that space too. It wasn't actually El Rufai himself that said it looks as though it was his son. Pardon me. Son of Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, Bashir, has said that the presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, Rabiu Kwankwaso, will be the next Muhammad Buhari. El-Rufai stated this whilst praising the NNPP flag bearer over the outcome of the presidential election. So I'm not quite sure why any praise will be going his way, because of course the only thing that Kwankwaso achieved was the only thing that he could have achieved, which is to win Kano State. So quite what praise is going this direction, I don't understand. El-Rufai stated this whilst praising the NNPP flag bearer over the outcome of the presidential election. During the election, Kwankwaso polled the most votes in Kano State, a situation that made some critics describe him as the president of Kano. Reacting, El-Rufai stated that people who are mocking Kwankwaso and calling him president of Kano will not do so in a couple of years, as he has the potential to be the next Muhammad Buhari. In a tweet, Bashir wrote, "Those laughing at Kwankwaso that is only the president of Kano State will not be laughing so much in a few years. He is the next Buhari potentially." Kwankwaso came fourth in the just concluded presidential election behind Peter Obi of the Labour Party, Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, and Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC. So yes, anybody that thinks Kwankwaso is done and dusted within the political trajectory, that person has no understanding of politics, especially the Nigerian flavor of. So that guy that's his opening card. That is his entree into a serious contender as president, because the way he conducted, before you get a role, you in the movies you audition. So this is a debutant, a cameo into that presidential consideration, and these elections, it really played out over a long time. So we really had a very long, and we could take our time to peruse a lot of these people. And there was no time that Kwankwaso faltered. He did not fault or he did not falter. He did not fault or he did not falter. So there was no time, and he commended himself to the Nigerian space because he conducted himself as a gentleman. He's very sharp of wit, because at that town hall thing that Tinubu did not turn up, him, Peter Obi, and Atiku Abubakar, the rapidness of his wit and his sense of humor, it came through. And then the way he conducted himself at Chatham House as well, the fighting spirit, the braggadocio, not the braggadocio, the machismo, and all of it. So he's come through with a clean slate all the way through this process. So he comes out of this process with a lot more credit that he's come into it. And with Buhari now out of politics, leaving that vacuum that for that space that Buhari used to occupy, the natural successor is Kwankwaso, the champion of the Talakawas. So watch that space and watch that name. Kwankwaso coming to a state house near you. So Kwankwaso coming to a state house near you. On to the next. New strategy emerges as APC youth leader meets MC Oluomo a week to Guba election. So is this a reversal in outlook? Pardon me. Dayo Israel, the national youth leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, has met with the chairman of Lagos State Park and Garage, Musiliu Akesanya, popularly known as MC Oluomo. Israel, on his Twitter page on Friday, March the 10th, disclosed that he met with the leadership of the transport union in Lagos State, headed by Oluomo, to provide the union with feedback he got from the street about the activities of the union. The APC chieftain also revealed that he discussed issues of public interest with the state's Transport Management Authority during his meeting. His tweet wrote, his tweet reads, not wrote, his tweet reads, today I met with MC Oluomo and the leadership of the Lagos State Park and Garage to provide feedback of concerns of Lagosians that are gathered during my tour across Lagos, as well as discuss matters of public interest. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. The exact same thing that led to the bloody nose that they got just as recently as a couple of weeks ago. Because they have to revert. These are panic measures, aren't they? Because they can see now the pressure being put on them by Chinedu Vivo. So they're now reverting to type that if we have to tap into that, if we have to dip into that well one more time and Agbero it to get back, because what they need now is for Tinubu, not for Tinubu, but is that Freudian sleep, you would say. What they need now is for Sanwo-Olu to return as the governor of that state, so they still hold that state in situation. And then after they have done that, they would decimate all of that narrative that Chinedu and his co-travelers, Chinedu and his posse, they would destroy them. That's what they will do. But they need to hold on to Lagos State first, and they're reverting to type. Perish the thought of upturning Tinubu's victory, Nadeco tells opposition. The National Democratic Coalition, Nadeco Renewal Group, has advised of opposition parties agitating against the declaration of Senator, so many titles, Governor, Senator, President-elect Bola Tinubu, as President-elect, to perish the thought of upturning his victory. In a statement issued on Saturday in Ado-Ekiti, the group described Tinubu's emergence as President-elect as the best that has ever happened to Nigeria in recent times. Its national leader, Professor Atilade Adeeyo, described the action of the Labour Party and the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to upturn Tinubu's victory through the tribunal as an exercise in futility. He said efforts by the two runner-ups at the presidential election of February the 25th, Mr. Obi of the LP and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, challenging Tinubu's victory, would not yield any positive results. He advised the duo to accept defeat honorably so the country can move forward. Adeeyo described Tinubu as a strategic and patriotic leader whose strong political structure spreads across the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. He said Tinubu won the election partly because he is a beautiful bride that all Nigerians love. Our president-elect, Senator Bola Tinubu, has an impressive track record as a great and patriotic leader. He displayed this uncommon leadership trait when he served as the governor of Lagos State. He deployed competence and enduring capacity of a pan-Nigerian cabinet in his government to achieve giant strides in Lagos State, and we are all witnesses to the awesome development that that state has got, he said. Adeoye said also that Tinubu is loved by most patriotic Nigerians because he's a builder of men and not one who pulls others down. This is more the reason why Nigerians will experience the best governance under his watch as president. We also assure our teeming youths to be rest assured that Tinubu will ensure that their yearnings for a greater future, is taken care of when he mounts the saddle of power. We are standing up for our nation and Nigeria will work again. The families of those that died in the post-annulment of 1993 presidential election will wish the annulment never happened. I speak for thousands of members in the Nadeco renewal group and urge Nigerians to allow peace to reign so that we can enjoy the renewed hope promised by the president-elect. He stressed. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. View from Nadeco. So view from the Nadeco. So that's the readout. So let me let on the panelists, and then I'll play a short video clip or two, and then we kick it off with the conversation straight away. An A-list panel, I can assure you, I see them in the background, an A-star panel this time around, led from Japan by World Peace. The one man went to most senior advocate, SAN, when joins us. Lufa, a new name to conjure with. The CEO of the one man went to more platform. You know, the person you all come here to listen to. He's here again, Ajanle Koko. Efe joins us, as he does oftentimes. Smarting from the flogging he got from Rudos. Has he recovered enough? Kolata is here. Of course, your favorite lady. Is she the first lady now taking the crown from Banksmore? Zita in the house. The progressive to add that balance, and they enjoyed it so much yesterday. Lexi rejoins us again. So there it is right there, and they are right there. An A-star panel, as I did promise. So let me kick it off then with Alexander Gomez's super chat, which I hope kicks off a stream of super chats for this particular section. Hello, folks. Looking fervently forward to an educative and thoroughly analytical session. Let's keep it candid, but respectful. So then the opening notes. Then you know when you are having your AGM, the opening page is always by the CEO. So the opening page then by the CEO. So the opening page by the CEO. Let me play you this couple of clips, and then we'll launch into the conversation. But first, let's hear Wike on a P. The
Governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, has recognized the impact of the Labour Party candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, in the just concluded presidential election. The governor, while speaking to Igbo traders in Port Harcourt, Rivers State capital, said despite Mr. Obi not declared the winner of the election, his participation guaranteed the emergence of a southerner as the president-elect. He said states where President Obi recorded victories would have been won by the PDP, thereby retaining power in the north. Governor Wike also urged the traders, to ignore comments by detractors and vote for the PDP in the March 18th governorship and state assembly elections.
All I have stood for with my colleagues is that power must shift to the south. I say so. I owe no apologies to anybody. It is not about parties, it's about unity of Nigeria. And the only way Nigeria can be united, for all of us to see ourselves as one, that God has brought all of us together in this country, is Yendeba. We must support a southern presidency. And we must not come ourselves, we don't divide the house. Watch the voting pattern. I'm not saying it to make you happy. I'm saying the truth and nothing but the truth. If your did not run this election, power will not come to the south. Whether he wins tomorrow or not is immaterial. But history will be on his side. That he fought and fought well. I want to beg you people. The die is cast. The die is what? Cast. On March 18th, please, I beg you. I'm not going to make sure say, now umbrella all the way.
So there it is. So there it is. And there it is. Listen to the clarion call and a response. So that's RB with the second super chat. So a stream of it, then the expectation. Thank you, RB. Let's keep the conversation then. See if it's recovered from the bruising that we just witnessed. Lamb to slaughter, Kulata. Are you there, Kulata?
Agbara.
Àjẹsára, you know, it's getting wild out there. It's just getting wild out there. But
it's crazy. It's crazy. I think some people need their medication. They shouldn't be allowed on the internet. That's all I was saying about that.
Yes, and I'll just echo that as well. Some people should not be allowed that voice because clearly there are issues there. It's almost mocking the way some people are presented. Anyway, let me leave that. That's not for us. Let me take you then. This now, I thought it was El Rufai the senior. It's El Rufai the junior, but the words, nevertheless, is a bears paying heed too. But what is your assessment first of Kwankwaso's outing in this particular cycle? And then this El Rufai junior, Kwankwaso might. You might be mocking him now, but he will be the next Buhari in a few years. And also my suggestion that ultimately this guy will make his way back to the APC, and then he will become the front runner for people to contend against. To that, Kulata.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Yeah, okay. I'm about to change my earpiece. Kwankwaso, I mean, this is what I did. Kwankwaso won one state. But when you look at his House of Assembly run and Senate run,
no, you're dipping now. Yeah.
Hold on. I won't dip.
Yeah.
Just give me 1 second. I just want to grab something.
Oh, okay. So there it is, because those words are ones that I align some sympathy with. That yes, Kwankwaso is brought himself into the topmost echelons of Nigerian politics, and if and when he makes his way back to the PDP, almost certainly our next president.
All right, I think I should be good now.
Yeah, you're brilliant. Carry on.
Okay, so Kwankwaso did brilliant in this election because he won only one state. But when you look at the number of House of Assembly and Senate federal at the federal level, then you can say that that one state he outperformed for that single one state for the National Assembly, because I can't remember the numbers at the top of my head. I was comparing it that Obi won 11 states plus FCT. He pulled 7 senators, I believe, and 34 House of Rep. But Kwankwaso only won one state. I mean, he only really did well in one state. But he was able to pull maybe over 14 House of Rep. I can't remember the number of Senate. So compared to how Obi did, that's an outperformance. So it means the man can carry his party along. It means Obi can carry his party along, because Obi's result and PDP are quite similar. They're not that distant. And PDP got like 20-something senators compared to 7. So it brings up the question of the limitations of the Obi phenomenon. It doesn't necessarily translate to the other candidates, apart from the lucky ones. Going forward, I don't think it does necessarily translate to it. So I believe, Kwankwaso has made his mark now. If there's going to be a new Buhari coming out from the north, he stands the best chance of stepping in that place. But can he do it with NNMPP? No. I still think that's a weak vehicle. He will need to upgrade his party. He will have to upgrade his party. He has to move to APC. I believe, I'm not even going to recommend he moves to PDP. I will say he needs to move to APC. If he wants to get the presidency, he has to get APC ticket and compete with El Rufai and Shetima in another 8 years. But he has a solid shot.
If he does move to APC, is it then the man to beat as the person to succeed Tinubu? Does he go immediately to the top of the table of the northern hierarchy in APC?
Yes, it goes immediately to the top of the table because it will have an outside influence because he can keep nursing. I mean, rather than he has two choices. He can be a godfather of Kano, or he can expand to become a federal a federal level player. If he's going to be a godfather of Kano, then all he needs to do is just consolidate on NNMPP and maybe try and expand to Jigawa. But if he really wants to expand to federal level, I believe he needs to join APC and start politicking from now for another 8 years. In 8 years, he has a shot because he was barely beaten by Buhari in 2015, barely beaten. So he should have been Buhari in 2015, basically. It was just for the outside influence of Buhari. So Kwankwaso does, I mean, if he wants to be president, he needs to move to APC. I'm not even going to recommend he goes back to PDP. He needs to move to APC.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, come in, Nadeco.
I don't think he has to move to APC for him to be a relevant.
No, to be president, not
to be president,
relevant, to be
relevant.
president.
Yeah, he cannot get it in APC. All he needs to do now is to look at disaffected political leaders across the country and align with them. Wike is open. Others are open across the country. They need to come together and see how they can start building their own party now. If he's really sincere with his NMPP, he has to put NMPP on the table with others as
you mean like some grand coalition of the disaffected?
Yeah, the disaffected members of PDP, particularly Wike and the rest of them. What's the name of the Oyo State governor and all the rest of them? They should come together, put that party before them as in form of chief that let us do it together. We were all in the same one party. This party is not fit for any purpose. Let us form a real third force against the PDP and APC. Let us PDP out.
What about the competing egos in that space? Like the ego of Yemsen Wiko, the massive ego of Peter Obi, and he, of course, an egomaniac himself, Kwankwaso. Can you see that work?
No, his own chance is better than every other one because others are south.
You think Obi will accept that after what he's just achieved, that somebody is better than him?
He might not even consult with Obi if he want to. He can leave Obi alone to keep riding on what he has now. But people like Wike and others in the party, in PDP, because PDP is going to definitely break apart. You know, PDP will break apart. Some members will come out strongly against the leadership of PDP, present leadership PCP. They'll be so disappointed in them for not able to manage the crisis well with Wike and the rest across the country. And that was what is responsible for their failure in this presidential race. So some of the leaders might be thinking of leaving PDP now. What's the name of this guy of Ekiti, Fayose, and all the rest? They can bring them together. So look, let us forget about PDP. The present leadership in PDP fit for no purpose.
I don't see that, Ajanle Koko. I don't see Fayose going to align with Kwankwaso, but I do see some disaffected northern voices leaving PDP to go to NMPP, not to APC. But it will still make it a parochial, a satellite party. It's not going to land them the presidency, is it?
It could. They have 8 years to build a party. So between now and the next 4 years, when they're going to be contesting for governorship, they should be able to put on the ground a very formidable structure across the country that can compete against APC and PDP. The moment they can knock out PDP, there be a very strong force against APC. So if he should move to APC now, it's going to be a dead on arrival. The APC big player will not allow him to have a breathing space. They are
you know that Peter Obi is going to consolidate on his hold on both the southeastern space, which is an easy surrender, and is already in Delta now celebrating. So he's already consolidating his hold on that space, and is going to hold those spaces through at least 2 electoral cycles. So those 2 spaces are not available to Kwankwaso, and the southwest is not available to Kwankwaso. So what can they achieve with NMPP?
Look, one man. Well, let me take back my earlier statement. It could still work with Obi as well for them to form a formidable party, except...
Yeah, but then they also subordinate him. Obi will not subordinate to him.
I don't see Obi leaving Labour Party now because Obi is a strong player now in the country, political strong player. So he's not going to leave. But
okay, let me ask you a question, Nadeco. Who is going to be the lead in a relationship between Kwankwaso and Obi? Who will be because there has to be a lead. Who will be the lead?
Presently, if they are working, it has to be on partnership. That is the way party is formed, because it's coming from another region from the country, and Obi is from another region of the country. And when it comes to presidency, it should be, because next president, Tinubu definitely, if God spare his life, he wants to be there for 8 years. And so the power will shift to the north. So if the power is shifting to the north in the next 8 years, definitely it is going to be Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso will have an upper hand against Obi in that partnership. So, but for now, I don't see Obi leaving that that Labour Party. But Kwankwaso, with his past performance and showing that he have the control of Kano in his hand, he can align with disaffected member of PDP across the country, pull them out of PDP, and develop a very strong political structure across the country. It takes time, but consistency and determination, they can come out strongly, because those that is going to align with across the country, they are structure on the ground. They are political structure on the ground. They are not new people that doesn't know how the game is playing. No, these are people that have been in game already. But this affected member from PDP that we pull out from that party to NMPC, they can start building the party and come out very strongly in as a very strong force against APC in next governorship election, and preparing preparing well for the next 8 years, because Kwankwaso will be, if he can continue consistently winning Kano, and if he can get some other states governorship position in other states in the next 4 years, that will indicate to Nigerian people that yes, that party, NMPP, is a party to reckon with as well, and is going to position the party as Talakwawa party. This is not a party that is a party of money bags, and it could with Wike and all the rest. If they can join hands with it, then it will penetrate the South here. So as long as it can penetrate the South here, it will. I think it will be able to come out as a very strong force against APC. So that's where I see it. But it cannot get anything in APC. It will be crushed. APC have already power player in that party that he's been there before. He ran away from there. He was there before. He contested the presidential primary with Buhari in 2015, and he came second. He beat Atiku in the presidential race. I mean, in the primary of APC in Lagos. Buhari came first. He came second. He beat Atiku to third. So look, he can't go there. If he go there, he'll be crushed.
If he wants to be president.
All right, Kolata. So will he embark on this? Thank you, Ajani Koko. Will he embark on this rather convoluted journey?
No, it's a waste of time, in my opinion. If anybody learned anything in this election, this particular election, is just to further reinforce those two parties. Yeah, these two parties is anybody's tickets to win a national election. The best attempt at it is what we witnessed. It's not going to get any better. So anybody that really wants to be president, stop fooling around. Go into PDP or APC and go and hustle. All this long journey, if will be, if this, if that, is not really going anywhere. It can't go anywhere. PDP is still strong. APC is still strong. Those are your vehicle to be president in Nigeria until further notice. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking with it.
I concur somewhat because it's not as though APC will be resting on their laurels to say, as he's promoting, APC are looking to decimate the opposition. Which political party wants? They will just.
One man, you know what I was doing today? I sat down and I started thinking that since maybe the First Republic, this is the first real politicians we've ever elected. Ever. And I'm not even kidding.
Yes.
I was shocked when I started thinking about it. Because is it Shagari? Shagari was not a real politician. Shagari was a teacher. Who was after Shagari? OBJ. OBJ was a soldier. After that, Yaradua was a lecturer and he died. Jonathan too was a lecturer. So who's a real? Buhari was a soldier. This is the first consummate politician that we're ever electing in our recent history. I can't go back. I don't want to go back to the 60s or around that time. But
What do you mean by politician? Do you mean that Tinubu doesn't have a profession?
He has profession. He has profession, but you see, how am I going to put it? Like, he has profession, but he also has he has both. He has private sector experience, but he also has a deep experience in politics. He's played the federal space, legislative. He was a senator before. He's a governor. He's been a godfather, which is the biggest part of what I'm talking about. And now he's the president-elect. All the other people that we've had were being pushed by one stooge or the other. This is the person that is actually going to grab power, literally grabbing power.
You know, I won't agree with that.
Who will not agree? I don't mind. It's my opinion.
Okay, that's Ogbeni.
I know his voice. Yeah.
Let me tell you why I don't agree. If you look at Jonathan, I used to be a bit close to the military administrator that appointed Jonathan in Bayelsa State. That was Navy Captain Caleb Olubolade from my state. And he told me why he picked Jonathan from University of Port Harcourt to become the chairman of Yenagoa local government. And ever since then, Jonathan has never left the space of the political space. And I'm telling you, 1996, Bayelsa State was created in 1996. And since that 1996, Jonathan has been in the space, chairman, from chairman, deputy governor to governor, to vice president, then to president. So if you look at that, you can say Jonathan also it's being a politician for.
But do you consider Jonathan a consummate politician? Not
I see more, yes, or a reluctant even. I was going to say, it's a more of a reluctant sort of. It's not a consummate politician.
Somebody who has left academics, who have dropped chalk since chalk and pen and cane since 1996. I don't see that person as a lecturer any longer. When last did he teach? And he has been in political corridor ever since then. Sorry, corridor of power since 1996. So how else do you describe somebody as a consummate politician?
Did he demonstrate political acumen, in your opinion?
Okay, that's another thing.
So that's what we mean by consummate. Tinubu is the first thoroughbred politician. Yeah.
Okay. I understand your definition. I think we have different definition for the word.
And also, as far as I'm aware, Jonathan has only ever contended 2 elections, lost one, won one. Is that not his history? It's not really. As he contended, and he lost one, won one.
It was an accidental. Accidental governor, an accidental vice president, an accidental president. So that's just a lucky guy. I mean, it's good luck. His name is Good Luck. Because it was deputy governor. It was deputy governor by accident, right? Then he became governor by accident. Then everything is just accidental. So I can't. When I'm talking about consummate politician, an intentional politician, look at what this Tinubu guy just pulled off. He pulled off. I mean, a friend and I were talking about it today. It's significant what he did, what he was able to achieve against a sitting president that was out not to get him in twice, not even once, twice. This guy knows what the hell he's doing when it comes to politics. It's not accidental. So in my opinion, this is our very, very first consummate politician that is the president-elect. We'll see when he gets in office how he's going to do.
Okay, so
I'll rather describe him as the first Democrat we'll be having as our president. Yeah.
So Jonathan is a Democrat.
No, not really. When you look at it, when you say Democrat, you're talking about people. See, if you look at Tinubu's antecedents, Tinubu started from the technocrat region. Tinubu escalated into civil society, right? CDC and all sorts. Tinubu started coordinating them. Tinubu joined them to establish Nadeco, to fight military out in order to establish democratic government. And from there, he remained in that space. And from there, he was pushed away from the country. He continued to fight from the global space. And from there, he returned to the country as a Democrat. And in that country has been in that space. So when you look at Tinubu's trajectory, you see more in that space of a Democrat than just a technocrat who accidentally find himself in the political space. That's why I say, for me, he's the first Democrat to ever get to that position, compared to Obasanjo and the likes.
All right, interesting. But back to Kwankwaso and his political journey. So the one thing we can say for certain in our article is that the Nigerian political space is not done with the name Kwankwaso just yet. It will be a name that will be conjuring weight for quite a few electoral cycles still to come.
Yes, and I want to make a wish. Like, if there's any president that should come for the North, Kwankwaso will be one of my top 3s. And the reason being is his passion for education. He's shown it in his state. And he swears by it. And it looks like he's going to do it. He will pull it off. So we want a president, because let's be honest with ourselves. If we cannot fix the out-of-school children situation up north by someone that has the balls, pardon my language, that's someone that has the will to do it, we won't really move forward. The development across the country is not going to be widespread. So someone like Kwankwaso seems committed to it. So one of my top 3 Northerners, it will be one of them, even though I don't like his socialist policies. But if it's for the better good and if it may work, let that be it. But Kwankwaso, I want to back him when it's the turn of the North in another 8 years.
Do you think you should reach out more to other regions of the country? Because when you think of Kwankwaso, it's too insular and narrow, not just to the north. It's a single state narrative, isn't it? Even though he has an enchanting personality. But do you think he should, in the course of the build-up to subsequent elections, it should make more public showings in the South and with other religions so that he has that expansiveness of not just being narrowed to a single story?
Yeah, but I wish he can do that. Well, it's also the primary reason I said you have to join a national party. Because if he's trying to do that on his own under the NMPP umbrella, it's going to be tough. It's not going to, his results will not improve. It's the same thing as if Obi doesn't figure out how to be able to get to the core north. It may run 15 elections. The results will not change because there's some areas that he just can't penetrate on his own. For Kwankwaso, he can't penetrate the south-south, the southeast, and the southwest on his own. And he may have some success in some north-central states. So he does need a vehicle to carry him along. If he merges with Obi, they're not solving their Kwara problem. They're not solving their Kogi problem. They're barely batting the Niger problem. And they're not solving their Southwest problem. So he needs a national party if he still wants to be president. Once he gets a national party, he just inherits that structure. That then it now becomes like the Tinubu, and then you'll have like Southern politicians like Umayi, like Fayemi, all those people will now be rallying with him. They'll be going from place to place. So you can see it's a tall task to tell him to go and start looking for that by himself. It's a very tall task.
All right. A space that you are familiar with, and I suspect that you concur with it. We're talking about Yemsen Wike now. Who tells us then that Peter Obi is the hero of this election? So I mean, that doesn't even need that much explaining to that many people. Does it really, Kolata? The one person that has influenced the direction of these elections the most, a lot of people conclude, Peter Obi.
Yes, I mean, when we used to tell obedience back in the day, it was like our mouth was smelling. But Peter Obi is the hero of democracy. Peter Obi is the king of the South. He helped South get the presidency. He single-handedly devastated and destroyed PDP. Way more effective and impactful than G5 or G whatever clowns. Peter Obi carried the day. Tinubu should thank his stars that Peter Obi decided to leave PDP to run on his own. Sometimes I wonder if the whole thing was not engineered by Tinubu himself.
You know, there's a part of me that think it was, you know. There's a part of me that think we are being gamed by Tinubu and Peter Obi.
Yeah, because some people are saying Tinubu and what's the name of that Delta guy, that yellow guy, Patu Tommy.
Tommy, yes.
That they're too close. And perhaps the whole thing is gamed. Maybe Obi is not aware of it. I don't know. It sounds conspiratorial, but it may just be true. Because I mean, look, Tinubu should have. PDP lost that election. APC did not win that election, right? PDP lost the election. PDP should have won the election. If Obi was still in PDP, imagine. They will have destroyed APC because this cashless policy too will still be there. So imagine a Peter Obi plus the cashless policy, Atiku will be king by now. We will have been there. I mean, everybody that wants the Southern president here will be crying. So Obi is the hero. No, let nobody tell you otherwise. Obi is the hero. And he should go to court too. He should go to court. But Obi is the hero.
How much of you believes that this is some three-dimensional gaming that we're being gamed by these people that are in some covert, surreptitious sort of way? Peter Obi, there's, you know, I'm not far from the thought that Peter Obi and Tinubu have a secret agenda which is being coordinated by Obasanjo. Is that conspiracy theory gone mad? Is that too excessive?
Yeah, I've nurtured that thought, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I've nurtured that thought. But in my own thinking, I was like, maybe Obi was oblivious of the arrangement. Maybe we were just getting stringed along. I think Obasanjo knew all along that regardless, I mean, he can just stand on the side of justice and fairness and all that, kumbaya. while knowing that what he's doing effectively kills a northern president, but he also seems to stand with moral, he also has moral standing. So, but I think if that arrangement exists, I don't know if it's an express arrangement that Obi knows about. I'm also not sure if it's that explicit that Obasanjo knows. Maybe Obasanjo knows in principle, but not like, hey, Tinubu, I will support you, so this will happen, so that will happen. They may know that that is what will happen because everybody, we saw it, everybody can see it. If we can see it, everybody can see it, except you're blinded with emotions. So it may not be a far-fetched conspiracy theory, but I just don't think it's that planned.
Do you remember when Tinubu went to visit Obasanjo in Abeokuta, and they went into a 1 hour confab, just the two of them, and they came back. Obasanjo, Obasanjo likes to hold people's hands because that's his act of dominance, by the way. But he then came out holding hands and all smiles and everything, and they refused to divulge. Am I reading too much, or should we just abandon that? Or because I feel I feel we're being played somehow.
That sounds too convenient, because why is it the public visit? Then they will now pull him to some internal chambers and go and strategize. If they're going to strategize, perhaps it's not going to be something that's public. So I think that particular visit, you may be reading too much into that visit. But then I don't know what other visit they had in London or some other place that you and I are not privy of. But it's not too far-fetched to think it's some conspiracy. I mean, to think the whole thing is engineered, but I don't think Obi is aware of it.
All right. So still sticking with Obi. So now, Joe Igwokwe trying to rally support for Sanwo-Olu via his own social media space, and the usual suspects, of course, they went quickly to do their gnashing of the teeth at him, and then in anger, home truth. Tinubu will rule Nigeria till 2031, hand over to a northerner. So this is Joe Igwokwe's repost to this element that went to desecrate his comment section on his Facebook page. So yes, Tinubu almost likely to be president till 2031, and almost likely to hand over to a northerner. We were just discussing the runners and riders. But then after 2021, up to 2039, the North, as we know, once they get hold of power, they will jostle very hard to hold on to it, but they'll be forced by persuasion or whatever to surrender it. If that power transits to the South in 2039, do you think the Yoruba space would have gotten to that mindset that we will yield it to the Southeast? Or do we see a Yoruba man jostling in 2039 to be president, only to do another 16-year cycle and leave the Southeast permanently shut out for 32 years? Do you think this Obi journey is going to cost them a minimum of 32 years?
I pray it doesn't cost them a minimum of 32 years. But it's time we say the truth. The truth is, Nigeria cannot give the Southeast the president. The Southeast needs to want the presidency. It is never going to be gifted, because in 16 years, the South may feel somewhat more credible. So if the Southeast don't change their politics, it may skip them yet again. I pray that doesn't happen, because I would love to see someone from the Southeast become president. But the way the Southeast plays politics is not good. It does not work. They need to change it. If they don't change it, they will never become Nigerian president. And it's not up to Nigeria. It's really up to the Southeast to change the way they do politics. I think some of them have seen this. Soludo has seen it. There will be euphoria. Perhaps may set them back of not going back to re-strategize, because this thing may send the wrong message. There needs to be some fundamental changes that did not happen with this Obi run. Those fundamental changes is essentially going back to seeking friendships throughout the country, and genuine friendship. Don't make it too late towards the election. Make it long term. Understand people. Curtail the extreme voices. If you can curtail the extreme voices, because not everything is within your control, at least don't play ostrich. Don't bury your head in the sand when someone extreme is saying something, or you give them tactical support, or you keep quiet. You do as if you're not supporting. People are looking at you. People are looking at you, and people are not stupid. So they need, Southeast needs to change their politics. They really, really need to embrace the country. I mean, I'm not talking about living everywhere in the country. I mean, they're already excellent in that. But I'm talking about being friendly, to an extent, if you can, being less boisterous. Like, it pisses a lot of Northerners off. Some people can tolerate it, while some people can't.
I used the word clannish a couple of days ago. We seem to trigger the space somewhat. But is there a clannishness to it? Because they gather around their own campfire and then expect things to happen.
Yeah, so the thing is, you can be clannish, but you can also be outward, right? You can be clannish, but you can have this outward view looking like. Here's the thing is, Zita says one thing, and it's valid. People criticize her. Like, there's the few people, there are a few bunch that are very loud and very visible, and the majority don't push back on that minority. So it now appears that minority is speaking for the majority, and the majority don't push back, and the majority may keep quiet. That's the problem. If the majority is pushing back, then you can say that, oh, these are just extremists. But if majority just keep quiet, it's almost like a tactical endorsement, and that may not be their intention. But I'm just saying, appearance, image is everything. Appearance is everything. So if the Southeast don't change that about the politics, it's going to be a problem. And the few Southeast politicians that are more national, that have more national appeal, like this guy that everybody needs to deride on, what's his name? The Imo State governor, old Imo State governor, not the current one. Okorocha. Someone like Okorocha, you may not like him, but the man has national appeal. So there needs to be breeding more people with national appeal. I'm not saying it should be criminal like Okorocha or whatever. But if there are more politicians with national appeal that goes beyond the issue of religious identity, because religious identity will never pay Southeast. They're Christians. They don't have Muslims in there, so they can't play the religious identity play. The bulk of the votes you need to attract right now is them Muslim Northerners. So I said it was dumb for me to play that religious card. You guys attacked me. But you can see that for anybody in the Southeast that will be president cannot afford to play the Christian card. They just can't afford it. They don't have Muslims among their midst. So there needs to be cooler heads. Cooler heads has to prevail, and they need to be very, very strategic. Don't be bullish and try and be bullish like a year or 6 months and try and boom, 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 boom. That's not going to work. You need to sow seeds, and it needs to be long-term seeds. So for Southeastern, I would love to see a Southeastern president in 16 years. I don't know, maybe it's going to be 12 years. I don't know. I would love to see one. But they need to play the politics right. Nigeria will never give the presidency a la carte. It never happens.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the Lagos State space then. And it looks as though lessons are not being learned, Kulata. So even if this was happening privately, why would you tweet it out? A new strategy emerges as APC youth leader meets MC Oluomo a week to Guba elections. So after all of the things that went down on the 25th of February, is MC Oluomo still a name that the APC Lagos should be conjuring up in the public space? Are they not learning, or is it a necessary evil that they have to revert back to him? MC Oluomo back in play in Lagos, Kulata.
I think MC Oluomo is a necessary evil for APC, but I just don't expect them to be public with the meeting and all, because who knows what happened in presidential? Maybe they did not court MC Oluomo enough, because when you see some numbers coming out from like major APC strongholds, weak numbers, then you now start wondering like, hey, what happened to all these voters that used to come? So maybe they threw MC Oluomo under the bus before. That could, I mean, they will have done the lessons learned, and they will have looked at why they got it wrong, how they got it wrong, and how to fix it. So this may be one of the outcomes of that meeting, of their strategy session, to look at, okay, maybe we should cut our base more. Maybe we abandoned them, and this is where it got us. So, or maybe the negative aspect, maybe we did not suppress well enough. So, you know, it's they know the data, they know what they saw, and I believe it's not by accident that they want to cut this guy and embrace him. So I want to think they know what they're doing. But if they don't know what they're doing, they're going to get water. Gbadebo will be governor of Lagos State.
Do you think if Peter Obi goes to Lagos to campaign for Gbadebo Chinedu, do you think that would tip him over the edge? Do you think that would land him the victory?
No,
because it's in Edo State now, and the mammoth crowd, you know, is a sight to behold. Yeah, I'll be. Yeah.
I just wanted to quickly chime in on the last point that Kolata spoke over. There was a reason that the Dyer guy gave, and the reason being that they've been taking feedbacks from people on the streets complaining about louts, and then meeting with MC Oluomo is supposed to be some sort of outreach. So remember, one of the grievances of the denizens of Lagos is that the louts and admirals has become some sort of menace. So APC, the reason why this was publicized was a case of, okay, we've heard you, we are listening to you, and we are trying to see what we can do with MC Oluomo to reduce the impact or the frustrations of citizens of Lagos. That's why it was deliberately done openly. And there was also some sort of a fallback of the Tinubu speech, acceptance speech, when he says, "Youth, I'm listening to you." And that's the intent. That's actually the intent. However, other means or other reasons that the meeting was intended for, that could be there. But there are pictures deliberately, there were tweets around it, and it was just largely around that particular purpose.
All right. Because I do have the tweet on my, but I just wondered why they would have now allowed the name association. It's just the name association, because it's complete with. Let me share the screen with you. It's complete with pictures and images and everything, and I just wondered. Because the optics, I thought, did not look good for this moment in time. It says that today I met with MC Oluomo and the leadership of the Lagos State Park and Garage to provide feedback of concerns of Lagosians that I gathered during my tour across Lagos, as well as discuss matters of public interest. And there he is in that meeting, here he is grinning ear to ear with MC Oluomo. And there they are sat at some table with MC Oluomo, by the way, sitting atop the table. That just the optics, I wondered if it was suited to this moment in time, but yeah.
So I mean, is it trying to come up and say, okay, we've gone to one MC Oluomo, or we're trying to distance ourselves from MC Oluomo? Because if you're trying to distance yourself from MC Oluomo, why is this public? It's weird. It's a weird strategy then. Because is it? I mean, if you're embracing him, then you're embracing him. If you're not embracing him, then don't do anything. Like, I don't know. Well, why did they have to do that then?
I think one of the very strong strategies that Gbadebo Rhodes has been using is that he's been talking to these louds and he wants to get them back to school, and then they have several tweets complaining about them. So again, this was probably a way of saying APC is not. I mean, of course, the impression of MC Oluomo is already out there, and even if there's no optics of pictures, people have already identified MC Oluomo as a Sanwo-Olu or Tinubu's, henchman, however the case may be. But I think what he's trying to say is maybe to see how they will reduce their thuggish attitudes within the streets. I'm hoping that maybe within the next 1 week before the election, we will see some sort of toned down aggressive push from within the area boys. And also to land it here, there was also a video of the Gbadebo Roads entourage campaign double van that was attacked supposedly by youth, by some thugs today. So that's also more like, look, these people have been attacked by your guys. What can you do to help us tone it down? I sense that there will be some sort of calmness within that space prior to the elections, and then maybe things can resume to status quo afterwards.
All right, brilliant. Round that space, Kolata, and then we go on to Zeta. So I'm still not sure that they should be allowing that name association with MC Oluomo.
Look, if APC doesn't get this right, they're going to lose Lagos. And if they lose Lagos, I mean, it's not the end of the world, because if Tinubu becomes president, he's going to look for a way to get rid of the Gbadebo. Let's be honest with ourselves. But they can just make this thing easy for them and try and do the right thing now in a timely way and just win this governorship election. But I really believe the Gbadebo is not that much of a threat. Peter Obi is going to come and campaign for him. I don't think it's that going to be a big deal, because fundamentally, the kid, the Gbadebo kid doesn't have work experience. There's no upside in terms of like religion. There's no Muslim ticket. Sanwo-Olu is not the hated guy. Like Tinubu is a hated guy. He's not that much of a controversial figure. He has decent performance. He does have decent performance. I mean, the only reason people hate him is because of Tinubu. They've gotten their pound of flesh. And the obedience that came out, they're not going to come out in the same exact numbers that came out the last time. And a lot of them
sorry, Kolata, even if they vote different, even if they come out in those numbers, they are going to vote differently. Because they all converge in their detestation of Tinubu, as you just pointed out. But yes. Sanwo-Olu is a likable guy and a relatable guy. And also that Muslim ticket is no longer in play. And the RCCG church, they are endorsing him, and they have a political structure. So the obedience, they are not in one unison around the Lagos state space. So it boils down then to the southeastern elements within the obedient space in Lagos.
Exactly. And I've seen enough regret tweets. I mean, I know this is anecdotal, so it's not categorical by any stretch or empirical by any stretch. I've seen a lot of regret tweets, especially when the Lagos is no man's land thing started coming up. There's some southern youths that are now like saying, oh, we're used. So this is what it is all along. I'm seeing a lot of that. So I expect some tepid support from a lot of people that voted for Obi compared to, I mean, they will not come out and vote against Sanwo-Olu. They've already come out to vote against Tinubu. So that's how I see it.
Do you think if Sanwo-Olu is returned, do you think Lagos will seek to punish that space that tried to foist Gbadebo Chinedu? Do you think there will be reprisals?
I mean, I pray there is not, but there's this. They're gonna do some things to make sure this is never ever going to be a threat going forward. That's what I think, because I think it came too close now. They're scared, they're worried, and they should be worried. And so I believe they're gonna like plan some things. Some miscreants can do reprisal attacks. That would be regrettable.
Buhari punished them for their voting pattern for 8 years.
Did he punish them? They got the most federal presence under Buhari. He didn't appoint them, but they got projects. What do they need? Do you need someone that has office, or you need development in your area? Buhari gave them the best development we've had in the Fourth Republic. So forget about, I don't know why we focus on who got appointment, who didn't get appointment. It's more like what is getting developed in your space. Buhari is building solid roads. I mean, I think, I hope I'm not mispronouncing one. There's some Afia road that I saw after Jonathan left. There's some roads that are being built by some private companies for tax reduction purposes. Then, of course, the obvious Second Niger Bridge and Zik Mausoleum. I mean, there's a few projects, a few gigs going on in the Southeast, and they've never had it before. PDP didn't give them any of this. So, yeah, while they didn't get any office, they shouldn't be looking for, nobody should be looking for office. You should be looking for projects and development in your area. That's what matters most, not all these nonsense offices.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Kulata. Stay with us. So that's Kulata, of course. You know Kulata. Who doesn't know Kulata on social media? It's a superstar, globally known. So that's the superstar Kulata. Of equal matching elegance and grace, we go on to Zita. So Zita, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good to see you. You sound a bit perky today. What's up? Did you hear some good news? You sound especially cheery today.
Always a good news by my side.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. But that space still that I was with Kulata, and a lot of people, because one of the things that a lot of disquiet, a lot of disquiet that led to what happened in Lagos State on the 25th of February. And a lot of it wrapped around just the way that space is being managed. The road space, especially the overtaxation of Lagosians, every opportunity to squeeze money out of them, the fact that a lot of the money being generated by Lagos State is not commensurate with the level of development people want to see, and the overburdensomeness of Tinubu's influence over that space, all of it wrapped around this image that you're looking at now. The youth leader of the APC parlaying with MC Oluomo. That's the image on the screen, but is that the imagery that will propel Sanwo-Olu into the return ticket?
You see, when it comes to election, one man, I always say, you plan your strategy, and if you believe it's gonna work for you, go ahead. I think during the presidential election, this man was like, I think they threw him under the bus. He wasn't really out there. So if they think going to talk to him to do one or two things for them, we give them the victory, that's fine for them. The only thing I object to is violence. Any strategy you can do to get you to win an election, that's fine.
Yeah, but MC Oluomo is a violent strategy, isn't he? That's his only calling card. It's not a political strategy or anything. It's just violence that he brings.
Well, maybe they have to talk to him to remove the violence and do strategy, maybe. But I don't think the picture I'm seeing is the picture of get the hell out of here. It's a picture of parleying. So,
Are we looking at strategizing for voter repression? Is that the signaling that you read into that imagery, voter suppression?
I don't. In every election around the world, there is voter suppression and voter inducement. Nigerian space will not be different. So I don't know. It's politics. You can be doing voter suppression while I will be doing voter inducement. So it's just what it is. That's politics. So if you think someone is somewhere doing voter suppression, you should try and put up a strategy somewhere where you'll be doing voter inducement so that you get them out to go and vote. They do it all over the world. Nigeria will not be different, but the only thing I say is let it not be violent. Don't kill anybody. Don't destroy any property.
Can you see any circumstances under which the elections in Lagos would not be violent? Because a lot of people cannot see how they would not be violent.
Last one wasn't that violent, was it?
The presidential one?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the drum beat to the gubernatorial one is somewhat different. There seems to be... there seems to be somewhat of an ethnic digging up of trenches going around Lagos. From even the clip that we played in the opening phase, we must take Lagos, and all of that language. So there seems to be a different flavor, a different texture to the gubernatorial one, one that gives a sense of foreboding.
Woman, which one is ethnic? Is it not 2, 3? All of them are Yorubas. So where is the ethnic coming from, if I may ask?
Well, you know that well you know where the narrative is. A lot of people consider the Labour Party candidate to be a southeastern candidate. Yes.
How is he a southeastern candidate? That name he's not a southeastern. He's a Yoruba boy. I won't even go there with you. He's a Yoruba boy.
All right. A lot of people are saying they are trying to de-Yoruba him. That some of you guys are trying to de-Yoruba him. Are you one of those people trying to delegitimize him?
No, he's a Yoruba guy. He's Yoruba. And again, I don't have issue with his ethnicity. The only thing I have issue with is inability to speak the language. That's all. And maybe probably his CV. That's all. But not that he's not a Yoruba person.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Zeta. So this Kwankwaso narrative then, and its outing in this cycle. So the event has come and gone. The dust starting to settle, and we're looking at performances. What El Rufai's son is inviting us to consider is that you might be mocking him now, but he will be the next Buhari in a few years. He's talking about Kwankwaso, and that is Bashir El Rufai making the commentary. But to that space, what's your assessment of Kwankwaso's performance in this cycle? What level of success are you attributing to him in terms of the results that he got, and the projection then that he will be now the fourth from the north going forward? Do you concur with that?
I don't think so, because this evening I was actually looking at the results, who got who and where they got it. I wasn't really impressed with Kwankwaso's result, honestly, sincerely speaking, because I don't know what he did with the man that he doesn't get out vote, but he can get out crowd. I can't place my hands on it. Whenever he comes out, even in Kanu in those days, when he comes out, everybody drops what they're doing in the street to hail him. But somehow, he doesn't get out the votes. I don't know, but his outing in this election wasn't impressive at all. But the only thing I can say is that, well, he has shown his face. It's like someone dropping his CV. He has shown his face. Let's see if there is another northerner that can show their face. But for now, he's still the face the northerners are seeing. But his outing wasn't impressive at all.
Well, if it crosses over to the, just as an academic exercise, to speculate, if it crosses over to the APC, do you think that strengthens him somewhat as now the northern candidate? Because if he has the weight of a major party like that behind him, is this suddenly then a president in waiting?
Yeah, if he goes to a party that can support him, maybe. But those APC people, I don't really trust them, because
they are sharks, and they are sharks.
Yeah, I don't. There is one thing I notice about them. They don't put their trust so much on people who jump about. I've noticed that. I've been studying them. If you are somebody who jumps from one party to the other, they don't really push you too far, because of the experience they had with the Bauchi boy and the Saraki. So it was really a terrible experience giving them that top positions, and the all hell was let loose. So those they are moving from one party to the other, you have a lot of romance. You don't even know the man that got you pregnant, and I don't really like it. They should try and stay one place and build it, honestly. I don't know what APC is going to do with him if he comes back.
Okay, so what sort of political future do you see for Kwankwaso, if you do see one at all? Nadeco was suggesting some rather complex coalition of the disenfranchised. But the pushback against that narrative is that that coalition will be so complex and the egos within it so big that it may well amount to nothing. But then, of course, our big egos came together to form APC. So what sort of political future do you envisage for the Kano man?
It was actually Coco thinking of him merging with
Peter Obi, and then the renegades, the disenfranchised from PDP, and all of these satellite voices, then to form some grand coalition.
You see, I think, honestly, sincerely speaking, I really think there is something about us, the Igbos, that the North is not comfortable with. I must say, I don't know, I can't lay my hands on it, but I really think if they have marched, I don't think the North will come out to vote for them like that. I don't think so. Maybe with another person, yes, but with an Igbo man, the North will still be a little bit withdrawn. I don't know why. I don't know. But it is what it is. When it comes to an Igbo man, the North seems to be a little bit withdrawn. For some reasons, I don't know.
If there was to be that coalition, just still staying with it as an academic exercise, if there was to be that coalition of this grand alliance of the disenfranchised that sweeps up Peter Obi, Yemson, Wike, and Kwankwaso to form a grand push against the status quo, who do you think will yield space? Because of course there can only be one arrowhead, but who do you think will yield space to the other? Who do you think will be the arrowhead of that sort of a coalition?
Wike can sponsor. If it wants to be a godfather, fine. But I can tell you, if Wike comes out to contest for the president of Nigeria, the North doesn't forget. I don't think he will get vote from the North. I just don't think. Just like you said, academic exercise, I don't think so. They will pay him back. They will campaign violently against him.
All right, but the grand coalition we're talking about, Zeta, it includes Wike, Peter Obi, Kwankwaso, and then renegades from PDP that are not happy with Wike coming in, and then other homeless politicians are coming into that coalition. But the three names to conjure with will be Peter Obi, Kwankwaso, and Wike. Like you had similarly elements from the APGA that crossed over to the PDP to the APC, led by Okorocha, etc. Tinubu bringing in the West and Buhari bringing in the North. So that's sort of a coalition. But if you are saying Wike is willing to play the godfather role, then that leaves two possibilities to arrowhead that grand coalition. So it can either be Peter Obi or Kwankwaso. So do you think Peter Obi would subordinate or should subordinate himself to Kwankwaso in a grand coalition of the disenfranchised?
If I have advice to give, I will tell Peter Obi to run with what he have. He shouldn't collaborate or coordinate or synchronize or collocate with anybody. He should just continue running with his Labour Party. Make it as big as maybe Kwankwaso and Wike can think of what to do, but not Peter Obi. He should continue with his Labour Party, build it, coordinate, do something, arrange it to whatever that his idea is. He should put it in that Labour Party, arrange it to run with those people who have won it, get some more states into it, keep building it, and then go for it.
All right, yes, because I somewhat agree with you, Zita, because I think Peter Obi has built so much now that it's almost impossible for him to subordinate himself to Kwankwaso.
No. I wouldn't say he has built so much. I would say he has gotten so much. I think that should be the right word. He has
he built it now.
He's not supposed to leave it. A lot is in his hands now. He should arrange it the way he wants and then run with it. That's all I can say. It will be a terrible political strategy for him to leave Labour Party for any party again. I don't think that is unless otherwise this Yahoo politicians start the campaign, because I don't really trust them. Unless all those Labour Party guys start the campaign, then he will have some problems. But if they stay, he should go for it.
Do you see Labour Party and by Labour Party I mean Peter Obi, of course. Do you see the Peter Obi space winning any state house in the elections coming next week? Do you see them winning any state house?
What do you mean by winning state house?
Winning a governorship?
Oh, sure, they might now. If the people who are pushing him, the group that are pushing him, if they come out to vote, they might. They might, because you know what? People say the election is rigged. People say the election is poor. But I think we are seeing democracy. This is the time we are stepping into it. It's not perfect, but we are in it now. But again, I ask a question: is the democracy that is given to us, is it for us to elect good leaders to rule our nation, or are we using it as victimization, and are we being foolish and stupid about it, that a keke driver will win an election? I mean, it is what it is, but it is where we find ourselves now. So you can't say he cannot win a state. Maybe he should take the whole of Southeastern state, except Hope Uzodinma and what is his name? Soludo. When they finish, he should take all of them. Let the whole Southeast be level. And the Delta state.
Do you think the Labour Party will ultimately consume APGA?
It is moving towards that if Anambra people are not careful. But the thing is that I don't know if Anambra people is going to allow that, because it's like what is it called? Ojuku's pet project. So I don't know how much they love Ojuku to throw away his pet project, but from what is going on now, there is something I wanted to say on this platform, but I won't say it. I'll keep it to myself.
Say it now. You can't tease us then. Is that look at that? Is that the game you
from
what
is going on now? I think it is going to be, if I can't get it, you won't get it. So I don't know. But just like the other lady said, the youth should, it's not all about voting, being subjective in your voting. You should try and read those people's profile. Look at their antecedent. Look at what they have done before. How did they perform? I mean, when you go to Enugu State, it's just like what is happening in Lagos. You put Frank Wike Jr. and you put that Labour Party guy, what is his name, Bar or something. It's ridiculous to me that two of them are even running to be the governor of Enugu State. And somebody is saying vote Mba against Frank Wike Jr. But it is what it is. I ask a question: are we voting people to get the things right? Or are we voting just to satisfy our emotions?
I think Aisha Yesufu spoke to that space that you were speaking to as well, that you have to stay with competence over party, and they slaughter that on social media, of course.
Yeah, that's the problem. That is the problem. I remember one guy somewhere who is not a Nigerian, at a time when the campaign was going on, he made a statement to me. He told me, this is why they rig election on you. You see a competent person, you want somebody who is incompetent just because you want to satisfy your conscience, your emotions, and then you try to vote somebody because you were given the power to make a choice. So that's what Nigeria, this place we have found ourselves now. People are voting the emotions, not that, because that Wike Jr. is something else. I mean, somebody should be glad that Wike Jr. want to be their governor. But from what I'm seeing, I don't know. One man, honestly, I don't know.
All right. Let me take you to a different space. Still not far from where we were. Tinubu will rule Nigeria till 2031, hand over to a northerner. It wasn't actually poking fun at them, Joe Igbokwe. He was actually canvassing for support for Tinubu, for Sanwo-Olu. And in that support, he was using the example of how Tinubu had facilitated for the Southeasterners in Lagos, and this was payback time. So an obedient then, of course, went in there to launch at him in their usual manner, and then he could not hold himself back, and then the home truth came. It says, Ejike Akano, mark my words here, Asiwaju from 2023 to 2031, and another northerner from 2031 to 2039. We will still be children of anger and children of hate, and life goes on. We will be onlookers because we refused to play politics. That's all. So that's Joe Igbokwe then putting the smack down on a wayward youth in his comment section. But what are you making of those words? Because
Then they have
sometimes
gone to his house.
yes, they will. They will soon, I'm sure. They've declared him personal. No, he cannot go to Igbo land anymore. Personal non grata now.
Well, they should just.
No, I think they did burn his house, didn't they? I think they did.
Yeah,
Yes.
they did. They did. Yeah, they should tune down the rhetoric. Elective positions are a game of numbers. There is no way you will not spread. Just like somebody was saying on your platform yesterday, the person said that people are talking of South. You didn't win here, I won here. They should talk about the North. Because it's that North that gave Tinubu the win. And he's perfectly right. I was looking at the result today, looking at the little margin, 10,000 votes, 12,000 votes, 13,000 votes. That's so small. So you see the way the man spread, but one man shall nearly killed that guy. We nearly killed Tinubu for this election, honestly, sincerely speaking.
I think this has been the most hard-fought victory that we've ever had in Nigeria. It fought tooth and nail for this. And nail.
I mean, I have never seen a human being in an election. So, sometimes when I hear people say he did not win, I would just smile and like, yeah, you people really played your last card and he gave you people a joker. Because this election was conducted in a very chaotic environment. Buhari locked the taps to gases in Nigeria, collected all their money, put it in the bank, locked the bank, and put the key in his pocket. And they said, go and conduct an election. And that guy still pulled through. I mean, it's ridiculous, but I don't know.
do you remember that song? Clowns to the left, jokers to the right, stuck in the middle. Yeah.
I am
clown to the left, jokers to the right. So there it is. Always outnumbered, never outgunned. But there it is. Yeah.
I'm telling you, I was looking at it today critically with a friend. And then the guy is not the person is not in Nigeria. The guy was shouting, wow, how did he survive? And we are going through from one state to the other, And I was like, man, they really gave him a last card. You know, when you say you are playing what? You say last card. And then check up. Somebody brought a joker for you. And that was how you lost. Anyway, I don't know why Joe Igbokwe is saying what he's saying. He should understand that the part of the world we come from, we've gone so much so that when somebody raises his voice to say, wait, he got stoned, is that bad? I know when I came to this platform, I used to say a lot of, and I'm still saying it because I won't shut up. I am saying it, and some people say I'm irritating them. Some say I should tone it down. But one man, I have not written a book. I didn't document anything. But what's his name? What's this guy's name?
Joel?
No, this Igbo man. What's his name? My favorite writer. I always forget his name.
Chinua Achebe.
Chinua Achebe. In one of his books, his book, I always call that his book his eponymous, because it was one of the books he wrote last in his lifetime before he to his blessed memory. I called it his eponymous. If you have read that book, one man, they said there was a country. If you go, take your time to read that book, one man, if you have not read it, you will see in that book he put in several inter alia, and most of them are about us, the Igbos. And what he is saying is exactly what I have been saying on this platform. That's what he wrote down, he documented with his name on it. And I am very sure that the Igbos that come to your platform to call me a liar, they wouldn't have the guts to call him a liar. Or maybe, probably, they have not read that book. But it is what it is. We don't have anybody speaking. Even the Obi, they said they are supporting. You remember during the campaign when he said, keep quiet, they got so mad at him and tell him that he's just a vessel. So, one man, I don't know, but I will keep talking. But Joey Gokwe, he should realize that he's in Lagos. He has to be very careful.
All right, Lagos is no man's land, though. But you know, everybody represented.
No. I mean, a one man, we should stop saying that, because when we say that, you put some people in between the devil and the deep sea. The land.
But do you know? I say that, but do you know that is the narrative that's going to play out on the 18th? So the theme of the Lagos State election next week, Saturday, will be Lagos is no man's land. So that's what that election is going to wrap around.
Why is it no man's land?
Because some people assert that to be the case.
That's not right.
Which people? Which people?
Well, the people that cannot be mentioned, the people, you know them now. You want to get us into
you see,
they start to cause people's mothers now. You know.
you see, one man. Let me say this now that you gave me the opportunity. All the people contesting for the gubernatorial election in Lagos, all of them are Yorubans. They are qualified as Yorubans to contest that election. And then, even if somebody's mother is Igbo and the wife is Igbo, that doesn't make that person an Igbo person. Because in Nigeria, we go to our father's side, not our mother's side. But be it as a man, I understand that the other guy, what's his name? Badebo. I was asking somebody today, I never knew he speaks Igbo very fluently, because I was telling the person maybe he's a Jabota, born overseas, cannot speak any of our vernacular, so they shouldn't crucify. The guy said he speaks Igbo fluently. Now, people come here, they say it doesn't really matter whether he speaks, if he's qualified. Will we say because he doesn't speak, he cannot speak Yoruba and he's qualified, he shouldn't be the governor? Yes. Zita said yes. Because one man, for you to be qualified, qualification, part of the qualification is your ability to communicate to the people you want to rule in the language they can understand. That's part of the qualification.
So Zita, so just one question. Let me just chip in. So are you trying to tell me that automatically Nigerians in the diaspora who have children that were born and bred in the US, in Australia, in Canada, and can't even speak one language in Nigeria are disqualified from actually leading that country?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
No, but that's
That's exactly one man. Can I answer him?
No, but you said he speaks Igbo fluently now, so that example doesn't apply. But
What I'm saying is, the people you want to rule, the particular area you want to rule. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying if, as he speaks Igbo, he's qualified to rule in Igbo land, he shouldn't rule in Igbo land. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the space in which he wants to occupy. Part of the qualification that says somebody is qualified is your ability to speak to the people you want to rule in the language they can understand. And I make bold to give an example for those of us who feel that we are so civilized and it doesn't matter. I know most of you live in the United States. In 2018, I will give you an example. In 2018, the governor of Florida, Ron Santos, narrowly, I use the word narrowly, won that election. Last year, Florida is a purple state. It can go either way. And who are the major voters in Florida? It's Miami-Dade. And most times, 80% of the time, let me not exaggerate, they vote for Democrats. Last year, you can pull the video from YouTube. Randy Santos went to Miami-Dade. First of all, I must say this. In the United States, before you do anything, you must speak English language. Technically, they force you to speak English language. In fact, in their schools, they make it free for people who don't know how to speak English to go to their school for free and learn English language. So for you to be anything in the United States, you must speak English. This man went to Miami-Dade, which is 70 or 80% Spanish. He went to Miami-Dade. He was campaigning. All of a sudden, he changed his campaign, started speaking Spanish to them. You can pull it out in the YouTube. The crowd was wailing. And obviously, if you live in the United States, you will see what the results look like. Miami-Dade voted overwhelmingly for him, to the extent that the day he was taking his victory speech, he said, "Thank you, Miami-Dade." And he went back again to thank them in Spanish. He won that election with two-digit numbers. So if you want to rule people, this is a country that speaks English. You talk to Nigerians. Nigerians are suffering, they are hungry, 2 million people out of school, poverty, hungry. You lower the bar of Nigerians living in Nigeria so low. Same you come out to say, speak English to them, it doesn't matter. What do we really want? You say they're hungry, you say they're out of school, you say they're suffering, you say they're poor, you say they're dying, you say everything condescendingly about Nigerians. Then when it comes to talking to them, you say they should throw away their language. It doesn't really matter. Speak English to them. I'm not part of that. One man, ask me another question, please.
All right, brilliant.
One man, let me ask Ms. Zita one quick question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, carry on.
So I'm just probably hearing this for the first time. I think yesterday or 2 days ago, I spoke briefly about this Shinedu guy from Lagos, right? And I was not actually trying to make the narrative of his paternity and issue, but now that I heard, so are you telling me he can speak the Igbo language fluently? Is that what you said? What you just said now? That he knows
I even said it yesterday as well. I said it yesterday that this guy speak Igbo language friendly, but he cannot. I said it yesterday.
One man. If I might chip in, I mean,
So,
I'm an Igbo guy.
Hold
My
on a
mom
second.
is Yoruba.
Sorry, let me get the question.
I speak Yoruba fluently, but I
Hold on
don't
a
speak
second.
Igbo fluently. I hope I can contest for Lagos State governorship.
Well, you certainly cannot contest for your home state. I think your home state will recoil from that. Yeah.
Are you Americo? I can.
One man.
Question. What was the question?
That you are qualified now.
Yeah, I think Baba Aja just confirmed that he speaks Igbo fluently, but he cannot speak Yoruba language.
That is where I had the issue.
Is that right?
That is where I had the issue. Somebody told me, because somebody who is a Yoruba that was speaking with me yesterday was complaining bitterly that the boy cannot speak Yoruba. And I told him, leave him now. He's a Jebota. Maybe he was schooled overseas, so he's not in line with our vernacular. So let him deal with the English. The guy said no, that he speaks Igbo fluently. I said, oh no, that's not really good.
Let me tell you one thing, Ms. Zita, real quick. People may not really understand, people probably who have not had the opportunity. I know my opinions on this platform sometimes can be controversial, but it's very, very straightforward, right? And I stand by it. People who have not really had the opportunity to live in the Southeast, they may not understand what Ms. Zita just actually said now. Anybody can quote me now. Yesterday, I think I spoke briefly about the guy. I thought basically I focused on his professional experience, which he lacks. That zero. That was he lacks. He has zero capacity in the space of experience. So I don't know why people are just pushing him. Because if I have to speak about that experience itself, this guy, I heard he's 39 years old. The only basic experience he has is probably his academic experience. He's not really had any experience in either private or public sector. For the past 8 years or thereabout, he's been running for offices one way or the other. He has moved up almost 4 different times to 4 different political parties already at 39. So what is the deal with this guy? 31 years old. So you've not had a major experience so basically, is he living off the name of the favor in Lagos State or the family's wealth or whatever? And now this bombshell about him speaking fluently a language of a region, but his place that he actually want to govern over is struggling with the language. And let me tell you my experience, right? If you've actually lived in the Southeast, from my experience,
I want to say something. Please.
Okay.
When you are contesting for a position, I repeat, contesting, that means you need to speak to people to vote for you, elective position. Now, he said, you speak to your audience, right? Those market women in Badagry, those market women in the interior outskirts of Lagos, the city, he goes to campaign to. He's speaking English to them. No, I'm just asking.
Yes. Now, and the ballers that don't speak English in Ikorodu.
So he speak English to them.
Yeah. So can you imagine?
And in the United States, Spanish.
Zita,
they tell the Spanish people what he's doing, what he will do, and what he's going to do if re-elected.
Ms. Zita,
but in Nigeria, we should throw away our language. It doesn't really matter if you are competent.
Mama Zita, look, in Texas, right? Greg Abbott, he will go. There are some neighborhood that he needs to go to in Texas that he switches to Spanish. He speaks Spanish 100% in some spaces. Did you see Wike today when Wike was having some meetings or rally with
he spoke Igbo. At the point, he spoke Igbo.
When you look at Wike, right, you understand. I mean, I don't have anything against this guy, because at the end of the day, he's going nowhere in Lagos State. They fix their problem, they fix the loopholes, and then this MC Oluomo optics that you see is a decoy, because what people are not seeing is that they are bringing Oluomo like that's what they did in Lagos, right? they threw their attention to Lagos State and they went other where they were doing their thing. So they are throwing their attention again because Oluomo is their headache. So they are throwing Oluomo into their faces now. Yaya Bello and the states where APC are not running elections, they are the one going to do the stuff at the end of the day. If you guys don't know, you don't know, you know now. So Oluomo is a decoy now, why Yaya Bello and all of them will move into Lagos by Thursday or Friday with their men on those states, or Ekiti State, Kogi State, and I think one other state that are not running gubernatorial election. They will move in their men. But back to the substance of it, this is unheard of. This is absolute. It's an absolute. It's a. I see it more or less like it's a desecration, more or less like shitting, quote and unquote, on the culture and tradition of Yoruba as a whole. There's no way I would defend this. I can defend other things about this guy, and I never really wanted to speak about his paternity, but I'm not going to defend this. There's no way you will tell me you speak Igbo language fluently, but you are struggling with you. Then they should take him to the southeast and make him governor then. Since he can speak their language, he shouldn't come to Lagos, because you can't say you want to be a governor in a Yoruba land. You can't speak the language, but other round, you know how to speak the language fluently. This is absolute. I'm lots of.
But do you see him as a, forget the language, the whole language issue?
I cannot forget the language.
Do you see him as a Yoruba person?
I can't forget the language.
Is he a Yoruba? But do you see him as a Yoruba person?
I'm not talking about that. Forget about the.
Is he Yoruba or not? Is my question.
It might be Chinese, Portuguese, or whatever. I don't care. He can't speak the language.
So it's not Yoruba if he can't speak the language. That's what
How would you speak Igbo language fluently and you can't speak Yoruba fluently and you want to be governor in a Yoruba land? Go to the southeast where you can speak the language. It's so easy.
You know the problem I have with you. The problem I have with you is that the real issue is that because of his southeastern heritage. That's the real problem.
Why would you say that now? Did you not hear what he just said?
No, let's be honest about it. It's basically about the southeastern heritage.
No, I think that's a bit unfair.
No, that's the truth. That's what everybody has been
Listen to me, dude. If you want to go there, let me explain to you. Road Viper's family is a prominent family in Lagos State that dates back to more than 200 years ago. Nobody can question his paternity. And when I spoke yesterday and 2 days ago about this guy, I never spoke to that. I was speaking about his professional, qualification, experience, and ability to handle the 6th largest economy in Africa, right? With no cognate experience, either in the private sector or the public sector. The only experience you can actually attribute to this guy is the fact that he graduated from college. And that's it.
But if the guy should find the cure to cancer now, you say is your Yoruba brother, right?
Hold on, listen to me.
I'm sure
I'm just hearing about the fact.
You forget about the Igbo side.
I'm just hearing about the fact
a Yoruba man discovered the cure of cancer. I'm very sure that would be the narrative.
Hold on.
He didn't tell you that it's not a Yoruba now. Why are you
that is what you are dwelling upon. You have a problem with
it. He didn't say it's not Yoruba. Why are you
not Yoruba? Let him keep crying. But I'm not gonna.
He's crying. Nobody has time for that.
No, Charles. The point that and he did say it several times. He said that the issue is that he cannot speak Yoruba, and that is amplified by the fact that he speaks Igbo language fluently. So he is aspiring to be. Is that, hold on, Enigmatic? Is that unreasonable? What Enigmatic just said, Charles, that somebody aspiring to be the governor of Lagos State cannot speak a word of Yoruba, but you might say he grew up abroad. And a lot of people have been trying to peddle that. But then, of course, we know he speaks Igbo language fluently. So does that? What about the cultural sensibilities and sensitivities? Somebody that cannot speak Yoruba speaks a language that's not Yoruba indigenous to Nigeria fluently, but wants to be the governor of Lagos State.
Okay,
is it unreasonable for people to recoil from that?
Okay, let me put this narrative. What if we had this scenario? What if we had this scenario that we had somebody in APC that speaks Yoruba fluently, but doesn't have the experience in terms of working in the public sector and everything? Then we have this guy that doesn't speak Yoruba, but has the experience that he's worked in the public sector, He knows how to lead. He's a good leader and
Do
everything.
you
Would
know?
that change? Would that change
Hold on, Nigerian Lekoko, please.
Would that change
Hold on, Charles. Do you not acknowledge at all the cultural sensibilities that people are highlighting? I'm sure you know. You grew up in Lagos. You know the Yorubas are very indigenous people.
I know. I know. To be honest, maybe because I really don't. I see Nigeria as we dwell more on, like Zita said, we dwell more on a religion, ethnicity than on competence. But even on competence, in all aspects, really, he doesn't really still meet that qualification. But what I'm just trying to say is that leave the whole Yoruba aside. If he was actually competent, he was a good leader, will we actually disqualify him because he can't speak Yoruba is the question.
Yes is the answer to that.
Even if the second candidate is less competent than him.
If it was Albert Einstein and he cannot speak Yoruba, he cannot be governor of Lagos State.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Can I interject?
Let's carry on.
I just want to give my experience while I was in school in the Southeast. So for you to know how they take language seriously, a lot of my classmates, roommates, colleagues, right, that lives out of Southeast, probably they were born in Lagos, in Kano, all those stuff, that cannot really speak most of the real core Southeast languages, most of them. Do you know what they call them? They call them several names. They call them Afkastibo, they call them Perima, they call them Efulefu, because they cannot speak the language. They see them differently. Now, how would you be able to speak the same mother that raises you or raised you, the same dad that raised you since you were young? They raised you how to speak a language. They raised you not to speak. How can you balance that? You can speak people, but you cannot speak Yoruba. How did they raise you in that kind of a scenario? And you want to be a governor?
I'm in that situation. I'm in that same situation. My mom is Yoruba. I speak Yoruba, but I don't speak Igbo.
Let me interject. The person that asked the question.
Be a governor in the Southeast then.
Yeah.
Can I speak? Can I speak, please?
Speak.
Okay. I noticed that most Nigerians, more especially, I will say it in this platform, the ones that live abroad, they speak. I'm not generalizing, please, before one man will tell me it's too broad. They speak about Nigeria as my country condescendingly. Suffering, hunger. What's that man's name? The one in Arise TV. If you see him dishing out numbers, how 200 million Nigerians are out of school, 1 million Nigerians are out of job, 200 million are not in school, 500 million. And after saying that about Nigeria and Nigerians, the only thing that is not a problem for you to say, but the only thing, some people even come to this platform and talk about politics and how Nigerians are being neglected, how the politicians don't get to them, how their policies don't get to them. The only thing a Nigerian is holding as his identity, his language. You that have been saying all manner of things about Nigeria will now tell Nigerians to throw it away. It doesn't matter. Speak English. By the way, let me ask a question. Is English language a Nigerian language? The answer is no. It's a language we adopted. Maybe probably to be able to communicate with the globe. Not actually to ourselves, because we speak pidgin most of the times. So why is somebody, a Nigerian, telling Nigerians to throw away their language, that it doesn't matter? So where is our identity, if I may ask? You say we are hungry. You say we are illiterate. We say we are dying. We say we are poverty ridden. We cannot eat. We are marginaries. We are beggars and everything Nigerians say about Nigeria. The only thing that is still with us, our identity, our language, our culture, and somebody is saying, it doesn't matter. Forget it if the person is competent. Really? Thank you, woman.
That's insane, is it? People that are saying that, I don't know where they are coming from. They just put in their own sentiment with regards to this guy issue. They don't want to consider the adverse effect on that on the entire society for now and the future. They don't want to consider that at all. It doesn't matter to them. They just push their own political agenda, and that's it. Whatever is going to bring on the nation, it doesn't matter. Just to have their political agenda fulfilled. That's it.
Baba Ajabo, you know, this is a very simple arithmetic, right? This is a very simple calculus. This guy is obvious, right? He can speak Igbo fluently. Why don't you take him to where he can speak Igbo and be the governor there instead of trying to convert him to where he's not comfortable at? Okay, you can speak the language, put him to that place. Let him campaign in Igbo language and speak the language with the people. Not in a place where you are struggling to even who trained him? So does it mean that
he's a fulefu there? They can't allow him. They know he's a
wait, how did this guy grow up?
Man, can you move this thing around?
Is his mom and dad, are they together? The mom and dad, are they together?
Does it mean the mom dominated the home or what? That's how
Are the mom and dad, are they together? Does anybody know?
They are not.
They're not.
Yeah, seen people talking for 3 hours.
Don't let us go to the mom and dad, please. Let's just.
I just want to understand how someone grew up in Lagos, ended up speaking Igbo and not Yoruba. That's why I'm just trying to.
Let's just discuss about it. Don't let us go.
Maybe they moved him to Anambra or something for a while.
No. There's an out of wedlock narrative that explains that. There's an out of wedlock narrative. But let's see, you can interject. Or you are perfectly. You can just come into the conversation. But let's hear from you, Lexi. Come in. You don't vex. Look at that. Why you they pull face now? Look at this guy. My dog brother.
Oh, I'm not angry, but it's not. It doesn't make the whole thing interesting. Last night I stayed on till 4 a.m. and only could speak once. Move this thing around. Move it around. It's a discussion. We spend our time to be here because we want to make an impact.
Okay, anyway. Make that impact. So you have the floor now. So to where the conversation is, let's hear your thoughts.
It's okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, but we have to be very here. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that good morning. I sent you a message before. I have about 2 videos that I need to pass on to you, so you can let me know how I can send them to you. So I don't know which of the topics you want me to dwell on now, because there are a lot of things.
Speak to where the conversation is. People, because we're still on that Chinedu or Gbadebo, whichever. If you're looking at it from the east or west, but the idea that somebody that is fluent in Igbo language, which then removes the Ajebota narrative, because if you are saying he doesn't speak any Nigerian language at all, there's a narrative there to say it's one of those grew up abroad sort of people or Ajebota home. So there's that narrative. But if you are saying that he speaks Igbo fluently, that removes that narrative of Ajebota. So if he's able to speak Igbo fluently, but claims to be a Yoruba man and cannot speak a single word of Yoruba, but aspires to be the governor of the crown jewel, at least in the financial space of the Yoruba space. So people are saying that the pushback against him is because his mother is Igbo. But the counter narrative is that no, because the Yorubas are indigenous people, the culture cannot reconcile somebody that does not speak the language being a governor of a state as important as Lagos. So that's where the conversation is. Let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, that you see what is happening to us is sad. In Nigeria as a country, in Nigeria, it's only in Nigeria that when you did not go to school as in English, if you are not taught in English, you are not intelligent, you are not educated. It's only in Nigeria because you are not taught in English language. And we've forgotten that this English language is a colonial language. It is not our language. I live in Spain. The official language here is Spanish. You must learn it if you must get around. You like be from the Queen's parlor. They don't speak English here. It's not their language. And so it should be in our climate, in our continent, in our country. You see, this is the problem I have with the youth. This youth, I don't toe their line because they come with all vices, dangerous vices. They cannot even speak their language. You think it's civilization that you come up to me with your big chest and you tell me you speak English. Sometimes you want to speak American. Sometimes you want to speak. So we don't have an identity in that country. It's wrong. It's wrong for that guy not to be able to speak Yoruba. It's very wrong. Nobody should defend it, my brothers. And it's even a shame on his part that he cannot speak his father's language. We should be real with issues. Okay, we are throwing out our language. Our culture is extinguishing because we said we are civilized people. Go to that Lagos. Everything you see, there's either America copied, British copied. Just all this bullshit. It's nonsense, my brother. Let us be real with ourselves. Who we are, who are we? Let us redefine who we are. We don't have an identity. And it's shameful. And we said we are the most intelligent people in the continent of Africa. So because you have gone to America, then now you are now an American. You are in London, you are now a British man. And so you cannot speak your language. It becomes a pride and you are boasting with it. Come on, man. Let's see this thing. Me, my language, people get surprised that I speak my language more than them in the country. I used to quarrel with my brothers. When he's talking to me, speaking English, if we want to speak English now, you think you can speak English more than I do? But this is our language. This is our identity. And I need you to speak with me because I don't speak it all the time so that I don't forget. But they are even surprised I speak it more than them that are home. They are speaking English.
But you can't blame the youth for this gap, to be honest. Even in the Nigerian schools, history.
My brother, they don't want to. They don't want to.
No, it's not
they don't want to. Do they listen to their parents now? Do they listen? We used to listen to our parents in those days.
Even history in school that is meant to give us a sense of identity has been eroded from the Nigerian school curriculum. Do you understand? So
what I am saying, my brother, you are going back to politics again. Individually, I asked a question yesterday. Every Nigerian is looking for what Nigeria will do for us. What have we done for Nigeria?
God bless
What have we done for Nigeria?
God bless
what have we done for Nigeria? Helping Nigeria. There's a video I need to send to you, woman. An American lady was talking about Nigeria, that we are the one running down our country. All the countries that we are, that our people stay, their people build the country. But instead of us, we running down our country, we run down our international passport. Everything about Nigeria is bad. We are the world poverty capital. We are the this. What part have you played to better that nation? Let us think. Let us look inward. This is my point. Let us look inward. You can galvanize this thing. We can start from somewhere. This language is eroding. It's going off. Our culture is extinguishing. We live on borrowed ropes. The clothes we wear, they are Americans. The food we eat, everything. Let's not think. Let's not think Nigerian. Don't be.
We cannot isolate ourselves from the global community, though. I'm not sure where you're headed with that. We cannot isolate ourselves from the.
Look, what I am saying is that even if we mingle, even if we associate with the world, when I came here, I saw that we like those days when we are doing our cultural thing, they say, these cities are oldie days things, these are the local things. But here, I see them doing festivals. They have a culture here. Even in Spain, they have their culture and they don't mess up with it. They do their festivals and they don't mess with their culture. You see them, even all these masquerades, they have it too. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm not saying that we should disconnect from the entire world, but at least let them know us for something. Let us have an identity. We cannot throw away our language. In their schools here, my children that are here, they have a language in the city I live. They have their own indigenous language. They teach their children with that one first, not even Spanish. So it is when they grow later that when they know that they've mastered that language, they now teaching them Spanish now. They don't even
are you in Catalan? Are you a Catalonian? Are you part of those separatist movement?
Separatist people.
Yeah, those separatist people.
I'm in Basque country. I'm in Basque country. The Bilbao people. That is where you have you used to have the ETA. Those people that fought, that were killing their people, their government functionaries. They're looking for their own country too, like Barcelona. They are the only two people: Barcelona, the Catalan, and the Basque. The Bilbao people, they are the Basque. So this is the thing. So I'm not saying that English is not good, but it's a borrowed language. Why can't you even in our curricula? I look at Tinubu government, and if you will hear whatever they've taken out of our curriculum, school curriculum, they should put it back there. This language thing is very important. And we used to learn vernaculars. We used to even in the primary schools. Those days, vernacular is in our this thing. So what is happening with us? So this is just my take, one man. I don't think I can beat this thing too hard. But for me, in my philosophy, it's not right that man that is aspiring to be the governor of Lagos cannot speak Yoruba. It's not a good thing. If he has friends, they should go and tell him. See that to start learning it now. It's a deficiency on his part. That's my take.
All right. Speak to us a little bit, Alexi, about the.
Can I get that one deficiency? I wouldn't use it anyway.
But is it not a form of No, Zita was saying maybe the deficiency is not the appropriate word, but I was inviting you to speak.
What I'm trying to say, you are still taking me back to the English, but you understand what I'm trying to say. But because
it was like
because I did not speak the English that you want to hear.
Sorry,
because I did not speak the English you want to hear, but you understand where I'm going. This is the point.
I was saying it was.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I mean.
Okay, tell me the right word.
No. You are right, but I was just saying.
And I would have preferred you tell it in my language.
No. You are right, but I was thinking it was too extreme to say it is.
No, but what is right is right. What is right is right. What is not right, let us not pretend that because it's our person or because we have this emotional attachment. What is right is right. What is wrong is wrong. Let's call a spade a spade. You know.
All right. Let's speak to us a little bit about the Kwankwaso space. We were speculating as to the sort of political future he might have or after his performance in this electoral cycle. So what future do you see for Kwankwaso going forward?
Yeah, well, before now, I've heard it from people that is the one that will take over Buhari's popularity, you know. That is when Buhari leaves office and in the subsequent dispensation. But, you know, it depends on what played out with Tinubu's government. This is the way I see it, you know, because from now to the year 3037 or whatever you guys are putting it, it's a long time and so many things can still happen. So I cannot tell you that I know what is going to happen in these long years to come, but if he plays his card well, he might be the one to, because Atiku is out, you know, and these other guys These other guys coming up, they don't control the popularity like the guy controls right now. Like you're talking about Aero5 or who else is there, or Zulum, or all these things. No, I think this guy is still well grounded. It's way ahead of them in my thinking. But like a lot of people rightly said that he has to look more of how to spread his tentacles to the south. He has to look for acceptability, because it's like he's playing a one state politics. That is Kano, just Kano. If you look at the north, if you look at the vote to the other side of the north, he didn't really make much impact. You understand? That shows that he has a lot of work to do. That is just it.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Alexei. Let me get back to Zeta, who had the floor. I will get
woman, please send me a link. I have 2 videos to send to you, but I have to sleep now because I have to go to church.
All right. Do you have access to the private chat? Because I did leave you 2 links. Do you have access? There's a space that says private chat in the studio. You see that I left you both my email or my or the Instagram link. Oh no, that's not the Instagram link. Let me put the Instagram link as well. So you can contact me either through those. A lot of people send me stuff via Instagram. So if it's not a big file, you can send it via Instagram. If it's a big file, then you can send it via email.
These are short videos. Is one video of 1979 how Obasanjo ran the election for Shagari.
I want to see that definitely. So do you have the Instagram? Can you
the other one is about this American lady that was talking to Nigerians that let us stop destroying our country ourselves. We talk too much bad things about our country, and I think that we should be able to learn from somebody from another country. She said she visits Nigeria always, and they tell her don't go to that country. But anytime she go there, she have fun. So it's something I want you to have. Then you listen to it. If it's worth bringing out here for other people to listen to, well, it's okay.
All right, brilliant. So, all right. I've sent my Instagram to you and my email in the private chat as well, so you can send it to me. If you send it now and I have a look at it, we might include it in this session. So send it to me just as soon as you can. Nadeco, you want to say?
Yeah, before Sexy leave, I want to invite World Peace. Is World Peace there?
Yeah, World Peace is here, but it's quiet. World Peace, Kanechawa.
I'm here. I'm eating, and my wife is having a very serious discussion with me about the new car she wants to buy.
Okay, we discuss about it later. I just want to.
Talk to me. No, I can hear you, Nadeco. Talk.
Okay, how do you want to describe what your brother said now from Edo, saying that guy cannot speak Yoruba is not good of him? Because you accuse me of being ethnic bigotry. You said all sort of.
No. The background noise is a bit much.
So, to describe the position of your brother, describing that guy as non-qualified to be for that position, for the reason that he cannot speak the indigenous language of the people. Do you want to describe him as ethnic bigot?
Disability.
I wasn't after he cannot speak Yoruba or not Yoruba. The narrative and the undertone you were used to push it, I say it's tribal.
Which now that push?
I don't want to go there now. Just outside you. I don't want to go there now. Don't worry about that.
No,
I just answered you.
Look, I don't need to push, but I just want you to hear what your brother said now. And maybe you want to judge him this way you judge me. So just to let you know that people that are very reasonable, that know the meaning of language and the importance of language in the culture and tradition of the people. So your brother just tell you now you don't know the language.
Sorry to cut you short. Let me quickly acknowledge my brother.
I'm glad that your brother is taking the same position like me. And I don't know the language you use whenever you are worshiping your Shogo, whether you pray and worship Shogo, with English language?
I use both Bini. I use both Bini English.
Is it not your local language that you use?
Hold on.
You use
I
it
use
to
both.
worship your Shango or your
Ajale Koko. Hold on. You are being emotional. You are being too emotional right now. You are leaving your title.
I'm not emotional. I'm just dragging
you. Are.
You know that in this platform, a lot of people are watching us around the world, and they know us very well. They know what we represent.
Said I don't want to go down route you were pushing. I understand.
A guy came here the other day and described you as opposite of what you call yourself. He said you are world disaster. He came here for the first time, and he said that about you. He said you are a world disaster. You're not world peace. So I just want you to know, be careful.
No, there's no big deal. Somebody coming world disaster. If somebody does not buy,
I don't want to.
If somebody does not buy into my narrative, is his own opinion. I think what I'm saying, I stand about it. I stand on it. I said the way you were pushing it was too tribal. I'm not after the guy Yoruba or no Yoruba.
I cannot be tribal against Yoruba man like me.
Don't worry about that. The day we talk.
Go and check yourself in
the day we sit down.
Go and
the
check.
day we sit down. The day we sit down and talk about.
And get yourself.
The day we sit down. The day we sit down and talk about. Sorry, the day we sit down and talk about more better things. We will talk.
All right, it's a difference of opinion. A difference of opinion.
Sorry, if I may ask, what piece? A question. Sorry, just a second. What piece? How do you use English language to worship Shango? I'm very curious.
I use everything, but my if my God can understand the language I speak, that means not my God. I use Bini, Shango, anything I can use as the point need and necessary. I can use it. I can still speak Japanese, and if he can understand, my God does not have the face.
And do you think the deities and gods can hear all those foreign language? You don't think it's an aberration for them?
No, I don't think so, because whatever you can speak at the time you can speak with your God, your deity will listen to you if it's really yours. So
it doesn't really mean it doesn't even know. You see the religion you practice. You don't even know.
Let me tell you something. Before you start, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Let me say one man. Let me quickly say this. Ajako just talking about me does not make it right. But let me answer you quickly. I have people in Kwara. I have people in Kogi that I work with. I don't even know what they speak and they pray for me. Does that mean I don't get the blessings? What are you guys talking about now? When it comes to my area of specialties, don't argue with me about it. But when you talk, make sense about it. Now, don't answer you now. I have somebody in Kwara and a farmer that prays for me every day. I don't even know one thing they're saying. I only just tell him this is what I say, and he will say everything in Yoruba or whether he talks like you want to speak it. And at the end of the day, I see the progress. Sometimes you're not saying that because I could not understand what he's saying, that my God could not understand it.
No. This never ends. I have the last word at Kulata, and then we move on.
No, I wanted to poke. Say, world peace. You don't pray to Shango in Yoruba. How will he hear you? Shango na Yoruba guy now.
My question though.
Huh? Shango na Yoruba guy now. So you won't understand the do language. Hey, forget that. I'm not going that way.
You're not smart to Kulata. Shango don't die.
Hold on.
Japanese speaking Shango. This is the world we live in now.
I know it's banter because I'm not ready for today. But please let me quickly close my brother. I Lagehi. Oga, sir, I greet you. Are you still there?
It left because he couldn't stand the rowdiness.
Yeah. We're just talking over me, and it's been emotional. But there will be a time I will sit. The discussion we're gonna have a bad tradition. Actually, it's gonna be offline, but all of us will be here. We're gonna be offline because we're gonna touch on next. We start touching some certain history. So I prefer that we'll be offline. Sometimes you do one month, then we talk about history because it's concerning both race. Then you can really see history. That's how I would say it, one man. But let's continue politics.
No. That's one of the spaces we'll be exploring as the politics starts to peter off. We'll be speaking to that relationship between the Edos and the Yorubas, and now how traditional worship is done in modern times, and then that space that Zita was speaking to, the Biafran War, a perspective. So all of that are up for discussion. But thank you. Somebody is teasing you in the comment section, Japanese speaking Shango. So this is the modern world that we live in now, Japanese speaking. Kalechiwa to Shango. Connection to Shango. Look at that, unbelievable. Speaking of Shango, I hope you are ready to sign that check for your car, for your wife's car. Because I think your wife is after a car, isn't she? But so there it is. Back to and Lexi, by the way, I hope you picked up my Instagram because I'd like to see those clips. But back to you, Zita, and back to the politics of it. Let me take you then to this space. Yemson Wike again, a man you're familiar with. Peter Obi, a man that is no stranger to you. Peter Obi, hero of presidential election. This is what Wike has been saying. So we all know the reasons why he said this. And do you agree with everyone else that the one deciding factor over and above everything else in this election has been Peter Obi? He pointed the direction of this election. Would you concede that, Zita?
Actually, I will say that Peter Obi, Tinubu should go and thank Peter Obi. That's what I'm going to say. Because if Peter Obi did not do what he did, I don't really think Tinubu would have pulled through. Because the guy he was a cancer to PDP. Because he ate up the whole of Southeast, even no. Yeah. They should thank him very well. Very, very well. Because he's the one that handed over that presidency to Tinubu.
All right. And Wike is suggesting that he did not work against Peter Obi. What would you say to that?
Looking at the results, I want to jump quickly into it. Looking at the results, I don't think he really worked against him. What he did was that he decided the way they used to do, to give more vote to somebody he felt might win the election and give him a vote because he got more than 25% in Rivers State. So I wouldn't say he worked against him. I wouldn't say that. Because if you work against him, the way they used to work against people in Rivers State, he will get 25,000 votes. Go and ask them. And nothing will happen. He didn't.
All right. So somebody sent in. Okay. I think somebody's trying to send me something. Somebody sent this clip. If I can, it's not. It's not even a clip, but let me share this with you because that language of anyway, let me not preempt it. I'll share it on the screens just so you can see. So the language somewhat expanding now. Let me bring it up from here. So this is under that narrative still. It says, so Abuja is no man's land. Is that what you're saying? And then it comes back. Yes, Abuja is no man's land. It is cosmopolitan. How can the capital of a country not belong to all the people of that country? Of course, Abuja is no man's land. It is the price it pays for being the capital, just like Lagos. So as she continues, it is no man's land because it was formerly the capital of Nigeria. If Lagos did not want to be no man's land, then it should have rejected its selection as capital. And maybe you can argue that the British gave her no choice. Fair. But just as Nigeria is British creation, it goes on still, but I cannot find the rest of it. But that language of no man's land it now seems to be going national, and everybody's land now is no man's land.
I don't know if a capital of a city is no man's land. Yeah, there will be a chunk of a capital that the government of that country has taken, maybe pay the owners off and use it for the administrative headquarters. Not that the capital is no man's land. No, I've never had that one before.
But if there is a place that should be no man's land, is it not Abuja though? I'm not sure that we've ever had a mayor of Abuja that is not a northerner though.
The thing is that when you say it's a no man's land, are you saying when the government it's now a government land? Yes, it is a government land, because the government took away or paid off the people that live there. And the government is for Nigerians. So in that sense, yes. But that it was no man's land, nobody ever owned it. No, that's the one I disagree with. And that's the same thing I'm disagreeing with in relation to what they say about Lagos. That somebody, Lagos own is even different. That somebody allowed you to come and live and be at rest with them doesn't mean they don't own the land. I don't like that. And there was a time that narrative was going to River State too. There was a time they wanted to bring up that narrative for River State, that River State is a cosmopolitan city. Because they are.
It's kudos that they don't take that narrative to places like Kano and Kaduna, because I think their response there will be it won't be this polite debating that we are hearing from Lagos. Go to Kano and tell them it's no man's land, then you'll find out exactly what they think.
The response in River State wasn't funny either. It wasn't funny at all. It wasn't funny. So it depends, because when a lot of foreigners started River State, because of insecurity in Nigeria, River State used to be like 20% white in those days. When people started flooding in because of the oil companies, then they all had their headquarters in River State. So the narrative of his no man's land started coming in. Trust Rivers people. They turned very aggressive and brutal. So I think the thing stopped it. It's, some people I always say that Yorubans are kind of civil, they try to, you come in, leave. And I think Kanu too is like that. If you have been to Kanu, apart from the old Kanu, the other side, because I was in Kanu as a child in no man's land, phase 3. But even at that, you cannot go to Kano and tell them it's no man's land. I don't even like that word. Woman, can we just stop using it?
Well, I have a question for everybody. When you buy a house in Lagos or you build a house, does everybody realize it's a 100-year lease and you have to return it?
Yeah.
Is that what?
100-year lease.
It's 100 years.
99.
No, I think that thing is in the constitution. It's everywhere. It's 99 years.
99 years.
That's right, 99 years. So
Yeah.
no man's land, you are returning the land to the man.
But who lives for 99 years after buying the land?
I mean, the owners will still get it now. It's just,
but by that law, it means you are still a tenant, whether you buy the land or not.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So
in Nigeria, I think that thing is past lease, buying a land.
That thing is not applicable to all lands, right?
No, because I think it is. It's applicable. 99 years.
No, it's not applicable to all lands. So there are some lands that are still freehold, okay? There are some lands that the Land Use Act doesn't apply to at all. They call them customary land. So those customary lands, they still have freehold on it. And those are the lands that most times you see traditional rulers and others, they have title to that land. But substantially, the larger part of the land you have in every state in Nigeria, you can only exercise leasehold on it because the title is being held by the governor of the state as a custodian of those lands. So by the time the governor is giving you certificate of occupancy, so the certificate is for you to just occupy it for 99 years. And that is why when you are selling it, you have to go back to government to go and register it. More like I'm notifying my main landlord that I'm selling this land. And it goes on like that until after the 99 years, the residuary title goes back to the governor. But there are still some traditional lands that you can exercise freehold over.
No, the traditional lands, because there is a case like that in my town. Those traditional lands, if you sell any part of it, it's still that 99 years.
Oh, no, not all. It's just like if you want to purchase, they run the same system also. Obasanjo was the one who introduced that system in 1979, right? Land Use Decree. So the 99 years started counting from
from that 79. But if you go back to that Land Use Act, Obasanjo they exempt some land. Okay, they exempt some land. So what they just simply says in 99, in that 79 was that any land not yet occupied, first and foremost, belong to the government. The title residing in the governor. And whoever want to sell, you need the governor. But land already occupied, particularly on the transitional space. For instance, a Way of Ado Ekiti has its own land that belongs to the royal home. Such land, the governor cannot exercise anything on that land. The only thing you just need to go and register it. Because the traditional institution is in perpetuity. So the traditional institution is not going to die. So it owns the land. And some family land, some customary land are exempted anyway. But the larger part of the land we have in each state in Nigeria, they are in leasehold, and the person that has the main title is the governor of that state for any time the governor is in the office. Then the next governor also inherits it, just like that, in custody for everybody in the state.
So is Abuja land? Is it part of the customary land?
Now Abuja space. You see, when people say Abuja, you ask them where in Abuja. Now, when they move to Abuja, right? There is a Federal Capital Territory part of Abuja, not the entire Abuja. No, we just like saying Abuja as if everywhere is Abuja. No. So now under Abuja, now we have different local governments in Abuja. We have the Abuja Municipal Area Council, which is AMAC, which is the major Abuja. That is the major place the federal government is occupying. Now you have Buhari Area Council, you have Kwale Area Council, you have Kuje Area Council, you have area councils around Abuja, which are still Abuja, but they are suburb. Now, if you go to those space, for instance, I have a land in Kuje. I got the land from the FCC minister. I wanted to enter that land. Omonile has not allowed me to enter that land now for almost 10 years. I couldn't, right? I had to go to their district head, which is like the emir. We've been dragging it now for donkeys of years. I went to court. I believe as a lawyer, I should be able to fight it through. But by the time we went through it, we realized that these are not part of the place marked as Federal Capital Territory. These are part of the spaces that they push the indigenes to. And that's why the narrative that Abuja is no man's land, I just laugh.
Yeah.
So if you go to Kwali, Kuje, Gwagala, there are some places you go there and you claim Abuja is no man's land, they will cut your head. I went to the Emir Palace, that's the district head in Kuje. In fact, I got my approval from the Kuje Area Council chairman. That couldn't still switch that man. The Emir told me that can somebody go to Abeokuta to go and get a land without recognizing the indigenes there? And they were asking for one very ridiculous amount like that. So I had to just leave the space for now. When I have money, I will return to it. And I have to settle them and buy it again from them. Even though
yeah, because the federal government was selling those lands very cheap.
I'm telling you, I have to because in fact, I've already moved tractor there. They cleared the space and everything for me to just start my commercial farming there. I bought the trees and co that I wanted to. But they took over the land. They are farming on the land presently. They told me it's still your land, but you come and buy it again from us because this is not. And when we went to court, I lost because the court said, look, there is a territory marked as Federal Capital Territory. Don't forget, it's Awolowo that even discovered this Federal Capital Territory we're talking about. The Awolowo guys and others. They marked it and they marked a territory, not the entire space in the place we call Abuja today. So when you say no man's land, just limit it to Abuja.
FTC.
Area, yes, the major area. When you are going to those interiors, don't say Abuja is no man's land. That's why I worry for the present senator from FCT, because that is the only political appointment they allow them to occupy in Nigeria. And now somebody has, because of OB stuff now, taking that thing over from there. They've always reserved that space for them, because I remember one of my bosses tried to contest years back on FCT. They revolted against. They told him, "You are not from here. Are you Igede? Are you Gwari?" Because they have their own indigenous, which Nigeria has even pushed them to nowhere. They're hanging they are just angry there now. They don't know, okay, where do we belong to? And the only space they have now, the obedient have occupied that space from somewhere else, not even.
Ogbeni, let me ask you, the guy that is the senator in Labour Party, is he not from that same community?
No, the person that won is Kingibe's wife.
Ireti
Kingibe. So she's not from there. She's not in she's not Gwari. She's not she's not from that space.
All right. Let me ask you a question, and then I'll invite Zeta to round off our space, and then I want to play you a video to bring you onto the floor, Ogbeni. But what sort of tree were you looking to plant?
So I wanted to plant cashew and mango.
Oh, right. Okay. Not for timber. I thought it was because I thought all those timber type of tree plantings is an under developed area in Nigeria. All these high value timbers that they.
Before you can plant trees like that, you have to do your soil test. So your soil test, I did my own soil test in Germany. So when you do your soil test will tell you what kind of tree you can plant in the land. If you don't do that,
you took a sample of the soil and you sent it to Germany.
Yeah, we did it in Germany.
Wow.
Why can't you do it in Nigeria?
Yeah, why did you do it in Ibadan? Oh no, we have Ibadan now. Why didn't you take it to UI?
Yeah, so we have IIT here. You have IIT in Ibadan. So now IIT will test for you, right? But there are some advanced tests they won't get for you. So what my farm manager advised me was to get, there is a particular company, I can't remember the exact name of that company now. They are more like the best in the world. So you give them your sand sample, they collect the money from you, they come and do all the documentation and everything, because ordinarily they won't allow you to take sand from Nigeria, from anywhere across to any other nation in the world. It's prohibited. But you just have to do all your licensing permits and everything and take it there. You need to see the analysis and compare it to IITI. You know there is a difference. IITI is good. I'm not denigrating our own, but you know advanced country, they improve on all these things and they invest so much on research than us. That's just the reality.
And the results you got lended to cashew nuts and things like that.
Yeah, so yes, on cashew, mango, and so I chose cashew and mango. So they have a lot. Because
they give you a table of what best suits for the soil?
Yes, what best suits, because they don't just look at the soil test, they also look at the weather condition in Abuja, the season. We have more.
Do you bring them in or they do it remotely?
No, they do it remotely. They have an affiliate. They have an affiliate in Nasarawa. So the affiliate will come, do all the documentation and send it to them. Then they test for you. Then people use them a lot, particularly all those Okeogun side.
I'm surprised that things are that advanced. I thought it was just a matter of put it in the soil and hope for the best.
No, Nigeria is really advancing. You see, people just stay in diaspora and just we look at Nigeria. If you left Nigeria in 1999 and are back in Nigeria now, my brother, those lands that you think they are still villages these days, they are no longer villages. They are occupied by many people from diaspora who has returned home to do large-scale commercial farming. The only major problem we have in Nigeria is just insecurity in our farm.
Ogbeni, you mean we're doing consumption to production already?
You just can't let it go. You know they are documenting your voice, Kulata. When they corner you again this time around.
I saw the episode on Dr. Rudolph's space. I don't, for sanity's sake, for my own sanity's sake, I don't engage on that space. I just
is out of control there now.
Yeah, they express bitterness, and I keep saying it. Why they express bitterness? They don't even think of moving the country forward. By now, we should be thinking of moving our country forward. How can we, from diaspora? Let me give you an instance. I'm on a platform. That platform belongs to my not secondary school. It belongs to my guys that will finish secondary school together, but not same secondary, from same locality, but different secondary school. We did jump almost the same time and others. And we are thinking of how do we build what standard library for our state without spending kobo. We're thinking of how do we get names of people from our state that are well-to-do abroad, that can donate, and who will build what standard library, and we'll be so transparent on it. We'll go on TV, we'll be calculating how much we are spending to the last penny, and we'll hand it over to the state government to handle. We'll bring books from developed countries. They are discarding their books now. They are going to e-book. We bring them. These are the things I expect them to be discussing on that platform by now. How do you move Nigeria forward? And forefather keep telling them that, but our guys will not just listen. They just feel like will not be the president. Yeah, just joking.
Peter Obi is a busted flush. But round off your thoughts, Zita, and then I'll come to you, Ogbeni. There's this clip that's just come in. I've not watched it myself, but it looks like interesting viewing. So I played for you by way of bringing you in. But yeah.
Please, before you proceed with the video, Ms. Zita, I want to ask Ogbeni something, or anyone. I heard something going on now. I just read something from Kenneth Okonkwo. He was basically lambasting INEC boss that he was not following a certain court injunction or court ruling. What's happening on that space? Do you have any idea what is going on, Ogbeni, or anyone?
Just to add to that, I read somewhere, but I did not go into it in any detail. Mahmoud Yakubu threatening lawsuits for defamation against our Labour Party and just this madness now.
It's not Labour Party. Sorry, it's not Labour Party as I read yesterday. Probably there's another one now. Yakub Ahmed is warning PDP that he will put a lawsuit on them. And LP, hold on, LP is taking Mahmoud to court again for not obeying order, for not allowing them to access the beavers or whatever they grant them to have access to. That was the news.
Right. You know the problem with that space is that immediately they were leaving that court that day. You see, Anashebe-san, what do you call that senior advocate that represented Obi. You see him trying to interpret the decision of Supreme Court, somehow giving it its own interpretation. And I sense that there will be an issue by the time they get back to the field, because INEC has his own understanding of what the Supreme Court says. And that's why you see two contradictory news. If you observe, even from that, right from as they are leaving the court, you see channels, TVC, and all of them started bringing out different news. Okay, they've granted this or they've not granted this and others. So I sense that there will be an issue in the understanding of what Supreme Court says. And if they return to Supreme Court, there's no problem. They keep prolonging time. Time is running. Time starts running from the declaration of election. Time does not run for when you file a petition. And I hope they won't come back again and start telling us that the court is not allowing them the time, because the time is there and it's cast on stone. Nobody can extend that time. The Supreme Court has always been the hard law. They've been following the law over years. They won't shift that law because of Obi. So I wish them good luck. Let them return to court and go and ask for understanding of what is there. But as far as I'm concerned, I've not seen the judgment, but for what I've seen in the space, it's just simple. Court say INEC is in custody of that data, and INEC should deal with that data to the way INEC think is the best to protect that data. But at the same time, INEC should allow them to have to inspect the data. So if INEC is saying, okay, you can inspect, but this is the way you should inspect in order to protect the integrity of this data. And I trust them. They'll be insisting it must be our way. So let them go back to court and go and seek for interpretation of the court. I know the way Supreme Court will lambast them, and I don't think that lawyer will want to engage in such
It's such a very interesting time in Nigeria that I think people will start learning more about what goes on in court, which is good for us.
All right. I would really like that lawsuit to come and go so that if Peter Obi is going to be our president, let him just, the noise is too much now. Let me just, we have a new president and we cannot even acknowledge it because some people are still feeling sore. I'll get over it now. Yeah.
What is happening now, right? Is like, I don't know if it's in control of these folks because look, and Ogbeni can speak to this. You may not see the courts say anything or whatever, but they take note of some certain action. If you are trying to rile up against, the people against them are probably trying to put them on the spot unnecessarily. That could be very injurious to their cases. And I think most of the legal team, they should be able to speak to them and they warn them because you cannot go all out to be lambasting. You're already lambasting the court, lambasting Mahmoud. Almost everybody you spare nobody now because of a certain candidate who has lost an election and is not trying to give up, and he knows within the recess of his mind that this is a lost cause. He has lost it already, but he can't just come out to tell them because he's not controlling the narrative. They control him, absolutely now. So he just needs to be careful. Because you are not dealing with nanamos, quote unquote, the way they say nanamos or obotes. When they go to the court and they start trying to play around all these kind of games, those the wordings that the Supreme Court left for Buhari, the one they will leave for them and him particularly will be worse than that. They really need to be careful.
See, okay.
Go on.
Yeah, you see. I wonder who's advising them, and that's why I keep saying that Obi space is a very uncontrollable space. Obi cannot even control his space. That's the issue. He doesn't have that grasp controlling his space, and that's a very it's a very dangerous thing when you're a leader. You can't control and we have seen it. We've seen it in Burkina Faso, right? Thomas Sankara at a point in time, an hero. Fantastic guy, hero. But at the point in time, he can't even control it. The movement.
Is it about control or doing what the people actually, what they want him to do, expressing their will to contest that result?
No, I think control. No, I think it's about control because he has told them, right, just stay cool. We are in court, but people are not maintaining civility. And he can't control it. He starts from his vice president. His vice president said he doesn't believe in court. He doesn't believe Obi will get justice in court. Has he corrected the vice president? He has not. Do you think the justices of Supreme Court, do you think they are not reading newspaper? They are not listening to news? They've not heard that.
When you're talking about control, you understand that is a very dicey situation because even under Buhari, he had a problem with control. Yes. And that's why they were doing gags on social media. So when it comes, Obi is not even president, and even the president of Nigeria had a problem with controlling people in terms of their expression, especially online. So I really don't think he has any.
Charles, hold on a second, please, Kulata. If I think we must have read what is it today or yesterday that he had made. I was questioning if that was Dati Ahmed himself or it was probably a parody account. If you see what he wrote against INEC and Mahmoud Jakub, and then followed by Kenneth Okonkwo, right? And then followed by trying to lampoon the courts. These are three prominent, high-ranking, high-ranking folks, executive within Labour Party. If the presidential candidate is keeping quiet or is sitting on the fence, so how would you justify that?
That is my issue.
So I won't lie. I won't lie. I think the approach that Obi and his deputy are going, is a bit strategical. I think immediately after those governorship elections, and if they win a few states and everything, I think with time they will die. They will kill all this presidential ambition and everything. And they'll be satisfied with whatever they get in the governorship elections. I think they're just trying to. Because strategically, I think they're just still trying to keep that fire burning in the obedience, pending on when these governorship elections are finalized. No, but I think if they had like taking it like, okay, guys, we lost these elections. We'll do better next time. I think in some ways it would have played negatively, especially on the obedience. I think it would have killed that fire. You understand? That enthusiasm of, what, we're in charge, let's vote for these people and everything. So as far as I'm concerned, I think after these governorship elections, I still feel once they've gotten maybe some wins here and there, if they're lucky, this presidential thing will take the back seat. I think they'll just take that win
Charles,
and kill
just
it
to
off.
ask you, are you saying resorting to subliminal tirade, derogatory languages against institution, including the court, is a strategy? Is that what you're telling me?
I really haven't seen his remarks online. Really, I'll be honest with you. So I really won't say. I won't know if he's derogating. But look,
oh my God! Okay,
even in Nigerian politics, even in Nigerian politics, if you can remember this Orubebe guy and all those things, it's not something new. It's something that's been we've always been challenging the system. It's never Nigerian politics has never been one of where there's a clear-cut winner. Everybody just accepts it. From time to time, that derogatory remarks and things like that challenging the system.
Charles, see, this is the way I see it. Over time, there could be people derogatory remark about court and but it hardly comes from the stakeholders, the principal people involved. This is what I'm telling you, and that's why, and this is the reason why I say Obi doesn't control his space. And yes, the example of Buhari you cite, very fantastic example. And do you know that's one of the major downfall for Buhari? Buhari also, from the inception till now, hardly control his space. He will just be there. You remember the time Gaba will say his own, Additional will say his own, and people will be wondering, two of you are from the presidency, so why is it that you don't meet at all to talk? You see, when the service chiefs were fighting, the chief of army cannot take control from blah blah blah. Or is it when Kashuku and Baru, Kashuku minister of petroleum, Baru this they were fighting. Kashuku went to the state house to go and report as he was leaving. Baru also was leaving, and on and on and on like that. You can't control your space. If you compare it to Tinubu's space, you see them controlling that space.
That's because Tinubu has been on hold of that party for years.
That is it.
Obi's party and his support just formed in 8 months. He hasn't built that.
That is my vision.
You understand? So for now, he has to just continue maintaining that flow because that's how
you see, you maintain a flow in such a way that you can sustain. That's what I'm saying. For instance, your vice presidential candidate, you should be able to talk to your vice presidential candidate. You should be able to have a say on, this is the direction we are going. Not that Obi will come and say, I believe in court, I'm going to court. And vice president will say, no, I don't believe the court will give Obi justice. That's not okay. Or recently now, I saw the picture of Tinubu with one man, one old picture like that. They said it's the CJN and Tinubu, that they were friends. Look at their picture. And they are all falsehood. But, Obi cannot control these things. Okay, today now, they brought another one and said, the posting of Justice Joseph Sagbo, because they posted that man out from it, that the posting is because of the decision
judgment,
and that is a lie. There have always been regular postings of Court of Appeal justices, and he fall on that. So because he fall on that date or the time you are bringing your election petition, the court should not function again. The court should be waiting for the OB guys. You see you know what I'm saying? And these judges, you see, judges are human beings like us. That's why people don't know. They read all this news. It sink into their subconscious.
But I'll be honest with you. If I was Obi, I will also challenge this in court. I still feel he's still trying to maintain that momentum that is in the youth. That's why he's continually doing this court process. Like I said, he will maintain this till after the governorship elections. Once he's able to concede some few things, like maybe if he's lucky, win some states, I think they will take their wins and they would just to maintain relevance that, okay, this party, at least we achieved this, and they'll drop that legal suit. That's what I feel.
Okay, that's fine. If they think that is their strategy, but if they keep attacking the judicial institution, those is governor that I think they will win. If they challenge all those their election, they may be.
Sorry, Obi cannot contain the lunatic fringe in the Labour Party right now.
No,
that's just the truth.
No. Look, let me be honest. I'm an obedient, okay? I'm an obedient, and in some ways, I'm a lot of people are really disappointed. The mood right now is that people are disappointed. People are like, we tried to beat this system and we couldn't still beat it. Do you understand? So a lot of people are a bit let down. Do you understand? I won't lie to you, if he had considered, like if he had just said, okay, Tinubu, congratulations, you won and everything.
They would have shot Obi. So they would have sent an they would have sent a sniper to
no, not even that.
Charles, a lot of it I see sometimes like a bit like a drug addict. Is it how you take it cold turkey, or you win it off with a reduced form of dosage to bring it back? So they are winning their. It's like a heroin addict says
I
in
think like you said, it's a drug. We have to maintain that momentum. I think after this whole elections is over, everything dies down. We look at what we've won. We accept that we take our wins and we'll re-strategize. But for now, till when that election is over, you need to continue maintaining that drug intake. We need to continue taking it.
Charles, did you see a picture that is going around now too, where they were there was a picture long time ago between Dele Momodu and then Ashwaju, and then they were basically saying Dele Momodu was it was then the current CJN now, the federation. That's why.
Yes, now
So Dele Momodu has come out to address that. Like he's tired of this lunatic.
That's the picture I'm talking about, and they said that is CJN, and that is Ariwola. And it's a lie. And it's a lie. You see the kind of thing they are selling. And I remember, when Peter Obi started all this issue, when he started this movement, he was in a control to a certain extent. And you remember when they said they will burn Fela Shrine, he went to go and see Femi Kuti and talk to him. When they talk about another person, he kept going to people and try to palliate.
See, Obi has to maintain this momentum, because I can be honest with you, I don't think the Obedient as loyal as we claim to be honest. If it will be very easy for someone like a Suore, if he plays his game right, to actually hijack that movement and convert those votes to his.
Back
so for
to
now,
no, he will at some point.
For now, he has to, for him to remain relevant and be seen as a mouthpiece of the youth or whatever movement, he needs to continue tugging that line for now until he strategizes a way of maintaining control of the whole scenario. Because that movement, anybody, any activist or anybody that tones that activism line like Sowore can hijack the entire process and hijack it.
No, not the entire process, but I think I somewhat agree with where you are, and well spotted as well. After that, because he cannot maintain the momentum at the tempo that it is, it's just not, because when the election goes, what narrative will he use to hold on to them? So he cannot maintain it for maybe another 6 weeks at the most. But then Chore, if he's very clever, there's rich pickings for him amongst the disenfranchised that will fall out, because that space, they will cannibalize at some point, and very quickly. I suspect after the Lagos elections, they will cannibalize. And if Chore is very clever, then he can just pick just pick them off.
What LP should do is to try and win. As far as I'm concerned, you forget about Lagos State. Because even Lagos, to be honest, now that I'm looking at it objectively, with the roads guy and everything, he can't speak Yoruba, Igbo. I now sense I don't know how they selected him. I really don't understand what criteria they used to select him.
There's a
I don't know if it was because he had more affiliations to Igbo, and that's why they really took him in, or I really don't get it. But I think they dropped the ball there. But Obi should concentrate on maybe the states where he's really strong, like Edo and some Southeast states, and get some win there and capitalize on growing the party from there to make them relevant, especially in the political landscape. If he doesn't do that, there's a high chance that he would, to be honest, the whole system will collapse.
Charles, the Southwest followers of the Obedient movement, they will drop off in 6 weeks. But the Edo and the Southeast, they may stay with him. But Akim, you finally joined us. Akim.
Yeah, can you hear me, Woman?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Thank you very much. I said, talking about the Obedient movement, the movement, taking control of the movement is one thing, but having the vote is another thing. Sowore cannot hijack that movement because he won't have the Southeast vote behind him. So it will just be the same noise, but then there will be no substance behind it. I'm still saying there are lots of factions that came together that make this movement, that turn it into votes anyway. So the guys on the internet were doing their job, but the Southeasterners backed Obi full-heartedly. So where is Showore going to get a region from that will back him that same way? So all of those things have to play their part. But I don't just see anybody taking.
Guys, don't forget the north central part of the movement. That part cannot stay. Those are the part that will go first, because
no, the north central part of the movement is the religious is
there's the Christian one, and once you get the PDP Christian, it's gone.
So exactly, so those are like the Christian part of it as well. So a lot of things came together to give them what they have now. But I think some of them are just overestimating what they have, thinking, oh, anytime, any day, the whole coalition will come together. No, it won't come together. That's why I said the governorship election and the status of assembly election. Don't be surprised if they perform poor, like even worse.
But if you've noticed, Obi has been having dinners with especially those guys that won the House of Reps and everything, and he's been visiting Edo and some other the core strongholds of his party. He has not done anything with Lagos. It seems as if he's trying, like I said, explained earlier, I think he's trying to consolidate areas where he will win, because he really needs to win at least one or two states at least to maintain that political relevance. If he doesn't, the likelihood, there are two things that will happen. Is either those guys in the House of Reps will cross carpet to APC, but if he can hold two states, there's the more likely chance that LP will still have some form of relevance, especially in terms of the center, in terms of being active in.
Sorry, Mr. Charles.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Sorry to cut you short. This is the third force we'll be looking for. So started this movement, but couldn't take it to the promised land, and Obi just parted the Red Sea. Not that we are in the promised land yet. What makes all of us start thinking right now that the movement won't sustain? At first, we said the movement won't kick up, and they won almost 12 states. We brought in almost 40 House of Rep, and they are bringing more. Don't forget, the result is not finally called yet. We have not got the totality of senators and rep, so we don't know how many they're going to have at the end of the day. And the momentum is there. A lot of people are disgruntled. I would say disgruntled people about the country, about the sitting government. What makes you feel that the third force that we're yearning for will disappear after 6 weeks?
So well, Mr. Charles, hold on. So what I'm trying to say is this: just imagine Obi not being on top of the ticket. Say the ticket is now being held by somebody who is maybe a Yoruba man. Do you think you get that same vote from Southeast?
Progress, let me respond to you. How I see it, and it's my opinion. This Obi movement, like one guy was explaining today, obedience is not all about labor. Moses didn't take people to the promised land. Meaning somebody else can take that matter. It's just that it's just a person that people will like. When the people like him, the rest crowd will join him. That's all. Obi might be the current champion. We will not be the reigning champion forever. After a while,
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I think the movement may not last. The reason is that what made that movement to become a formidable one, okay, will no longer be there. In fact, some are no longer there as we speak now. Don't forget that will be the end thing, okay? The movement itself has a lot of segments. The end size guys who are not happy with the government, the IPOP guys who believe that, oh, now we have a candidate from our space, the Pentecostal Christianity, whom because of Muslim ticket of Tinubu, make them to start drifting towards Peter Obi. And he also played this game by going to their churches to start collecting flag and others from them. The Southern youth, when they say youth, I don't like saying Nigerian youth, they are just Southern youth. Northern youth don't make noise the way we make noise in the South. The Southern youth, and then lastly, people in diaspora who has no value or any weight when it comes to election in Nigeria.
Now, when you look at these 5, the ones that I think can stay, that can sustain, in fact, first and foremost, IPOB is going after this. They return to their normal life. ESN is back. Everybody, they're already making noise now. So America is already telling that I told you that this thing, all of they are going back, right? So that part of that movement would end there. NSAS may still wait a bit. The Pentecostal Christian guys will no longer be there again after this because there's nothing they want to do with Obi again, except maybe another election is coming, right? Then the Southern youth will be there, but the diaspora will start relaxing because they don't want the country to blow off. So at the end of the day, when you see there are people that the only thing that unite them at that time is just that election. Let's just get a third person there. But the moment that is no longer there, and let me assure you, you see all those Labour Party House of Rep and others, before Obi can hold them together, you need money. Obi doesn't release his money to maintain such thing. And if he doesn't spend money to maintain those guys, because those guys will get out of the representative, the traditional politicians, they're going to frustrate them. First and foremost, they are coming to the house for the first time. They won't be principal officer for sure because of the rules of the house. They won't be principal. They will be backbencher. They will be there. They have to liaise with NNDP and PDP in order to play good opposition. If they don't, and in order to align with them, you see all those PDP and co start cross-carpeting. So they become a minority within minority, and eventually they will give up and start crossing, and we'll start seeing cross-carpeting going to court and all those things. So that's the way I see it.
Is there any way? Is there any way for Labour Party to actually get support from the North? Is there any way? Because that's the only way. That's the only way they can actually have a chance of winning the elections.
Sorry, let me quickly respond to your explanation. That you and I understand that the deep-rooted politics, but you have to understand most people that are just talking about politics does not have IQ of 10% of what's really going on in politics. You know that.
Yeah.
Okay, now, but what I'm trying to say, I'm not going to put on Labour Party alone. I'm going to say this last election opened a lot of people eyes, both in the north and the south. You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
Now, and people now still understood that you don't have to be under one cabal or be under one great party, wait for 5 years to get your turn to be councillor. Yeah. If you can form a third force, you can get there. And that third force is what will be upgraded. It doesn't mean it has to be Labour. Labour might disappear before election, but don't be. Beginning of this 4 years. But don't be surprised. A year before the 4-year completion, or maybe the new cycle of election, there will be another movement, and these people will come back together again immediately to support whoever they feel who is best for them at that time. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say.
No, they won't come back, because what's brought them together is unique and peculiar to this cycle. Anyway, that's what I think. But
let me tell you, one man. See, wait, is now we'll talk about Lagos. Let's use Lagos as an example. The most challenging people in Lagos, the people should be fear about in Lagos, not the obedient, which is just 45%. Of course, if they go to polybooths at 45%, they will not win anything in Lagos. But the most challenging fear are the Lagosians who are fed up with the policy they'll be facing, the hardship, the taxes. That's the major fear. And these people now feel there's this escape route to vet their anger, which is a third force. Third force could be AACC.
It won't be Labour Party. If the Lagosians, the indigenous Lagosians and the wider Yoruba Lagos space, who are fed up, like you say, with Tinubu's hegemony, they are not going to go to Gbadebo or Chinedu because of the narratives that surround him.
You just say what I'm saying.
Because of how they have painted this particular election.
Yes. The same thing you were saying. It must not be Labour, but they already have the, how do I say it? Now they already know they can create a third force with any party they feel they can align with. At that time, it could be AACC, it could be NPP, but the third force will be created. That's what I'm trying to say.
They will first need something to unite them before they can create a third force. And what I'm saying is that
what has united them now is no longer there. Let me give the best example I've cited for you is that Pentecostal support or support they have from the Pentecostal Christian space will no longer be there. For instance, by 2027, let's say you have two Christians contesting, or you have Muslim, then Christian as their vice presidency. The church will be divided, just like Jonathan time. There won't be any en bloc vote from Plateau again. There won't be any en bloc vote from Nasarawa again, because the Christians there will be divided. Okay, and nobody will be saying, no, I'm following Obi or I'm following no, because by now they say, okay, because you have my candidate, I go for my candidate, you go for your own candidate. That's what I'm saying. And IPOB, for instance, let me tell you, an average Yoruba man will never follow where IPOB is going. That is the point. But because they see Obi, when IPOB is supporting Obi, so the NSAS guys will still support Obi because Obi is a unifying figure for something. But as it stands now, if IPOB, after Obi now, if you remove Obi from any venture and you see IPOB talking, and I will say, what's my business with you? Your Gamazin and Bikan always call us slaves. He said we are jihadi slaves, we are Fulefu, we are this, we are that. So why do I need to support whatever you are saying? So the thing is, what is uniting them now may no longer be there. I'll be happy to say the third force,
Well,
yes.
I think the overriding sentiment to war pieces, the stars don't always align like it did now. This is a rare event. So the biggest Obi can do is to try and sew up a fractured coalition. This coalition is way too loose that I don't think Obi can sustain it.
Let's see what.
Do you think ultimately the Obi narrative will boil down back to where it started from, which is the core Southeastern? Will it ultimately match them back up to the top of the hill and match them back to Abakaliki? Is it going to end up in Abakaliki, this whole Obi something, and then we just become an Igbo themed something?
Oh man, we cannot really tell now. Let's just give them like 2, 3, 4 months.
No, it's not too early to call, because the narrative that Ogbeni is painting, that all there's the anti-Muslim special interest obedience space, which are not necessarily Peter Obi, but anti-Muslim parts in the Obi narrative. And then there's the NSAS protesters who just want a vehicle to establish their presence, and not necessarily with the Obi space. But then the core base, which is the Southeastern, they are more of an ethnic leaning sort of political will, who will always see Obi. He's the shining light now, and they want to sparkle him, so they stay steady. But a lot of the Muslim spaces, they will hemorrhage in a matter of weeks. They don't have any business with Obi outside of this election. They don't. They just wanted to register there, and that's the middle belt space that Kolata was speaking to. They have no business Obi outside of the protestation of this particular electoral cycle, so that they hemorrhage. The Southwest that follow Obi, they have no real affiliation outside of wanting to make a particular point. I'm talking about these yuppies within Yoruba land that like to go with the funky spaces. So after the space, they'll move on. So it will boil down to its core essence. It's inevitable.
One man, in the next election, is it going to be a president from the north? Yes. After Tinubu, sorry, it's going to be north. Well, where is this VP most likely going to come from? The VP, where is it most likely to come from?
From the south.
Is it
Southeast?
Southeast, eh?
Yeah.
No, it depends on the party. APC will always present candidate from their stronghold. PDP will present candidate from their stronghold. I think the landscape has been set already from when Buhari and Oshibajo came in. So the formula will be between the north and the southwest, and the southeast, south will look for an arrangement that will bring them back into power.
Okay, because whoever, if it's going back to the southeast, if the VP is going, if there's an arrangement for the VP slot to go to the southeast, then it would. I don't know how PDP is going to. I really don't even know how that will even work, honestly speaking, because it seems as if Labour Party has automatically taken that southeast angle. So I don't know how they're going to. It's going to be a battle of. I really don't know how that will
Oga
play out.
Charles,
Yeah.
the only thing I feel that will play out in these 4 years of election, if Tinubu is really smart, as we are seeing right now, is to at least give us a bit of good policy that put Nigeria at least in a steady balance. How do I say, a steady balance? Will I say flow? Like our economy is getting better a little bit, but it's not. It's not taking us. It has not taken us to where we want, but we can say that it's getting better. Security has gone down. Things is just going on the right spectrum that which every normal Nigerian want. If that happens, then people will not have this sentiment of going back to their tribal politics or their regional politics. Because APC will remain APC.
My brother, can I quickly say something, please? So you see, this election was an election of how do I put it, a lottery. Whoever won this election almost won the lottery. Things are going to fall in place not because of their policies, but because of the things that are being put in place already. Okay, what am I trying to say? The Dangote refinery is coming upstream this year. So whoever becomes the president before automatically is going to inherit that goodwill as if they were the one who did it. But that person will be able to take our subsidies. Our importation will drastically reduce. So that one alone will stabilize the economy. It will just look. I've been saying this since last year. People will say, "Oh, if this person wins, the country is finished." Did that country? No, I said no. There are things that are coming on stream that will benefit the country, and it will make that whoever wins that election will seem as if they have done some magic, which was just a fortune that fall onto their lap. So watch it this year. You will see that when they saw Tinubu and then Dangote started producing petrol, you start hearing, "Oh, look at Nigeria does not import crude oil again." Meanwhile, this has been a work in the pipeline for years and years and years.
Yes, I tend to agree with you. It's like there's a reason why like America, Japan, Germany, London have like 2 constant parties or 3 parties. Why? Because things don't change. Even the prime minister change or the party change, the economy still remain almost the same. The citizens don't even feel it. Like Japan, yeah, even they change prime minister. I don't think if we vote here in Japan, somebody can look it up. I don't think it's 2 million, up to 2 million votes to get a new prime minister in Japan. People don't really vote. People don't care. You change prime minister, you don't change prime minister. Things are still okay. Yeah, like what you said, I agree. If things start getting better by Tinubu regime, these 3 third force, Kwankwaso you see from the north and from the south, it will die down. All we just want in Nigeria is good government, good policy. Insecurity, you can buy food, you can do your transaction between Nigeria and America or London. When you start having that, people will have less interest in politics. I don't know if you understand me. There are all these political try to stop, but if they don't do that and they still their focus is to how to disseminate Labour Party by the next 4 years or APP by NPP by next 4 years, that same anger that pushed the youth to one person will push them again because nothing still changed. They'll look for somebody else because we can't do it.
I am here, yes.
Okay, I want to quickly say something. I think you and Kolata was on Rufus' channel earlier in the day.
No, I wasn't there because I tire of my mother being abused, but yeah, go on.
Yeah. Kolata was certainly there. They revealed his true identity earlier on. So,
yes.
What you know what I want to say? You see now
the money he got from Tinubu and the scholarship and all of that, and the double masters and all of this. My goodness me.
One man now back home here. People want 10,000, they pay 4,000. That is the situation back home now. These dumb house people who were telling us that it's good, their mother will bear it, their father will bear it, they are all crying now. All of them are shedding tears. One man, some people I wanted to come onto that show and tell them, all of you are so dumb. But I just said, let me ignore them. People are now crying. Oh, look at the currency situation. The thing is getting worse. When you thought it was going to benefit you in an election year, you praised that dumb ass policy. One man, I'm telling you, 4,000. You want to take your own 10,000. You have to live for 4,000. You're losing 40% of your own hard-earned income just to have access to cash. That is the situation back home right now. Right now, it's almost like.
But this Naira policy is getting confusing. Supreme Court said they should collect the money. Banks are refusing to collect the money, though they are giving out some old money, but refusing to collect the same old money from customers.
People are not even accepting.
You know what? I think this is where the Nigerian Bankers Association, this is where they should end their keep now. So they have to come and give a directive to the bankers and say, collect the money.
Yeah,
because Emefiele has not. It's been over 1 week now since the Supreme Court made a pronouncement. Emefiele has not said anything, and the country really doesn't have we don't have a currency, do we? We don't have a legal tender. We don't, because we don't know what legal tender is in Nigeria.
Yeah. Our internet, our online transfer is failing. Do you know for since 3 days now, you cannot really transfer money from Sterling Bank or the major bank has problem. I could not transfer money. I could not transfer money since 3 days. I cannot transfer money.
You are right. Huh? Even I've been trying GT now for a very long time. I have to borrow money now to get to.
You will see. Look at the funniest thing. Obeni, you could borrow money. I cannot transfer money in my app from here. I have to tell my manager in Nigeria to transfer money to me. He could not even transfer money from his app. The money cash he had, he took it to another bank to send it to put in there to transfer for me. He pay in there. The money since 3 days and money has not reflected in his own account over the counter.
It's terrible.
So that's the country that wants to go cashless, you know.
And where is Emefiele in all this? It was never of the news. It was never of in front of us, outside the front of a camera. But where is he now?
Are you sure that man is still in the country?
I doubt it. I doubt it. He's on the run.
Emefiele will be packing his things presently now in CBN, and then doing closure to some of his dirty deals there, because he's the end of his tenure now. He knows it. His days are numbered.
But so see that place, so you go to that. When I'm watching that, that thing, Rufus need to do a lot to sort. They are more concerned about somebody putting something in his face. But the kind of nonsense that these people split in on that, they just talk as if, you know, when somebody is so dumb, like your ear, you feel pain in your ear just listening to the level of dumbness that come out of people's mouth, you know. And
you know, the dumbness is jokes, you know, because it's very easy to mock people that are dumb, but the abuse, man, it's a lot. To abuse your mother, they abuse your children, just because you don't share the same political views. Yeah. And the guy is there just grinning, and you're waiting for him to take action. Anyway,
I'm not bothered. Can you guys hear me?
You know what pains me for Kolata?
It bothers me. It doesn't bother you, I know, Kola, but it bothers me. I don't like people to.
I'm not bothered by abuse, because abuse is just, it's just people that can't handle your argument, and then they just resort to, I don't know, bare minimum. But what I don't like is someone just lying on you. Someone I don't know, I've never met, created a narrative out of thin air and said, I have 1 master's from Nigeria and I'm getting scholarship from Osun State. Like, what the hell is that? Where did that come from? You don't know me. You don't know anything about me, and you just created a story just like that.
You may have dipped out, but it started by saying you had collected money. That's how it started off.
No, all that one, they collect money from APC. Yeah. But just saying, saying I collect money from APC is normal. But saying scholarship, getting into specific, that is total lies. Do you know, I had my master's 20 years ago, for fuck's sake. Do they think, I'm sorry for the language, but do they think I'm some young kid?
Why
this is ridiculous.
Why you tell everybody your age, Kulata? We know you're 67. You're telling everybody.
All right, but no. Go on. But it's not our place to advise school. It gets 10 times our traffic. So who are we to tell him what to do? But no, there has to be some order. But yeah, good to see you uptown.
Yeah, good to see you one more, and good to
you know
see
they you know they sleep.
It's same as me. Just woke up.
I will be getting more sleep recently because the doctor advised me to do so. So I'll be getting more sleep recently. One month on the space you guys are talking about, I actually agree with you guys, and the reason is in the last 2-3 days or so, I've tried to look up some of the because I always hear you guys mention some certain platforms here, though, because I've restricted myself to only this platform on YouTube. But I decided to also explore. Let me see what other platforms are talking about on YouTube, actually. And on some of the platform I hear about in this space, when you guys talk about, I went to this, I went to that. And boy, now I see why we obedience on this platform are the four guys. So people go to these other platforms and then carry the annoyance and then come to this platform and finish us. Oh, Jesus Christ. No wonder. No wonder. I've been wondering, like, where is all this coming from? Like, all these abuses and all this obedience at this, where's it coming from?
It's like feeding time at the zoo, isn't it? Feeding time at the zoo. When you go to someone, it's like feeding time at the zoo. You know,
yeah, I mean, it is.
Oh God.
It's like you go to a party where you're not invited. You know how it goes sometimes, you know. So they'll throw bottle, throw shit, throw everything at you. That's what happened. It's like you go there, you speak, you just put your own narrative, you put your own position down, and it's almost like
again. You know what happened? You know what happened?
Sorry, let me quickly say this. Oga Jalikoko, sorry.
Sorry. Let's hear from Adele Coco because
Oga Jalikoko, sorry if I offended you. We're just on this panel, just talking. No, I don't take side. Probably the way I put it, maybe you don't like it.
No, you didn't offend me. But what you said was very, very bad. To say what I did was ethnic bigotry against that guy. When I made it clear that he's qualified, there's nothing wrong with him. But my problem is that I cannot have somebody that cannot speak my language, Yoruba language, to govern Yoruba land.
It's okay. You make your point, but let me give you time to make. Sorry, and I don't want people to take it out like
that. What we did was what was responsible for the hoodlums that went to burn down Igbo's people spare part market in Lagos. That the narrative we are pushing was what was responsible. That we are pushing too hard. We are doing this. No, it's just. I mean, we cannot surrender our language for anything, because our language is the driver of our culture, is the driver of everything that we represent. We are losing it already, and for us to have leaders, people in the position of leader that cannot, in the position of leadership rather, that cannot speak the language, it's going to spread around, and then we'll be done forever. That is just my point, because nothing wrong. You didn't offend me, but you know, it's just that you said I was committing bigotry against. I say, what? So no problem.
let me use the right one. I say
all right. No. Let's just move away from there. Is Adele Coco, you wanted to
and that's why I said you that now. This is an Edo man. This guy is saying the same thing. Do you want to call him that? The same way you called me. So it's over. No problem. Let's move on. We are fine. So, look, one man, that transform. I was watching it today. If you
did you see that lady going at Kulata?
Which one?
No, I didn't watch that.
God!
Woman, which one? Queen.
No. You use the word lady advisedly to some of the elements that go on that space, but Yeah, go on, Nadeco, yeah.
I will call for order. Hey man, I was just holding my head when I was driving and listening. I said, "My God, these people want to kill one of their own again." You see the kind of causes they are raining on Soludo.
Yes.
Oh man, I said, these people don't come again. They said they will finish him. That his name, his days are number. He cannot stay there. I said, oh, these people want to destroy their own because of only one person, because of Obi, and because of the political leaning that they just discover now. So everybody have to go. And these are the people that were calling Soludo solution. Soludo solution. This
But
Ajale,
did any Yoruba or Southwestern governor support Obi? And if a Southwestern governor had done that, what would have been the right? Would Southwesterners be happy with that governor? Would it not be seen as a betrayal?
Bro, Adeleke supported Atiku. Atiku won Osun State. There was no
nobody's
issue.
calling for his head.
But nothing happened. Brother,
Nobody calling for
goes
his
on.
head. Nobody calling for his head.
No, Adeleke is a party man now. He's a party man.
Yorubas don't operate that way. Like we don't.
Oh.
We just don't.
But I think Soludo still miscalculated. I don't think he still played his politics right. Because first of all, you are under ABGA, which is a southeastern party. It's not even in PDP or APC. And the political landscape under Labour Party, we are already attest to that. It's majorly a southeastern party. You understand? So the idea of him going against his even the party is under is more of a southeastern party. It's not like a national based party and anything. So for him to now start going against his own people, which is the structure which his political party is even formed, it was going to lead to this anyway. It was going to lead to a backlash.
Which some people is going after?
Can I interject?
Which is some people is going? Tell me.
Can I interject?
Let me understand what really happened. But what I just discovered is that the way they were saying they have to bring his neck, they have to cut it into pieces. I said,
no, Babaja, can I interject? Sorry.
All right.
Okay. So on the Soludo space here, a lot of a lot of Anambra people supported Soludo. I personally led my online campaign for him. And I've always had my reservations about him, but it's definitely not incapacity and all of that. My reservations about him has always been his politics and then his emotional intelligence, which I feel those are really critical for any leader. But I hoped that by the time he became governor, he would know that this is no more civil service, that this is actually leading people. So you have to have some level of emotional intelligence. But apparently I was wrong. I mean, because we all know that this guy has a low emotional intelligence with the way he picked fight with everybody on CBN. He fought Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, he fought Dora Akunyili, he fought everybody because he felt he was the only person that knew everything. But I thought when he assumed leadership, now an actual leading of people, he was going to adjust and try to maybe adjust that. But apparently, it shows that so the point I'm making is that he played a very bad politics, and it also boils down on his poor emotional intelligence and management of people, and also management of his emotions and how to talk to people. And wisdom, his level of wisdom is also very low. And I'm going to tell you this, even when he has made the statements which are really unnecessary, Hope Uzodinma didn't support Obi. Nobody's calling for his head. Ugwuanyi, Ebonyi State guy said things about Obi that is not really, he's supporting his APC, but he didn't go and start writing letters saying that Obi can only win Anambra State, that he conducted a poll. As a governor, you're now conducting poll that Obi can only win Anambra because of homeboy, but he's only getting 25% in 2 states in the southeast, in the entire. Whereas Soludo knows within his heart that what he was saying was wrong. He knew. Now it had played out. This man won 12 states in Nigeria. But even when you have X on your face, what you can do now that you have done wrong, you have done a lot of things that are really wrong, in the past, but you can also try to adjust now. That even with the X on your face, you can still try to adjust now. Talk to your people, say, I miscalculated this and that. Obi is my brother. Everybody hug and move on. No. Do you know what Soludo is doing in Anambra? And I had this discussion with my auntie yesterday. Soludo is going around threatening communities in Anambra State, telling them, and I have videos, telling them in Igbo language that if they dare vote Labour Party in anywhere in the House of Rep in Anambra State, that he will discontinue all the projects going on there. That he cannot work with anybody that is not APGA. That is adding salt to injury. Do you want to survive? Like, what kind of leadership is that?
Well, I sent you the video of him when he did that to the
a lot chat. Of communities. He was going to from Obaru to Mbaku to everywhere, telling them that if any of them dare, you see this project, any project that has started in their community, if they dare vote Labour Party, that he will discontinue. Just know that he will not even come to this community again. He will not continue their road. He will not. That the only thing he's going to do is that if you say Governor Ga, Deputy Ga, Emechiozo, what it means is that if he passes and his deputy passes, they will lock the door against every other person. Unless you are APGA. If you're APGA, you knock, they'll allow you to enter. But any Labour Party person will be locked out. He will only be collecting a monthly salary, but he will not be part of his government. And you're running a democratic government, and you want to bring people. That is his leadership skill is terrible. I mean,
that's the same thing.
Is that not fair, dues? Is he obliged to include Labour Party people in his government?
No. You don't understand what I'm saying. One man, I say elected House of Representatives that is representing communities. Elected State House of Representatives.
All right. Let's hear in his own words. Charles just sent it in. Let's hear in his own words.
On 11th of March. Igbo bia Agwata 2 constituency. Nke my own constituency too. My own state constituency. I follow the vote. Sigwe to esiri nuye mu yo. But I na atonya vote I had na mmadu anya n'iru. Atoya. I nuru ya. Maka onye mụ na ya ga-anọ na-alụ ya ga-abụ onye APGA. Onye mụ na ya ga-anọ na ọka ebe a, ọ ga-abụ onye gịnị? Ịtụọla onye ọzọ gbagotela ebe a, mana ọsọ salary ya ka ọ ga na-eri. Akwụọ ya salary ya ọ na-abịa. Onye nọ na house ada alụ ilo, ọ da alụ hospital, ọ da alụ school. Maka ego ole ka o nwere ibe mụ bụ gọvanọ ya alụ ya. Ada onye mụ na ya dị mma, onye mụ na ya nọ na pati, ya ga-enwe access, ọ bata wee gwa m na ya alụ ebe a, ma ebe a, lotekwa nke a. Ọ bụrụ onye APGA apụta na be ya, mechi ibe a, mee ibe a. Mana nnukwu ife m na-ekwu. Yes. Etu a ka o si anwụ. Onye nke gị ka gị na ya ga-anọ, ọ kpọọ na fonu nza. Ọ sị m na nke a dị ebe a, sị m ya ekwe n'eziokwu. Ọ gwa m nke a na ọ je kpata pati mama ebe mebezi ime ibe pati nwere ibe. Pati ya bịa ojelu nke ofe n'ilo. Ọnwa gwa ya kwụọ ya salary ọ nọ ibie. Ma ya agabetekwa na ịbịa sị m na ya alụ nke a ma ya eme nke a ya eme nke a. Mba. Aya ndụzọ dị. Onye a wee ya bụ o jere bịa onwe ibe ya ezi nwe ịfụ mụ izie ya na ya nọ na ya nọ n'akụkụ maka mbanye onye bụ ma ịhụ nke aka mkpa m.
All right, Oyinbo, Alakọ̀wé tó bá sọ Oyinbo ló máa sọ túmọ̀ ẹ̀.
One man. Even his choice of words are more annoying than what he's saying. Like the choices, the words he's picking, it's words that actually, if you don't hate him, you hate him instantly. I don't know, like his language.
Give us a summary of what he said for us non-Igbo speakers.
In addition to what I said, which is actually and there's actually 3 videos now. This is actually one of them. That I have another one that is separate from this in another community that is saying the same thing. And he's saying that any House of Rep member that they vote in another party, which is that the way he even referred to Labour Party, I don't know how I'm going to explain it in English, but so he said that even if the person call him on phone, that he will not answer the person. That he will only answer person that he likes. That the person will only stay in his house. The person will not even come to, he will not even listen. The person will only stay in his house, monthly salary. They will just pay him monthly salary. If the person wants to call him to say, this is what my community needs, that he's not going to listen to that person and his community. So he's literally threatening them that they must vote for his party or else this is what is going to happen to their community. And I've never heard, even Wike, I've not even heard Wike that is so loud. I've not even heard him go to that extent of threatening communities and all of that. And it is really, you know what is paining me personally? If it's somebody I don't like, if it's Omai or the guy in Imo State that is doing this, I mean, I don't like you already, so what do I care? But this is Soludo I love so much. Anybody that knew me, how much I preached about Soludo and everything. But what the lesson I've learned from it is that, oh man, there is a difference between technocrat and leader. And you don't learn wisdom and emotional intelligence in the classroom, no matter how many professors you have.
Are you not beclouded by his opposition against your favorite guy? Are you not colored somewhat? Are you not prejudiced against him already?
But they're both my favorite guys now. It's not like one was not my favorite guy. They are both my favorite guys. So if Obi was doing this, was descending this low, he will annoy me too now. Imagine Obi was descending this low. If Obi was descending this low, he will annoy me too now.
There's a trend that is going on in Nigerian politics, which is very unhealthy. This is the same approach that Buhari maintained when he took power, and he was more or less like the Southeast. He didn't get votes from there, and he was a bit
exactly
against them. And now we've seen it now enter the state from federal. It has entered the state level. So it now means that if a particular group of people don't vote for you, you automatically you ensure that they suffer. You treat them badly and everything, which is wrong. I really don't understand where we are going to as a nation. If you actually win a state, you are still subject to actually serving everybody, both opposition and non-opposition. I think the way we're going through now is really bad.
Yeah, wait, let me just add something, Babaja, before you say. Okay. Sorry, don't be angry.
You're good.
So, but I just need somebody that listens to you. But the way he's saying, "Oh, Mobo governor," like the pride he's using to remind you that he's the governor and he's the Alpha and Omega. The languages he's using, it is so. I don't know. I knew he had that kind of thing in him, but the way he's pulling it all and removing all the gloves, and he's not even trying to hide it again, or he's descending lower and lower and lower. It's really very threatening for me. And in addition to that, Obi, do you know, because of this, Obi had to go to Anambra. And Obi, I don't know if anybody has that video, Obi had to talk to LP candidates and told them that if peradventure you are voted in by Anambra people in the state of House of Assembly, know that you are not going there to cause trouble for Soludo. Know that you are going there to assist him if you are voted by Anambra people. Know that you're going to help Soludo, but because the end game is for development to come to Anambra. Do you know, even as at that thing Obi said, Soludo released a statement immediately, lambasting Obi, telling Obi saying that Obi is.
I think Obi responded to this thing. There was a clip. I can't quite find it. But
he responded. He said that.
He's my governor. Yeah, he did my governor. I know that's silly. He's still doing that silly thing. Is he still doing that fake humility?
That is who Obi is. People think it's about the election. I think
he's an actor now. He's an actor.
As governor, he was like that. As normal citizen, he was like that. If you are waiting for him to change, maybe you wait since 2000. That's when we're saying this, people think he's just making it up. That's who he is, and Soludo knows that's who he is, and that's what is paining Soludo, because Soludo does not have his level of maturity. The thing is that Obi had to address it because people were going to gossip and say, "Hey, maybe LP candidates enter, because Soludo was going around saying, hey, they will impeach me, they will impeach me. So Obi found that, see, this whole impeach thing, let me make it clear from my own angle. He said, see, candidates of Labour Party, if Anambra people vote for you, your duty there is not going to go and fight governor or to go and impeach or do anything. Your duty there is to assist him. And cleared that doubt and said, Soludo, you don't have anything to fear. If Anambra people even vote opposition, there's no problem. I worked with 30/30 opposition in my house. You know what I'm saying? But Soludo released and praised Soludo. He even praised Soludo and everything, said everything is okay. Soludo released immediate press release and started lambasting Obi, saying Obi that Obi ought to bring opposition to Anambra State, that they're threatening his government and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And it's not necessary. You're turning the people against you. See, I wouldn't be bothered again if I don't like Soludo, but I'm not bothered because he's making his people hate him. And if they hate him, it will be a problem for him. Because I believe he can work for the state. So why do you want to remove yourself by yourself? Why?
And this is somebody that people are championing to be president now.
Yes, and you are showing these characters
he has
with small power. Small power in Anambra State. Small power. You see small power. Do you see the kind of security is going around with?
No, I was, yeah, you know, I noticed that AK-47, you think
it's like they're going to war. The thing that's remaining for Soludo is to be going around with a mobile tank.
Playtown, so, don't you think because Soludo have seen the chance of become president in next 8 years is not possible anymore? Because before this power come back to the east, normally the way you are saying it would be like in next 16
so he's now
years.
Showing his true self.
Yeah, probably because there's nothing to lose anymore. Nothing to gain anymore.
Even if you're not going to be president, is that serve your people first now? They entrusted you with power. You still have 7 years to go, hopefully, as I'm hoping. So that's a long time. You are just 1 year down. You're already... Guy, I saw... The only time I ever saw Soludo, when I made a short trip to the east around November, he was passing. I was like, is this still Anambra State that P2B governed? Soludo, they work out with... If you see him escort, if you see mobile police with the surround down, you would think saying that Buhari know they carry that kind of security. I was like, but this is not the Soludo we saw during campaign.
The insecurity there, you know, is at the highest of the highest.
No, now
security there.
No, Mo Babaja. He's not the only politician there.
Hold on. This is what you guys are doing, trying to destroy Soludo with everything that within your arsenal.
Thank God before I say this, one man say he saw it too. So
hold on, you know that Anambra State is one of the most insecure states in the. I think it's rated number 1 most insecure in the southeast. So
how can you rate Anambra over Imo State insecurity? How?
Well, maybe both of one of them, sir. But
even Hope, who doesn't matter in Imo State, does not go with that kind of security.
Don't worry.
Imo State, that is the headquarters of security in Southeast.
He cannot control his security. It is the security operative around him that control his security. And if they tell him that this is how much security personnel we should carry at any time is going out, he cannot stop them because it is their own job to secure him. It's not his own job to dictate to them, this is how much people you want around me. No. So
Baba, I don't have a problem with his security. That's his problem if you want to put the Nigerian army. But my problem is, Baba, maybe you want to address what he's doing. Is that if you were the governor of Anambra State, is that the approach you'll be using now?
Okay.
With what has gone on?
People can read so many things to what he said. What he said, is it good? It's not good. But let me tell you, this is the way they operate in Nigeria. And your mentor, you are supporting now, did the same thing when he was governor of Anambra State. He denied people their progress too by not conducting local government election for 7 years. It is the same thing. It's a way of suppressing people's interests. that does not align with them. That is why he knew your OB knew that PDP was very strong in that state. And in order not to have them in control of all the local government, that is why he didn't control local government election. He denied development around the local government. And he was even the weakest one. The most wicked one for not even talking, but carrying out action to suppress development of people. But this one was just too lousy for coming out to say this. But he feel, you might think that he's stupid, but you know what he's doing. He saw the result of the last election, and he feel he has to come out strongly and frontally against them and threaten them that, look,
against his people.
I will deal with your representation.
You're supporting this.
If you don't fall,
Yes, you're supporting this. Wow.
When he was campaigning for elections, why didn't he threaten his people?
He's threatening his people. And you're supporting it because of Obi.
Hold on now. It's political. How do I say it? It's political career. It's in jeopardy now. So he's fighting for his political survival, and that is why he's going around to tell people, look, I will go Obaseki way. I will do the same thing that has been done in other states to deny your representative a place in the parliament. Look,
I can't believe what I'm hearing. I'm so surprised.
Nigeria,
but you can go on, Baba.
This is their own style. This is Nigeria. This is a lawless country. And this to tell you that even what you are so disappointed of, in him now, don't think that Obi cannot do the same thing when he get to power. This is the way they are. This is the way they are. They can lie their head low before getting to power, but the moment they get to power and they see anything threatening their political interest, they will go all out to make sure they crush that rebellious activity against their political interest. And that's what Soludo is doing.
Baba, can I ask a question?
Yes, ask me a question.
Okay. The question I want to ask you is that, in his article, they said I'm jealous of Obi. Me, Soludo, jealous of Obi. Ha 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 ha. So that's a way of saying that Obi is below him in leadership. Wait, I've not asked my question.
Or you are quoting him out of context.
No, I'm quoting him. Go to his letter.
No, I believe you are quoting him.
Go to his letter.
He cannot say that he is jealous of Obi.
No, now listen to me. Let me quote him again. Maybe you didn't hear me the first time. Okay. He said in a paragraph, they said, I am jealous of Obi. He said, he now said me, Soludo, jealous of Obi.
But Soludo is superior to Obi, though. He's superior to Obi.
Okay, wait now. Allow me to now ask my question. So he has shown his superiority, which Obi actually agreed with. Obi said, I did my best as trader. You will do better as professor. So Obi concurs with him. So fine. Now, Professor is running from pillar to post just because he feels that his state assembly might have some opposition in it and it can't control it. Whereas the Obi that he put below him in leadership was able to navigate 30/30 opposition. They impeached him. He won them, come back 2 times, and still governed them and completed his 8 years. That is superpower. Now, Soludo cannot do it. Soludo cannot even. Wait, I'm coming. Soludo is even threatened. It has not happened yet, too. Just the possibility of it is threatening Soludo to the extent that he's now threatening his people, the people that elected him in office.
Okay, let me tell you this. Look, he is defending the legacy that Ojukwu left behind, which Obi tried to
he's destroying Apuga.
He's defending his own.
He's destroying Apuga. He's defending himself and destroying Apuga. Apuga members are complaining on radio, on Igbo, on ABS. I'm coming, Baba. Apuga members are complaining on radio, saying that Soludo is going to destroy this party if he continues with what he's doing. Apuga members are complaining on ABS. They're saying that no, Soludo want to wipe us out of this state. Like his pattern of governance is destroying the party.
Okay,
people are agitated.
What of Obi that openly and publicly sworn that I will not, in presence of Ujuku, I will never leave APGA.
Did he not even place a curse on his children that if I do something,
he didn't place anything on his children. Why are you guys listening to? And now
he is championing a party to totally destroy APGA, and you said
Soludo is destroying APGA.
Totally destroy APGA, and you said Soludo should not fight back. What are you guys talking?
Soludo is destroying APGA. Baba, you are not from Anambra State. You don't know what is going on. They're telling you what's going on. APGA members
when this guy
Soludo's style of leadership is destroying APGA. That's the problem.
Look, when it comes to governance, this guy just recently hired, is it not 5,000 or 50,000 teachers to run the public
teachers will not keep APGA working.
Public school or
leadership is not just about hiring teachers. Leadership contains a lot. Leadership is not just about hiring teacher and paying salary. Leadership is about managing human beings and managing situations.
What are you talking about? You say it's not about hiring teacher. How would you run the public?
I said it's not just the quality teacher. You are going out of our space of discussion right now. You're going out. I'm saying that there are things Soludo lack in leadership that can be disastrous for not just his party but for the state. And the two things is wisdom and emotional intelligence. And he's been using it so far so badly that is about, did you see the videos where Anambra people are marching and saying Okoko, like that? They're actually saying that there's nothing like, the logo of APGA in Anambra is cock, like a cock. Mm-hmm. They're saying that Soludo have eaten the cock in APGA. That's what we are saying in Igbo. That Soludo came into APGA that was flourishing in Anambra, has eaten the cock. Some people are even saying that Soludo's plan, why he left PDP to come into APGA, is to destroy APGA and maybe move to PDP. Because why are you doing all what you are doing in Anambra State? Talk to Baba. You don't even have to listen to me. Call, if you have an Anambra person that is in tune with Anambra State, just call the person by the side and say, tell me what is going on. Tell me about leadership style of, forget about commissioning roads, forget about 5,000 teachers. Tell me how you are managing the people of Anambra State, how you are managing them, because leadership is not just about paying salary or doing this. Every other person pays salary.
Is it because
how
of
are you managing situations?
Hold on. Is it because of only this campaign that where he made all these nonsensical statements?
Okay.
That's what they are using to say.
Let me tell you another one. Let me tell you another one.
Is that the only one you're saying is not?
No, it's not. It's not. Let me tell you another one. Baba, do you know that Soludo has been in office? Wait, I'm coming. Let me just say this and then you continue.
Hold on, Thomas. Hold on.
Soludo has been in office for just 9 months. 9 months, so. But Soludo has picked fight with Father Buromonso. That's like the most revered Reverend Father in Anambra State. He has picked fights with almost all the reputable people in Anambra State.
Yeah, he has to step on toes now. He has to step on toes now.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying.
A leader is meant to bring people together, not to step on toes.
It's not to
divide people. No. He has to step on toes. No, he has to step on toes.
Listen now, listen. Soludo does not take advice. Everybody that has dared to advise Soludo wrote, what they know Soludo in Anambra now is the letter writer. He will write letter and destroy your personality in that letter. He does not want to know whether you're a religious leader, you're a traditional leader. Once you give Soludo advice, I say, okay, Soludo, I'm advising you, do this, do that. Soludo will lambast you. That's not how you are going to destroy the state. Everybody's complaining. 9 months, just 9 months. This is not central bank. This is not Central Bank of Nigeria. This is a people. This is a group of people.
Commissioning, building of road, hiring qualified teachers to manage the public.
I don't think I can have this conversation any longer because you already have your destination. So, Baba, let's continue.
No, hold on. With all those one doesn't matter. It's because he step on toes. It's because he make the. I'm not approving that statement he made though. I don't want you to get me wrong. I'm not approving that statement.
But you already did that now, Baba.
It's a very bad statement. But I want you to understand one thing. Politicians, when they are fighting for their political life, they will go all out and do everything to to suppress or to destroy their political opponent. That is what he's doing. Go to Edo State. Obaseki, he sent those legislators out of the state. He wanted to kill them.
So what is stopping with Obaseki in Edo State now? What is stopping with him?
State with about 4 or 6 districts. Majority of the parliamentarian, he kicked them out just because to retain his political relevance and his political power in the state. So it is Nigerian phenomenon. It's not because Soludo is a professor and this thing. He has to act when he's supposed to act to save his, the life of his party.
So Baba, if you are his political advisor, you advise him that this is how to save his political career. What he's doing, is that what you're going to advise him? If you threaten his people, that is the best way he can save himself. That would be your advice.
No. Look, let me tell you this. What I'm saying is that don't look at it one-sidedly. Look at what is it that will have responsible for him to act this way. That is what I am.
He does not have a good attitude. See, let me tell you what I would do if I was a Soludo now in this position. Let me imagine that, because even if I was a Soludo, a governor Soludo in Anambra State, if I uptown is a governor Soludo in Anambra State, first of all, I wouldn't even have authored that article last year. But let me even say that, yes, I authored it somehow. And then by now, election has passed. The man I said he would not even win one state has won 12 states across Nigeria and all of that. Okay, fine. I know I abused I did a lot of things, but fine. Let me start from now. What will Governor Uptown do? It's as simple as that. Election is over. Now go around. Talk to people. Tell them, I had a divergence view. You got what I'm saying? This is what I thought and this is what I thought. But election is over now. Our brother did not win, and he's in court. We pray for him, for God to help him to whatever his endeavors is. But now it's time for us to unite.
Yeah, but Peter, this is not Soludo's candidate. Soludo's candidate is a more.
I don't even know what Upton is trying to do here. The guy is in Afghan.
Allow me to
It's
finish.
in Afghan. Obi is in Labour. What are you talking about?
Allow me to finish. Listen to me. What I will do as a governor, the damage control I will do as a governor that will work is not threatening my people is the last option. What I will do to my people is to try. There's how you talk to people as a leader. That is what people need to go to go and study leadership and philosophy. Those are the two things you need as a leader.
But
leadership takes.
Wait,
now let me finish. Now, Baba, now let me just tell you what I'm going to do.
Hold on, Uptown.
What I'm going to do.
What trigger is action? You people didn't know. Nobody knows what trigger is action. Nobody.
No. It's clear. What trigger is action is that Obi performed well in Anambra.
Hold on. Una obedient to now own too much. Something might have happened against his party that triggered this action. You people just caption this statement, which might be in reaction to what you guys have done to him or his men, and now picturing it to the whole world that, oh, look at what this guy said. So we have to be careful.
Baba, what did he say? What did he say?
We have to watch this thing, that video from the beginning. If it is 35 minutes video,
you can watch it for 2 hours, Baba. You don't need me to interpret. Call Madam Zita, call somebody else to interpret for you. You don't even need Uptown to interpret for you. And I can send you other ones in other communities. So it's not just this community. It's sending the same message to everybody. Going around, even on radio.
You guys are very good. You guys
it's not mistake.
Very good.
It's premeditated.
Very good in captioning video like this and use it to destroy someone. We know the way you guys operate. So
okay, I don't think the conversation is going anywhere. One more, let's move.
No. We have seen a lot of things. happened during this presidential campaign, where people lie, carry some sort of video.
It's a doctored video, Baba.
To destroy other candidates. So we don't know what happened with regard to this video. We don't know the beginning. We don't know the end. We just saw this short video and it headed there. So what might have triggered this action? We don't know. So we have to be fair to this guy too. Not we know the way the politics is run in Nigeria now. We know the way it is run. They can use a little thing by little short video, and what is responsible to that statement or what trigger it, nobody will show that one, and then they will use it to destroy that person. So Soludo Husina is one of you people. If I want to destroy him, I could not destroy him now. No.
Nobody is destroying Soludo. The man is destroying
everybody
himself.
Have to destroy. That
I
is
am
in
angry
opposition.
that
That
I'm
is
angry
in
that he's
opposition
destroying
to Labour
himself. You don't
Party.
get this point.
Everybody have to be destroyed. That is what is going on in the East now.
If
Everybody that is
Soludo was doing the right thing, I will protect him. If nobody will protect him, uptown, me that worked so hard for his campaign, I will protect him. But he's you don't understand. I'm not saying this as even talking down on him. I'm expressing my own disappointment and my own anger that he's not helping me. Even if I want to start savaging his image, tomorrow he drops something worse. Where will I start speaking for Soludo? I wish I can talk to him directly. Maybe I have such contacts. But even if we want to start painting things tomorrow, Soludo will come and do worse. That's the problem. Why is he doing that? Doesn't he want to serve for 8 years or what? It's paining me. So get it. It's not me trying to... it's paining me. I'm a Soludo man. It's paining me.
All right, brilliant. So, Enigmatic, are you still there? Just doing a...
Please, I have a question.
Yeah, go. Oh, Rosie, you
Hello,
woke
everyone.
up. You woke up. Look at that. We thought we lost you, but we thought, okay, carry on. Let's hear from
My
you.
question is, did Soludo change all of a sudden, or he's always been like this?
He's actually had that trait of picking quarrel with everybody when he was central bank. Even Ruben asked him that when he was campaigning for government, when he won and he came to Arise TV. Ruben was like, well, Professor, now you know this is now a actual government. This is not CBN, because when you were CBN, your word was final and it was law. I hope that's not how you carry it to the state level, because now people are involved. Soludo just laughed it off, was like, no, Ruben, no, and all of that. But then he has had his history, or he picked fights with almost all the intellectuals in Nigeria. He fought Ngozi Okonjo, he fought Dora, he fought everybody. Only his own is right. But then I didn't think that was going to be a problem for him serving as a governor. I felt maybe he's an intellectual, he's well-read. Maybe by the time he gets there, he'll adjust, he will know that this is not central bank, this is a state where people, culture is involved, a lot of things are involved. So you have to know how to manage diversity, manage a lot of things in terms of leadership. But apparently, it's just 9 months. It's not long now, just 9 months. You're already showing a lot of things to Anambra people. You just moved from 100 to...
No, uptown. It was when he started to campaign against Obi that this problem started. It was when he started campaigning, when he wrote that letter against Obi, that was when you people have started calling for his head.
No.
Before
that
one, everybody, hold on.
Let me not tell you.
Hold on. I am following that space very well.
No.
Before that one, everywhere this guy, hold on now.
Okay, Baba, you're following. Do you know what's going on with the waste management in Anambra State?
Hold on now. Before he wrote letter against Obi, people were praising Soludo solution everywhere. Even there are some of the influencers on the internet. Hold on. There are some of these influencers on the internet that praises this guy all the time. That everywhere you go, you will see them praising him. They will say, "Oh, this is the best God, most intelligent. Look at this guy." The very day he wrote this letter, and all these people are supporting Obi too, they just switch against this thing. And I was sure, I said, look at this guy. They have been praising this guy because Obi is switched, because he spoke against Obi. They feel the interest of the whole East is strengthening the interest of the political interest of the East, and therefore his head have to go for it. Look, we know the politics now.
You're right.
Because
You're
of-
right.
that is-
Can I speak? So
Yeah.
I
but
agree
one man.
with you. I agree with you that the letter
Uptown.
was.
Let other people speak. I
If
would like
anybody
to
knows
speak.
about Anambra, I'm
Thank you.
happy to let the person talk.
No,
I don't know anything about Anambra.
let Uptown land and then Charles come in or Hakim. Yeah, Uptown, because Uptown is very passionate about that space. But
Yeah, I
Uptown,
was going to ask, what was he going to say about the waste management in Anambra?
All right. So I'm one of the few people that read Soludo Solution during the campaigns. I read it. That was the first manifesto I ever read, even before this presidential candidate started doing manifesto and all that, because I was really passionate about Soludo Solutions manifesto. I had to read every line of it. I was following Soludo bomba to bomba. I had my reservations in terms of, some of the character traits, but I was like, no, the advantage way outweighs the disadvantage as far as I'm concerned. But 7-8 months down the line, kudos commissioning roads, kudos there's a few things, but then there was a problem in Anambra State's waste management. There were deaths every single place 8 months down the line. It was not being cleared and all that. So people were already starting murmuring. When I go to Anambra, then I enter main market, because if you want to hear wars on the street, just enter main market. What people are saying about whatever. So people who are lovers of Soludo, they're already saying, this Dubai, Taiwan, Soludo promised us. See, everywhere is just dirty, they're not clearing debt. And so people are already having small, tiny reservations, but other people will always cancel them and say, no, now it's just 8 months now. Just give him maybe next year. Maybe he's still planning, drawing up his plan. So people were like, reservation, counter reservation, counter reservation, but nobody was really loud about it, just on the ground, all that. But then he now writes this letter and says everything he says, which now the letter has proven to be almost 70% or 85% wrong. And people are angry. If you knew that was not the case, but you wrote it as if you knew it was the fact on ground. You even said you conducted this, you did that. So what we were actually trying to do was discourage us. You get what I'm saying? So people and legitimately, people, you cannot be a leader and blame people for being angry. They are your people.
So what was wrong
It's not
about
your
the
job. It's not your job. It's not your job to stop your people from being angry. It's not your job to prevent them from being angry, but it's your job to fix whatever it is that has angered your people. That's why you are their leader. Even when Moses was leading all those people out of Egypt, there was places they had issues. There were places people were like, we're not going again. But he knew the right things to say. He did the right things to do for the journey to continue. He didn't scatter the whole thing and say, this journey is ended. Everybody fuck out and all that. Sorry for the language.
Settle down.
Sorry for the language. So he say, if I scatter this whole journey of Red Sea, we are not going again. Why will you guys quarrel? Why will you guys disagree with me? No, you're a leader. So when this happened, what I expect Soludo, because I've been expecting him to speak post-election, since this thing happened now, it's obvious that he's ashamed of himself. But I expected him to now come out and start knowing how to craft, even if he's not going to do it himself, maybe do it through spokespeople that will know how to start painting the whole thing and then start bringing back the will of the people on his side, because election is gone. Our election will happen again. Now it's time to govern. No more national issue now. Now is your state. You are only left with you and your people. Without Anambra people, Soludo will not be governor. He cannot be governor of himself. But the pride and arrogance in Soludo will not let him do that. Instead, he was like, oh, you people are angry with me. Okay, let me even do more self. That's not how lousiness is. Even Wike, the lousiest governor in Nigeria, I've not heard him threaten Obiakpo people or threaten people. He has not even gone to that level. Wike with his loudness, he still has some level of intelligence with handling his people, because handling people is delicate.
Uptown.
And this thing, it does not concern me, because if Soludo destroy Afghan and destroy himself, it's not going to affect me. Just that I'm going to feel bad because I rooted for him and I wanted him to to really change Anambra and do a lot of things. I'm just going to feel bad. So this is not about me. So Angelica, you need to remove me from this. I'm only concerned.
Oh, did you say you
This is
voted
not
for
me.
him?
After,
You said?
you know what you are calling on Soludo to do? To go and apologize to people. You know, that is the.
You don't need to apologize to people. Like come and say forgive me. No, there is how you. That is why this thing called emotional intelligence it's not come for free anyway.
Hold on.
It's a blessing people don't have.
What you're calling on him to do, look, let me tell you, is totally wrong, and it's a very wrong strategy for him to to embark on begging or trying to plead with them. Oh, presidential election is gone. I made a mistake. Why must he do that when his conclusion in his article came true? His conclusion was that Obi will not win the election. That was his conclusion. Forget about every story that he wrote. But the main conclusion is that Obi will not win, and it will jeopardize the interest of the East. That what really matters for the East, Obi will kill it. That is, if Obi can align, and that alignment can take the East to the corridor of power at the federal level. So that was his conclusion. So what has happened now? That was what happened as the East got to the corridor of power now with the election result. As Obi taking your interest nearer to the corridor of power? No. So
but we know who is making progress. We know the person that is going backwards. Soludo is going backwards. Obi is going forward. That's the problem.
No, Obi did not go forward. Everything is said.
Apga is losing members. Obi is gaining members. Who is going forward and who is going backward? So we need to put numbers to this. Apga is losing favor, losing numbers, losing everything. And Obi's level is gaining. So whose strategy is working and who is not working? Soludo's strategy is not working.
Did Obi win the presidency? They didn't win the presidency.
Uptown, you see what you are doing.
Presidential election, he failed, and that was what what do you call Soludo predicted. He said he will fail.
Uptown, you see what you just did now. You see what you just said now. That is one of the problem. You see, people who understand politics, people who understand power, right? Those are the people you see in power today. So you look at it from 1999. People are saying, "Oh, why is it that the Yorubas are coming again?" This is what people who understand power. This is what they do. And Soludo in that article is trying to explain to people. Imagine one tribe has got 2 presidency and 1 vice presidency since 1999. I'm not even sure the Fulani. It's almost like a competition with the Fulani, and the Fulanis are like super into power when it comes to the process of gaining offices. But look at what the Southwest have done. From Obasanjo, you have Oshibajo, now you have Tinubu going in there. This is what Soludo is trying to say. Look, let us come together and form a bloc, right? So that when we go and negotiate, this is what Tinubu did with his party. He took it to Buhari and said, look, we are coming, we will support you. But don't forget, everybody was saying it's the turn of the Southeast. One man, I don't know if you still remember the interview Fashola did. Fashola did not miss his words, He said it's the turn of the Southwest. He did not say it is the turn of the South. He said it is the turn of the Southwest, because they know what they invested into bringing APC into government, and they understood very well that they would take their turn when it comes to the South. So Soludo is trying to bring the Southeast together to have a power block to go and use to negotiate with maybe, imagine if they take it to maybe some PDP block in the North and say, look, this is what we have. We're going to bring power back to you, say maybe in 8 years' time. But after that time, we want power back in the Southeast. This is what I think Soludo is trying to fight for, the general benefit of the Southeast. I don't think he's trying to destroy Obi.
Is it working?
It's just what the guy was trying to do.
Work.
Hold on 1 second. What the guy was trying to do was not to destroy Obi. It was just a losing Obi. If you go down this route, it's going to cost us in the long run. It might benefit you short term, but in the long run, it's going to cost us. And
no, he didn't talk to Obi.
Uptown, we were speculating earlier. I'm not quite sure at what phase you dialed in. But we were speculating earlier, and by we, I should really say me, that this Peter Obi's little excursion, it blocks the Southeast out of the power mix for a good. I'm actually saying 32 years. If not yes, because Tinubu 8, North 8. But then when they finish their 8 years in 16 years, I don't think anybody here is of the thought that the Southwest will not want it back, and the Southwest will get it back.
So one man, you prefer that Atiku won the election?
No, I don't prefer, but that would have served the Southeast better. That would have served him. That would have served the Southeast better.
But I don't prefer him too as a Southeasterner. So
the only pathway to a Southeastern president for the next 32 years would have been if Atiku won this election.
That is what I'm saying. But maybe if another Northerner, Atiku.
Oh no! What they would have done, you know what they would have done? What they would have done was come together, go to Atiku and say, "Listen, you have to sign it 4 years. That's all. You're not doing more than 4 years. 4 years, you get out."
Even if Atiku does 8 years, but then there's because that's the politics that Soludo wanted to play. He wanted to place Atiku for 8 years, and then he takes his 8 years and then come in at the back end.
Yeah, you have to.
So he does his 8 years in Anambra. Yeah.
One man, they have to have a power block for that is Nigerian politics now. The Tinubus and the ACN group, they understood it very well at the time when they went to the north and met with Buhari. They understood very well that they needed power.
The progressive.
Yeah.
The question you have to ask on that space is
okay. Go on. I was going to say though, because I wanted to, because the Anambra space, I don't think we will ever concur. But I wanted to say to the progressive and by extension yourself and everyone else really that do you concede to what I'm saying that after the northern 8 years after the Tinubu 8 years, the Southwest will want the power to come back to them?
It depends on the moves made by the Southeast. If they bring themselves together and come into play, this idea that
but they will have to fight for it though. That's just the thing.
Yeah, that's not,
and it will not be this. It will not be the sort of silliness that we just saw now.
Yeah, but this fight, they fight against people like Opus Odima and they can't continue to do it. When you see your people moving into the area, into that power, into the team that has power, you cannot continue to insult them.
You're contradicting Soludo's. You're now contradicting Soludo's politics. Soludo is like, let's get the Southeast under APGA. And people like Dave Omai and Hopo Zodema is not aligning with that because they are going with APC.
That's not true. Soludo is not necessarily talking about coming.
That's what he's trying to do. He wants to do what they did with ACN. So he wants that. Let's try to. And now, do you know what? That's why I've told you. See, the quality of an action is on the result of the action. That is what at least my mom taught me that the quality of any action is seen on the result of the action. Now, Soludo's action, which he may think was the right action at the time, is beginning to show him as the days run that it was not. Why? Because now he has jeopardized the chances of senators in APGA they have lost. APGA is losing grounds. Even Frank Wike, who is supposed to be the front runner in Enugu State in APGA, who I was actually rooting for. I was one of those that pushed for Frank to pick up APGA in Enugu State and for APGA to take Enugu State. Now, Soludo's actions has also jeopardized Frank's chances all the way in Enugu. So when you're making
it has not. The only thing that
shaking now.
The only thing that jeopardizes Frank's chances is Peter Obi. Is the only thing that that's the only dynamic that will change the status quo in the Southeast.
If Soludo didn't do what he did, let me tell you, do you know Soludo could have been a beneficiary? APGA may have been a beneficiary of obedience movements in the Southeast, and I'll tell you why. Do you know that even in Anambra State, they still voted, they didn't necessarily vote down the ballots. They still retained their favorite senators, they still retained their favorite House of Rep in other parties. They still did that, even in Imo State. Now, but they didn't retain those of Soludo because of what Soludo did. Now, if Soludo didn't have to support Obi, nobody supported Obi, no governor supported Obi in Nigeria except from Benue State governor. So he didn't have to support Obi or say, Obi, yes, I like you, you win or whatever. All Soludo had to do, which is actually what Obi begged him when Obi went to pay him a courtesy visit. He said, just leave an open playing ground for all of us. No special favors. All Soludo had to do was just stay there or even take it to the next level and negotiate and say, because a smart person is supposed to know that Anambra will vote for Obi anyways. So if you are smart, what you would have done is that, you can't stop them from voting for Obi. But if write 100 articles. So what you would have done as a smart man was to say, okay, you know what, Obi, we are in private, not necessarily in public. Yes, we'll go with Obi in federal, but in states, APGA. You know what I'm saying? And then when people see that, APGA supported Obi in federal, we retain APGA in state. Anything APGA is still our friends. But what he did was to unnecessarily pitch APGA against, which is not necessary. And that is going to bring a reaction, which is what is happening now. He didn't have to pitch it against, because pitching it against wouldn't have stopped Obi. Soludo's letter didn't add or remove from Obi's movements. That's the problem. So it was unnecessary. So the results of the action showed that the action was completely unnecessary. In fact, the action was against self-inflicting, and again, inflicting on innocent candidates of APGA. Yeah, so I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Because of your selfish whatever.
All right, thank you, Uptown. So I want to move the conversation on thank you, Uptown. And nobody agrees with you, but I just wanted to move the conversation on. I want to play a couple of our video clips and then read a legal document and then invite Ajanle Koko to respond. So a couple of video clips, a legal document, and then invite Ajanle Koko to respond.
Mr. President, ìbàrẹ̀ 1 million bú. Gbéra lẹ́sìn tí bọ̀. Mo dúpẹ́. Kò tọ́pẹ́ àjàgà jókòó sórí àga dẹ. Mr. President. Ọkùnrin rẹ̀. Araba ní bàbá. First born rẹ̀ ọdẹ rínú tí mo bá ra gbá. Castrate ẹ̀ ni. Kó mọ̀ wá sásọ̀ rọ̀ kí wàá bá wọn mọ̀ ní sí. Òun náà fẹ́ dànù president ni. Ó dànù. Mr. President. Jaidos. Thank you very much. Nice last minute campaign. Yàrá ìlú ọmọ kọ́. Olóyè kò mọ kí n sá. Ìwọ náà gbà sílẹ̀. Mo máa manage ẹ̀ sá. Sàbúbú ẹkùn ọkọ ẹ̀ṣà. Ẹnu rẹ̀ wọ́ gbẹ. Commander in chief sá. Gbàjábí àlìmá. Gbàjábí àmìlá sá. Àmìlá àbálìmá kó sá ti gbàjá. Rufai Mr. President. Salam alaikum. Ó fún mi táyà rẹ̀ gúngún ọjọ́ sí o. Kò sí ẹnu sá. Ẹsẹ̀ ń di ìgbò wa. Wèrè wáyàn. Thank you, Mr. President. Ibo lẹ́rù fẹ́ wà. Ní ti ń bọ̀ sà. Ní ń bọ̀ sà. Tó bá bọ̀ sà tán kó bọ̀ ògùn náà. Chairman. Presido Salam. Ojú rẹ̀ ní dẹ́bí ẹ̀yìn ayé. Mo làdé àgbẹ̀ni sá. Sànú mi àìkí. Lápí àkó. Tọ́ilé bàbá. Alájí ọ̀run mẹ̀kì bóni. Ògbóǹtarìgì asọ̀rọ̀. Sẹ́ríkì. Ẹ̀ka lẹ́sà. Yóò yọ. Kí mo ṣe fún wọn tó lálì mi lórí TV. Eré mo ń ṣe ọ̀gá mi ò ìkúnlẹ̀ mi rẹ̀ sá. Ìjọba lè ṣe wà Rufai. Ẹ̀ka lẹ́sà. Pẹ̀lẹ́ àkùkọ bóni. Fine, thank you sir. Jagabizu. Certificate rẹ̀ yìí fẹ́ máa fáìn gbélé ìtàn fún mi 2019 lọ́fà. Gbogbo kí alóde kẹ́mi ń pọ̀ lẹ́nu. Ní certificate o ṣe ń gbéṣẹ́ tí màánú ní pamílẹ̀rìn. Ó dàbí fúra lọ́wọ́ gbogbo nǹkan ní ìdárò oko lójú. Láyé kí ló mú ọ tó nínú wájú bí ìmọ̀lú gbé mọ́ngòrò? Láyé. Mr. President elect ṣé kò ní máa sí traffic l'Abuja mọ́? Traffic kọ́ ni first thing tí mo fẹ́ ṣe bọ̀ kò ní sí traffic. Mo lè promise pé máa fáwọn youth ní 50% stake inú gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì. You are sick. I'm very sorry sir. Àwọn yẹn ni wọ́n láwọn máa fún yín ní 50. In your own case, what will you do, sir? What I would do is máa fún yín 100%. Tọ́jà àwọn Boko Haram bá fẹ́ bá yín negotiate kí lè máa ṣe. Kí ni yẹn sà? Tí mi ò bá ti gbaná ojú ẹ̀. Jagaba. Gbogbo yín. Ẹ má jẹ́ nsọ nǹkan tí mo máa ṣe. Ẹgbọ́n wọn lè rí igi sá. Ìwọ kí ni burúkú ló start your left? I'm sorry sir. Kò yà sọ́ọ̀rì Jagaba ń jà lọ. Ó ń béèrè òfò. Ẹ̀rẹ́nu ẹbí gbànú arúgbó.
So Adele Coco, that's the Yoruba dub. Somebody said that I want your Isha Allah, and they had to go and use the Oya accent as well.
And a very good.
Leko is from Ogumosho. Well, I guess that's what your accent. The guy
Yes.
that did it is from Ogumosho. Now your guy.
Oh, you've seen it already, have you? It's too funny.
No, I watch his videos. I subscribe to his Instagram. He's a crazy guy.
He's a really crazy guy. The way he was able to manipulate it and everybody looked like, I mean, it's fantastic, Sha. I mean, that was a very good one.
All right, brilliant. So now to serious matters. So brace yourself, Ajale Koko. I want to read you a legal document. So here it is. In the Federal High Court of Nigeria, in the Abuja Judicial Division, holding at Abuja, affidavit of non-withdrawal. I, Prince Professor Ifagbemi Awamaridi, Nigerian male politician of 88 Redeem Street. Hold on, I need to mute somebody. Sorry, there's a bit of feedback coming through. All right. So sorry, who was that? All right, let me get back to it. Yeah, so here it is. In the Federal High Court of Nigeria, in the Abuja Judicial Division, holding at Abuja, affidavit of non-withdrawal. I, Prince Professor Ifagbemi Awamaridi, Nigerian male politician of 88 Redeemed Street, Ajasa, Alagbado, declare and depose as follows: that I am the Labour Party governorship candidate for Lagos State, having won in a primary witnessed by 3 senior INEC officials, and INEC having published my name as the Labour Party governorship candidate for Lagos State, that at various fora, some national officers and some members and non-members of the Labour Party were reported to have claimed that I have withdrawn my candidature, that at various occasions, various individuals have told me and reported to have said that some national officers and themselves discussed how they will replace me despite my not withdrawing my candidature, that I know that according to the 2022 Electoral Act, the only means of replacing me is if I withdraw or die, that I hereby state under oath that I did not withdraw my candidature and I am not withdrawing my candidature and I do not intend to withdraw my candidature and I shall not, underlined, withdraw my candidature, that I hereby state under oath that I am alive, I am not dead, I am not incapacitated, and I do not consent to any obituary or any death documentation whatsoever done in my name. And I depose to this affidavit in good faith, believing its contents to be true and correct in accordance with the Oath Act 2004, signed to at the Federal High Court Registry, Abuja, dated the 5th of August 2022. So that it is, there it is, all the stamps complete and everything. So that's the legal deposition, and here is the verbal and visual reaffirmation.
The status quo remains. And the status quo is the last publication of INEC. The last publication of INEC is my name, Prince Professor Ifagbemi Awamaridi, as the Labour Party governorship candidate for Lagos State. And after that, there's never been at all been any further publication by INEC. And after that, we are already in court to maintain the status quo that I am the Labour Party governorship candidate for Lagos State.
So there it is, Ajale Koko. It looks as though this everything is illegal about this Chinedu guy. He's not even the real candidate as far as this Awama Ridi is concerned. So are you monitoring that space, and what are you making of it?
Yeah, thank you, Mama. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I don't know what is responsible for this affidavit to be brought up again. Brought up at this time, rather. If I heard you very well when you read it, I think this affidavit was filed sometimes last year.
August.
So, and between then and now, where has this guy been? We haven't heard anything from him. We haven't seen any. We have not seen any anything contrary from him against the Gbadebo. So, what is responsible for this affidavit this time? Who is bringing it up? Is it something revisited this time around, or is it just there were or somebody referring to it, or what really brought up this affidavit? One man, because it's not clear to me.
No, it's been circulated around social media, and of course, the guy put up an appearance on Channels Television. But
when was the appearance on television?
Yes, that's what I was about to say. Because I couldn't.
I watched this particular video.
Awama Ridi, the Yoruba names, Awama Ridi. My goodness. Yes.
Yeah. So I think it happened last year. I watched this particular video when he was in at Taride News, and he was telling them that he's the candidate and that they are the court. Yeah, I was following it then. So I don't know why some people are reposting it on the social media now. I think it's a dead issue. I don't think that is anything new. I think it's a matter of last year, and I believe that something they have resolved it. So I don't see anything against Gbadebo, the candidate. Any legal crisis against him as far as his candidacy is concerned. I don't see anything at all. So,
but some people are suggesting that it's in the Supreme Court. This Awama Ridi.
Oh, so the matter is in the Supreme Court.
No, it's just somebody in the comment section. No, I so we'll take that on the basis of that. That's Crown saying that.
Crown should be able to tell us what was the judgment delivered by the by the High Court and the Appeal Court. Obviously, they rule against him. That's why it's in Supreme Court, because if they are ruled against Gbadebo, Gbadebo will have been stepped down. Whatever will have been the person appealing, and so I think if what Crown is telling us is true, I think that guy lost the battle at the High Court and Appeal Court, so he took it to the Supreme Court, and he might lose it as well at the Supreme Court. But if the Supreme Court should rule in his favor, that means that every effort on this Gbadebo campaign and his gubernatorial race is an effort in futility. So if that is the real issue now. If Supreme Court should rule against him, it's going to be very disastrous for Labour Party, So, but let's continue to watch that space. But
Look, I found a little piece on it. Let me just give you. It says, this is somebody pushing back. It says, I'm just going from the middle bit. It says, Oluwo's attempts. It's not the Oluwo of it was just some random Oluwo. Oluwo's attempts to reframe the issue around the emergence of Gbadebo as the governorship candidate of the Labour Party to determine whether he is qualified to contest the forthcoming election. It says, for clarity, before Oluwo found his rented pen, Chief Ifagbemi Awamaridi had approached the Federal High Court on similar grounds, seeking to challenge the legitimacy of the process that saw Boyega Rhodes Vivo emerge as the Labour Party flag bearer. Expectedly, the court ruled against him in a well-considered decision and affirmed the candidacy of Rhodes Vivo. Unwilling to accept the wish of his party and the conclusion of the Federal High Court, Chief Awamaridi appealed the ruling of the Federal High Court at the Court of Appeal. Summarily, the case was dismissed and struck out at the Appeal Court after falling short of the pre-election practice direction 2022. So that's on a technicality, not on the substance of the case. As of today, there is no valid appeal pending in any court against the candidature of Rhodes Vivo. Worth mentioning also is that Awamaridi was the former candidate of the Labour Party, but by a letter directed to the national chairman of the party dated the 18th of June, he withdrew his candidacy as the governorship candidate of the party. Afterwards, a substitution primary election keenly contested between Alhaji Moshood Salvador and Chinedu Rhodes Vivo. So do they even have Yoruba names in Labour Party? Alhaji Moshood Salvador, as in Salvador Dalio, Salva.
Very popular name in Lagos.
Yes, so they don't have Faleti or Ifagbemi.
No, they have some.
Yeah, no, the last names now.
Brazilian name, Fernandez, Salvador.
Those are the Lagosians now. I think those are the called Lagosians. Those are the names they call.
They have some other names: Olushi, Kosoko, Akitoye. They have, Animashan. They have some that are Brazilian and some that are real conk Yoruba names. So they have it all over the place in Lagos Island. So
all right, but it looks as though the guy is still exploring his legal options. So so that might tally with what Crown is saying, that he may be in the Supreme Court. But we're not saying that with any. We're not backing that up other than outside of what Crown is saying. But it looks because this article I was reading to you was a week ago. So that's to say.
Yeah. So we hope that the Supreme Court will not rule against Gbadebo, because if that should happen, that will be a disaster for LP and all the efforts and every campaign expenses and energy, time, money they have put into this Gbadebo's governorship race. So I believe they have a strong lawyer defending them at the Supreme Court, and to make sure that Supreme Court will not rule against them. So,
but Ajale Koko, my prayer has been accepted. If they rule against him, yes, that is my prayer.
What Tinubu opposed to?
I don't want that guy. I don't want him.
Yeah. Okay, let's wait and see. Maybe the prayer will come. Let's wait and see. So
yes. But do you want Professor Awamaridi or Awamaridi or whatever? Which one is Awamaridi?
That's the full Yoruba man, so I prefer that one.
Yes.
Have you seen the guy real life?
No, we just watch a clip of him now. If it's a professor,
please,
then
you need
I'm
to watch it and you will laugh.
then I'm a, if it's
Watch
a
him on Arise
professor,
TV.
we have him here. If it's a professor, I'm a
The
banana.
status quo remains. And the status quo is the last publication of INEC. The last publication of INEC is my name, Prince Professor.
It looks like something out of some Freemason sort of some
No,
that
it looks
sort
like
of
a fake
space or
pastor.
Ogboni sort of whatever it is.
No, one man, the part you played is not even there's a part he was, he came with a staff, one white staff, he was flung.
No,
It
it was flicking it even on there,
Okay. Like,
chief professor. You know all those chief professors. When I start to hear chief professor, it always puts me in the mind of those Fuji music sort of, Alhaji Dr. Sikiru Ayinde Barrister, they like all those. I don't know, maybe some sort of insecurity thing.
One man, can I ask a question?
Go on.
Imagine, this professor now, he can speak Yoruba very well, Abi. Imagine the two options is Gbadebo and this professor with his good Yoruba accent. Who will you take?
The professor, because his name, yes, his name is, you know why? His name is Ifagbemi. So that's enough for me. Rather than a Rose Vivo or
What if his
Tinedu.
mother is Igbo? What if his mother is Igbo?
It doesn't matter. It looks full blood. It looks full blood.
So you can show somebody this video and say this is governor of Lagos State.
No. It looks like an Ogun worshipper, which is even better. So that's what Ifagbemi, we prefer Ifagbemi to Rose Vivo, Ifagbemi laugh, but there it is. But actually, Coco, two serious matters. Which direction Kwankwaso was the question we started off, and El Rufai's son was saying that mock if you may Kwankwaso in this phase, but he is the natural successor of Buhari, the space that Buhari occupies in our political landscape. So that led then to the wider question, Janle Koko, that what is the assessment of Kwankwaso's outing in this particular electoral cycle, and has he enhanced his reputation, and is he potentially a president? And if he is potentially a president, does he have to go and park his now newfound influence within one of the more larger parties? So all of that, Ajanle Koko.
Look, Kwankwaso performance in this presidential race, particularly with the results that we all saw from Kano, shows that Kwankwaso is the most powerful politician in that state. He beat Ganduje, the current guy. He beat him flatly, and that he beat a hell out of those people. And he's whether we like it or not, he has really defined himself as a person that is really loved by the people of Kano. And you know that Kano, in the whole northern state, is the economic powerhouse of the northern region economy, and as such, anybody that can control Kano, I believe, can easily influence other states in the north. And we have in history people that have done it, like Aminu Kano, who was well loved and was able to, and was very popular in in area we call Northwest today, in Kano, in Kaduna. And as a matter of fact, during the Second Republic, I think he controlled like 2 or 3 states. So Kwankwaso being the commander-in-chief of Talakawas and the kind of politics that he play with the his passion for education, passion to give his people education, free education at all levels, up to secondary school. That distinguish him among other politicians in the whole of the North. So this guy, on the way forward, can champion a political cause, a political revolution that will sweep across all the northern region of Nigeria. And once he's able to achieve that, I'm telling you, it become a hot cake to the southern politician. Politicians in the South will start looking for him because we know that you cannot win election or presidential election in Nigeria if you don't win the North. And you stand a better chance if you have your place in the South and you have a very formidable and strong politician in the North that can can market you to northern people. So Kwankwaso will stand by his performance now, he stand a better chance as a politician that will replace Buhari popularity. It's just a matter of time. So it shows that he's a very strong politician. And to other politicians in the North, by that performance in Kano, he will become attractive to some of them in the North, to align with him. And the stronger alliance he can form in the North, that can really position him as a very strong political leader in the North in the next presidential election. So Kwankwaso is and for Buhari's son, Rufai's son, to describe him as a new champion. I believe that guy, being a young generation guy, he knows what he's talking about. He has seen his people or people of his mate that are very admirable to this guy. So he's just giving us a hint about him that, hey, this is a man that we, the young generation in the North, are going to adopt as our new political leader after Buhari get out of the stage. So that guy, I think, is sending a message to everybody across Nigeria that Kwankwaso will definitely be a politician, a political leader that they of a new generation or young generation politician will align with and back up to be, their leader. So what Rufai said, nobody should discard it, nobody should throw it off the board. People should try to analyze that statement and be very objective about it, that, look, he knows what he's talking about. It's in the corridor of political power as well in the North. His father is a strong political leader too, Rufai. So this guy knows what is going on in the political space in the North. So I think Kwankwaso, he just needs to add more grease to his elbow, double his effort in his campaign and his strategy, to build more political structure across the North, and then use it to be more attractive to politicians in the North, in the southern Nigeria, for reason of forming alliance, and then come out stronger in the next presidential election, maybe next 4 years or next 8 years. So I think that he has a brighter chance, and he can position himself very well considering this performance in the from Kano. So Rufai's son have said it well. People should start looking for Kwankwaso political leadership after Buhari has gone.
All right, all right. Carry on. You can, but let me shuffle myself out and hand over
before you go, because I actually came up for you. One man, Thomas and Kulata. You three guys, I am so disappointed in you three. Especially you, Thomas, because I watched Thomas today have a nervous breakdown today. If it's affecting your health that bad, what is wrong with you? Why do you continually go to that space for you to have that kind of panic mode? What's going to affect the health in that, Thomas? That is not normal. You went over there and you had
Baba T, the doctor.
No. Go watch the tape. This man had a nervous breakdown.
I'm going there now, sir.
Normal now. Why do you constantly go to that environment that is very toxic? They're not willing to listen to anything. Now, Case now is a terrorist. Now he's a Boko Haram over there. Now that's why they call him over there now, because he doesn't show his face. One man, only God knows what man is now over there. So why do you guys continually go over there? What is wrong with you three?
Babati, I was asking myself that same question just earlier on today, and I wasn't even there. That what even do I even go there to do? I go there to poke fun at them, but the fun is not fun anymore. It's not fun anymore for me.
Watch Thomas today. The guy was afraid for his life. Seriously, Thomas, go and watch yourself. This man had a nervous breakdown today. He was afraid for his life. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? What is wrong with you?
Yeah, it's not fun anymore. It's not fun anymore. I don't think.
It's a very toxic environment. Nobody's going to listen to what you are saying. So what's the point of going there? We have a need of Nadeco to score you three guys. I don't know what is wrong with you three. To be honest with you, I was so pissed. Thomas had a nervous breakdown this evening. I'm like, oh my god, what's going to affect the health there now? Just avoid the place. I'm serious.
All right, and the other thing is, I also feel we are somewhat over promoting that space on this platform. So maybe we'll not be over promoting them anymore. They don't promote us. So
my brother BT, that is what they do. Talk to them. They go there and then get annoyed, come back and lash it on Uptown. And they will obedience here. We are the four guys. They go there, get annoyed, and they come back here and finish us as if we are the people piloting the platform there.
But no. I think.
What of Kulata? What did they? Babati?
Today is a terrorist now because they said he doesn't show his face. So because now they've called him Boko Haram. He's Boko Haram now. So I'm like.
Why? They slandered his name somewhat, and one of their commentators, and then the rest of them picked it up that it was justified that his name should be slandered because he wasn't showing his face fully, and they ran with that narrative, and it was just anyway.
I'm serious because Thomas, I was really concerned for Thomas' health because Thomas, you had a nervous breakdown today. Am I lying?
No, Babati, no. Do you know what happened there? I just want to say what I want to say because before they started cursing their generation. So that's what I quickly say it. And I told Rufus, I said, Rudolph, I will quickly dash out before they start cursing their generation. And all of them burst to laugh. Then it's just fun.
One guy said he's going to report Kulata to FBI. Last time he said this guy might have had some bad, criminal record somewhere, and that is why he's covering his face. He said he will report Rudolph and Kulata to FBI or something like that.
All right. Let's not give them publicity too much because I think we drive more traffic to them than they drive to us. So it's not a symbiotic.
I listened to that space. What I'm hearing is not far from what I heard from Simon Ekpa's space when I once visited to know what is going on there. And but what it got me to understand is why
we are being profiled on this platform, and I have not gotten it over the months. Why that profiling? Till I had to visit these spaces you guys are talking about. I'm like, oh, now I see why the profiling, because these guys are highly tribal. You're making it look like Igbo presidents. I mean, I couldn't even stand it for minutes. I couldn't even stand it for.
But Babati Uptown, what did I say that was offensive? I only talk about issues.
I know, but those guys are not willing to listen. Let me give you an example. Tinubu goes to visit Elumelu at home, and they say because the guy owns shares in UBA Bank, they must close all their accounts in UBA. Is that normal? So because somebody didn't vote for you and he owns a bank that you have account there, so you should go and close your account in the bank. Because
You know, Babati, I used to think they were doing it tongue in cheek. That they had no, they are serious. That's it was only just because I didn't think anybody could be that far gone. I thought they were doing it tongue in cheek, but they are these are lost. They are lost to the world. What is just you know?
Let me apologize on their behalf. Let me apologize.
No, they are not your responsibility. They are
just
not your responsibility.
What you get there is
Uptown, someone like HO, like she's. I mean, I don't think things are okay for that woman. I'm sorry. So
No,
a lot of it.
No, she's just a reflection of the typical Nigerian person right now. Just that
No. It's not normal. It's not. This is not typical Nigerian reaction.
No. You don't get what I'm saying. I didn't mean the reaction.
Do you know what annoys me most? Is the cursing, threatening, all names. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. And the host was just sitting there. Just nothing.
See, Thomas Kulata, let me tell you,
I don't know.
You guys enjoy it. You guys like Wahala, because me, I don't see myself going back to that space with what I heard. But you guys are going there. You like Wahala. You're enjoying it. You guys.
Wait, Uptown. I said Obi. I said Obi won 5 APC states, 6 PDP states. That shows the election is one of our credible elections, because I've never seen in Nigeria where an upstart candidate win 11 states from powerful parties. That was all I said. That's all I said.
You know what?
But Kulata, there are credible ways to challenge you now, rather than insult you.
I heard you talk about you've been watching the elections since 1979, if I believe the data, right? That you've been tracking it for that long, right?
Yeah.
And they said when that is not, but the comeback is what I don't get. You give them facts, but they come back with nothing. It's always emotions and
it's just emotions. So when I tell them directed emotions, they say I'm arrogant, that I think I'm smart. I mean,
because Osun State paid for your second MBA or your second.
Osun State. And someone now that was the one that vexed me. I mean, you just start making shit up. I mean, making stuff up. Like, for what? You can't attack me on anything, then you just lie. As in, it's ridiculous.
Going forward,
why do you go there?
Why do I go? I think I just feel I like
and now that when they dish it out to you, you're panicking. Some people are having panic attack. So what is the point?
Babati, there's no panic attack anywhere. I'm just when they hype up, I find joy. I'm very happy.
Thomas, you said that you were scared and fearful for your life on the platform. You said that.
That is the hype up branch of obedient movement now. I mean, that's all I saw.
All right. Let's move the conversation on and bring it back to what we were talking about. So let me bring you to the Joe Igbokwe commentary, Ajanle Koko. So let me open up that space as I depart. So Joe Igbokwe now, Tinubu will rule Nigeria till 2023. Hand over to a northerner. So this is Joe Igbokwe. Tongue lashing some wayward element on his comment section on his Facebook space. So he was canvassing for support for Sanwo-Olu. But then in the course of that canvassing, of course, the usual obedient went in there with the usual manner of behavior. And then he then let it rip that, look, you can wail and gnash at the teeth all you like, but this is what is to come. Let me just give you the last paragraph of the readout. The name of the person, of course, it says Ejike Ekuna. So this is the name of the wayward person that was launching at him. Actually, let me take it from here. It says, angered by Ejike's comment, Igbokwe declared that despite anger and hatred being meted at Tinubu by Southeast people, Asiwaju would rule the country for 8 years and hand over to a northerner, ruling out the possibility of Igbo presidency. His reply reads, when I see the level of despicable abuse and calling of names coming from the Southeast young people, I run away with the thinking that we do not, I don't know what this means, but it says did not something or the other do our duties as parents. Shame has enveloped me from head to toe. Ejike Akuna, mark my words here, Asiwaju from 2023 to 2031 and another northerner from 2031 to 2039. We will still be children of anger and children of hate, and life goes on. We will be onlookers because we've refused to play politics. That's all. So this is Joe Igbokwe now. And that sort of pushback against that character is almost reminiscent of the echoes from what's it called, Charles Soludo's essay. So the reality of politics versus this highly fantasized space. Tinubu will rule that country. We know for 4 years because he already has a certificate of return, and off performance and via rigging by whatever portal, there's a good chance that he will rule that country for 8 years. But now that North and South has been established as a routine, a very good chance that after that 8 years, he will hand over to a northerner who will then go on for his own 8 years. So that is the reality of it. But will this reality dawn on the space, or are we still going to go on with the narrative of we're going to surprise you, this time around we will shock you? So what are you then making then of that little spat between Joe Igbokwe and Wayward from Obedient Quarters?
Look, everything that is said was actually true. The content of his speech or messages are completely true, but the way he coined that statement and was not good enough. He is the one. He's the one that went to them to campaign, to placate for their vote for his governor. You know their base. You know who they are voting for. You know the party they are aligned with. He should be able to, speak to them in such a language that can sound peaceful, that can sound, speak maturely and speak, in such a way, to woo them to come and vote for you, give them reason why they should vote for you, achievement of the governors and what the government is intent, have in plan for their community, for their businesses and stuff like that, and not to punch back and combative statement against them and then mocking them. That is not good enough for a political leader to do. And this is and this is the method. This is what we see in Nigerian political leaders, and this is the same thing that Soludo do in the campaign there. This is the way they do it, and I don't know why. It's all over everywhere. You saw the one in what do you call it, Kogi State. It went to bulldoze and break up and destroy the road that linked to the village of that lady in Kogi State. This is they don't know, they don't.
Natacha.
So all these political leaders, these politicians doesn't know how to talk nice to their people, you know. So he didn't do good enough as far as the way he delivered that.
Ajale Koko, are you talking of Igbokwe?
Yeah, I'm talking about Igbokwe. So,
so what did he say that it doesn't rhyme with reason?
I have said it. What I said is that the content of the speech was right, but it didn't deliver it in a very. It should have said
polite way. Yeah, it should have said much better, in a low tone.
Yes, he should have said it better. He shouldn't have brought in that whether you like it.
That is one man. Ajale Koko, that word is very. Is a provocative word. If there's any English like that, it's trying to punch at their face.
Yeah, punch is very provocative, and it shouldn't have gone too combative and threatening them that if you don't like it, Tinubu will be there for 8 years, and after that the power will go to the north. No, you don't talk nice to people.
But Ajale Koko, can you blame him?
Yes, I blame him.
No. Let me finish. Ajale Koko, his house being burned down from Easterner people, Southeasterner people burn his house now because he's supporting Tinubu.
Yeah, those are the one in the east. They are not those one in Lagos. So,
Ajale Koko, what are you saying? What of the Easterners living in Lagos?
Yeah.
From Easterners living in Anambra, what is the difference? They burned his house. They threatened him not to come to his father's land.
And Thomas, can I interject just a minute?
Okay.
Yeah, come in.
Okay. And apart from that, before the presidential election, Joe Igbokwe was going to all the southeastern place of business and residential area, canvassing for votes. He pleaded with them. I think maybe some of them really assured him that they are going to vote for. Part of them maybe vote for Ashiwaju, but at the end of the day, it turned out that they voted for Obi, 99%. And they have seen the handwriting on the wall that this time around, they are not even ready to vote for Sanwo-Olu. So he know what he's also doing.
So are you trying to tell me that once a set of people don't go your way or go against you, the next step of action, especially if you win, is to start antagonizing them, start mocking them, because that's what Joe.
No, I don't mean that. I don't say that. What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. Now they are here in Lagos. He has sent the handwriting on the wall that they are still not going to vote for Sanwo-Olu. And he knows this is not good for their interest. Because when you look at the total the election recently, you will see that the Southeastern people predominantly voted for their son. And the Yoruba people are quite liberal with their approach. You can see that some of them really voted for Obi. And now the Labour Party candidate, of course, he might be a Yoruba guy, fathered by a Yoruba man. Fine, it's quite understandable. But he is not imbibed with the culture and tradition of the Yorubas. He identifies with the Southern Eastern more than the Yorubas. Of course, this will piss off a lot of Yoruba people. If he has identified with Yoruba more, can speak the language and to know him more better. In fact, even if with this situation, I don't really see him defeating Sanwo-Olu. You have to look at it and the context of the election itself. The last presidential election, APC won all the senatorial seat, and they won most of the House of Rep seat. And what makes LPO to also win in Lagos is that the churches, they also canvass vote for him. Now I'm asking the churches now. Sanwo-Olu is a Christian, right? And also Road is also a Christian. So who are they going to tell to vote for among the two of them? So the politics they play is playing back against them now. This guy is also fighting back. Apart from politics, everybody is human being. So you are saying the handwriting on the wall, and he's trying to tell them what you guys are trying to do is not good. So I don't see.
But I think you guys generalize the Southeast. Are you trying to tell me that in the elections at all, you also have a portion of Southeasterners that still vote for APC, right? It's not like it's 100%.
Even if we have a portion, have a portion, I don't think it's up to 5%.
You can't. You don't. Nobody knows that figure. Okay.
No,
it's not up to 5%.
It's telling. Look at the place you guys they reside in Lagos. Look at most of the places they reside in Lagos. Look at the places they reside in Lagos and see the
Igbos reside in Alimosho.
Not only Alimosho,
they
reside in Olodia, Papa. Some of them are started residing in Surulere.
We don't have the demographics of Igbos representation all across Lagos. Not even in the East. See, let's not stop working on those kind of facts.
Tinubu got over 60,000 votes in Imo State. Obi, check the votes Obi got in Ekiti State.
Why are you running to Ekiti again now?
Uptown, but you guys said Tinubu rigged that this guy rigged Imo State. That Obi was supposed to get 120%, but he only got 88%.
Who pulls the Dimba factor now?
You said Opo the rigged that 60,000 votes.
And
the truth be told, the election has come to stay. Because when you look at everything that
No, you are wrong.
Let me finish, please. You can.
No, they are in court, so election has not come to stay.
I know they are in court.
You see why they used to attack you in that?
I know they are in
court.
But I know they are in court. As a sane human being, you have to look at what is in your hand. Are you telling me that in Nigeria or anywhere in the world, a candidate that lost with about 2.7 million votes, and you want them to cancel this 2.7 million votes and add another vote to your own vote so that you can be declared? Obi has a lot of things he has to contend with. First, he has to win 24% in 25 states. One, he has to have the majority vote for him to be declared winner. That means they must remove that 2.7 million from Tinubu vote first.
Have you seen what Obi is going to court with?
Forget what is he going to court with. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a very good question. Who conducted the election? Is it not INEC? Is it Obi conducted the election?
I wonder.
If
you
wonder,
he's a party to it. He's a party to it.
Or whatever his name.
Please, Remy, please hold on. I want you to finish your thoughts. Yesterday, when one man left, we run through Obi. I don't want to go through Obi today. We will go to the topic squarely. Yeah, finish your thoughts, please.
Okay. There is a famous senior lawyer. His name is Clark. He said that in the court of law, the Constitution gave INEC the power. It is INEC that will determine who is the winner. And most times, the judges always believe in whatever INEC presented. He said as a lawyer, he contended against that rule. But that rule has stayed since 1979. It has never changed. So anybody that is going to court, it's your word against INEC.
So
INEC
all these people that Supreme Court is chasing out of office, INEC did not pronounce them winners.
How many? Can you tell me how many Supreme Court have chased? How many governors have they chased out? Have they chased out
all the entire state that is now being staggered the election? That's what happened there.
I think the problem you guys have that I don't want to say you believe in any fantasy that can happen.
Fantasy.
No, the question I asked you is not fantasy.
Uptown, you don't have to respond to everything people are saying, please. Please.
No,
Uptown. I won't take that.
If he works like
no. I won't take that. Let him continue speaking, please.
So we
are not echo chamber of Peter Obi here. Please.
Okay,
We believe
relax.
in the
Stop making it too
fantasy.
personal,
We
Jerry.
believe in the fantasy.
I
that
am not making
everything
it
is
No, no,
personal.
no,
Can
but
you mute
Thomas,
yourself,
You
Thomas, you
please?
can
are.
remove me if
John
you
is
don't. If
equating Joe.
guys, how you
Can you mute
no,
yourself,
you can't talk to
please?
me like
Too
that
personal.
now.
Come on.
Can you mute
It's very
yourself,
wrong.
please?
Mute me now. You know the
Very, very wrong.
moderator.
Can you mute yourself? And if you are not happy, you can go out. Please. Continue, Remy.
So often, don't take it too personal. I'm just expressing my view, and I've listened to you for more than 4 hours speaking here.
I wonder, he's been speaking all day. Somebody
Relax.
just
Stop
came in
taking
now.
things too
He's
personal. We
speaking.
just
You don't let
told
him
you.
speak.
You're a
I've
moderator. Stop
listened
being
to
too
you,
biased with your
and
approach.
you talk, and I did not say anything. I've been here for more than 4.5 hours, and to me, there was a time you are speaking for about an hour.
Remy, please hold on, please. You've been speaking since all day. I've been listening to you since I finished from church. And somebody just came in now, he's talking. You don't even let him speak. I'm not praising Obi, praising Tinubu here. No. Everybody have their say. And I didn't kick him out. Oh, he left by himself. So for everybody to know. Continue, Remy.
That is understandable because he still believes in the fantasy that they are going to upturn the election. I don't. When I look at the maps, I did not see the path that will win from even before the election, because the core North are not supporting you, and they have the majority of the vote. The reason why Tinubu was able to pull through is that some of these governors stick to their word, and he was able to get a substantial vote in Northwest and Northeast. Even losing Lagos State, he does not complain. And you won Lagos State, and no any other party won in the Southeast. You voted 90% or 94%. Are you telling me a deeply established two-party that have been in this region for more than 20 years, even the ruling party, they cannot muster to even get 3,000 votes or 4,000 votes in any of the Southeastern state? And you guys, you always say they rigged the election, I was surprised because, and I want to blame Soludo.
Remy, sorry for coming in. A guy came here. He said in one of, I forgot the state, so I don't want to say the state that I'm not fact. He said there are card carry member 200,000 of APC in one of the Southeast states. 200,000 card carry member.
And at the end of the day, they get.
At the end of the day, they couldn't even get 11,000 votes or 15,000 votes. So what happened there?
I think the point I have is that a lot of people, a lot of young Nigerian people, maybe out of inexperience, one. Second, not so exposed enough to read between the lines. And third, believe in fantasy that, we are all youth before. We always believe in that vigor. You are not the only one in Nigeria. When you look at the demography, the youth are there, the women are there, old age people are there, the party people are there, everybody are there. You are not the only one that is voting. And according to, I've seen Nigerian very well. Most people in the northern part of Nigeria, they will never talk. The most shakers talking, arguing, fighting among themselves, they are from the south. The election has come and gone. The northern people are back to their life. They continue. In the southern people, you are agitating that nothing's going to change. Do you think they don't know what they are doing? So they allow you, Soludo allow you to win in Anambra without interference. I think there must be a kind of agreement between Soludo and Obi. Okay, for the presidential election, I'm not going to do nothing. I just allow you to have your way. You got whatever you want. Now you are because you have the upper hand. Now you are now instigating or maybe trying to now say, Labour assembly candidate in Anambra. You are now going there to support them. That means, in a way, if they have majority, you want to impeach him in the future.
Is it wrong for him? Or is that a wrong? That's party politics now. That's normal now. Is it wrong for him?
So why are you blaming Soludo for also doing what everybody play? He has to play also. Anything he has to
Remy, do you think Soludo will sit down and Labour Party want to take the state, so he will fold his arms like a mumu?
That is exactly what I'm trying to
What do you expect? What do you expect him to do?
He should win
He fights for his party.
mandate, not to antagonize them,
next
not to
Saturday
threaten them.
election,
Come on.
Which kind of threat? What is the threat?
Telling them that anybody that doesn't support his party and everything, there won't be any projects, or he won't support any of the projects of any of the party members or things like that. Or there is only salary.
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
That's what we've been debating on.
No, let me say this.
Like
Remy, wait. Let me say this. That I will want a proper person to interpret that Igbo, because I don't trust obedience. They can lie from heaven to hell. I will expect a Igbo person that is not biased. Let me finish now. Let me finish. I will want Igbo person that is not biased to translate what he said there. Then I can believe what he said. Since he's still speaking in Igbo, I don't agree with anything obedient come here to say. If we have non-obedient translate that part, then I will agree, because obedient, they can lie. We know many of their lies. So continue, Remy.
So even if he says something like that, there are different kind of personality. Obi might also be saying his own in a more indirect way. They will not bring out those one out. So this guy knows what he's fighting for. This guy knows what he's fighting for. Because if he does not talk, I don't support threatening people. But in politics, anything goes. Anything you have, go and ask Donald Trump if he knows how to the US presidency. So if fought dirty, and at the end of the day, he won. So are you telling Soludo that he should allow Obi to also win all the?
So what Soludo is different? What's the difference between what all these Labour Party people are doing online, abusing people and insulting them? And what's the difference?
So that is exactly what you are saying.
So if you are saying that it's normal in politics, then why are you guys attacking them left, right, and center? I am not. You should accept it now.
Look, I am not attacking anybody. What I'm trying to say is that the election has come and has gone. The winner has been declared. You are in court, fine. But don't sell unnecessary narrative to people. We are not dumb. Also,
it's part of politics. You said it's part of politics.
No. Let me finish. The INEC has released the result. Any result apart from the one INEC released is rubbish. That is the one that they conducted the election. They released the result. It is that result that you guys will go and contend in the
court of law. Yeah,
fine. But now you're not bringing another result out. Most time, every time, that is rubbish to me. Nobody believes in you. That is the point. And I'm trying to say, Obi case is even more difficult, because first you have to prove that you won the election by letting them cancel that 2.7 million votes. And then you have to now shoot up your own votes. That's one. And secondly, you have to win in 24, or at least 25% in 24 states.
Okay. Remy, you sometimes I will just laugh. Their own projection they brought out yesterday, their home projection. No. Obi is not even winning. Their Labour Party projection, one man brought us to yesterday. I don't know, maybe Ajale could remember. Their home projection. Obi doesn't even win in their home projection. So what are they fighting for? What are they fighting for?
As normal, they have a right to go to court, which they have done.
Yeah, I didn't say they should not go to court, but you have to prove your case beyond reasonable doubt. And you rightly said, the potent and the authentic result is the one INEC produced.
Thomas,
there is no order. There is none.
Thomas,
yes, Babati. Yeah.
The law says transmission, not e-transmission. It's very simple. That means it's their discretion to determine if they want to do e or just do manual. There's no mandate to force them to do electronic. It just says transmission, simple English. I don't know why this is even an issue.
So why spend so much resources on that, on such?
Babati, that's what I said on damages that people almost got epilepsy.
It's there now. Go and read it now.
So why do you spend so much funds on that beaver system if you know
It doesn't matter.
Beavers
It doesn't matter.
transfer. Well, that's the problem I'm having with obedience.
Beavers is different from IREV. Beavers is accreditation.
Okay, IREV. So why spend so much?
Colata, please
so much
educate obedience in some maybe 5
You
to 10 minutes.
you cannot educate emotional people. They have to first calm down before they can absorb this thing.
Is that why spend so much
guys, just
on a system you know you're not going to use?
Wait, just bring the law out and read it. Just simply, it's there on paper. Just go and read it yourself. Transmission.
They don't read. They don't read.
They don't read. They just carry this emotion. Anybody that don't support Obi, their father go die. Their mother go die. Cancer go kill them. Cancer go kill them.
What's MC Oluomo got to do with what we're saying?
No, it's only APC people that read now.
Why do you think
don't
MC
read now?
But you guys don't behave like you read, though. On a serious note. Yes, you do not. Because if you do, you half of what you say, you won't be saying it.
And now you people go school now. That's why you have touts leading.
It's not about you people go school. It's a matter of setting aside.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But you guys need to park. You need to set aside your emotions for a while.
Remy,
you that you read, are you in governance? Are you in any level of governance?
Remy, I was tracking this guy's collation, this Obi guy.
Some Asian guy, yeah. Some Asian guy.
At some point, it stopped. Even I think when APC was leading, I think they stopped when they saw that this thing was.
They just stopped it. They didn't complete it because
what they were tracking. Because even I'm like, this is kind of tallying with what INEC was reported. So even in their own space, they know something is right, but they refuse to educate their own members to say, guys, listen, we have done our own study. I think that would have been the most responsible thing to do, but they refuse to do that.
They won't. They will never.
Babati and Thomas, you see, the thing is their fault though. They set themselves up for this because they went into a frenzy. Like there was no way Obi was not winning. But when you tell them before election, when we were telling them that there was no way Obi will win, they just went crazy, hysterical. But anybody with a brain know that Obi, if you cannot win any of the core northern states, not even one, a few of them, you cannot win Nigerian election. It's a simple rule. But no, like Obi has magic in his hand.
Out of 13 states in Northwest and Northeast, Obi did not get close to 20% of the vote.
That's not shocking now. We had no numbers over there. We told you that.
He had no numbers over there.
I said you must have a spread.
He had no spread, is the point.
No spread, and just people you don't have it. And then this is just I like Nigerian lawyers, they like making money.
Remy, please hold on. I want to checkmate who people on the screen so that I can know who is there or not there. Do we have enigmatic? Enigmatic. No, enigmatic is not there. People have come in. Yeah, continue.
So it does not have the spread, does not have the majority vote. As I said earlier before, a whole system of Nigeria have been destabilized for a long time, more than 20 or 25 years ago. And most of Nigerian youth nowadays, and the event of social media, everybody, sometimes they just, anything they see on social media, they just believe and they accept it, who can sing. I gave it to Obi because he played on Nigerian sentiment. And of course, because of the situation of the country, that's also there. The NSAS is also there. And Yoruba people, being liberal people, having their own mind, they can choose whoever they want to vote for.
No, Yoruba is not liberal.
No. Let me finish.
They will say, I know. I'm just being sarcastic. Yorubas are not. They are not liberal.
You cannot push them. They know who are they going to vote.
Amos, are you liberal?
Why not? I'm liberal.
Of course you're not. No, are you liberal?
Okay,
why? Give me reason.
When you look at the old election in the Southwest, you can see that Tinubu lost in 2 states, although he was able to garner some vote. Even apart from that, Obi also garnered a lot of votes in the Southwest. So you can see
Yorubas vote.
Thomas, hold on. I keep telling you guys, Tinubu did not win. His victory was not based on the state he won. what gave him the numbers was where he came second.
Yeah, it was competitive. It was competitive throughout.
You're right. That's what gave them the victory. But when you have people coming online saying that they happy to be on Time Magazine, you know something is wrong upstairs. You cannot even, I mean, it's just not. It's like, how do you get there? You can
on
check
Times Magazine for what?
And it was
to be frank with you, I listened to you.
What did they publish about him on Time Magazine?
I don't know.
They said actually Google. They said consumption to production.
I listened to these guys talking about how it's going to continue. I listened to you guys how it's going to continue with the movement. I don't see that playing out at all. It's not going to be easy. I see him probably going back.
But Remy, immediately they lost, people said, don't mock them, don't gloat. I said, but we told them, if we're to win this election, this is how we will be mocked. Even though he didn't win, they are still mocking us. You said you can't win Lagos. He won Lagos. He can't win this. He won this.
He lost.
Me, I will mock. Me, I will mock people.
No,
me understand though.
He lost, but to
yeah, listening to you. That is where when you go to Rudolph show, they are waiting for you. You think they are not listening to you here? All this smoking you are doing, that's why they
the point is that he lost, but most of them still believe he won. And the narrative
Remy, they believe, but based on what?
Based on what they are feeding them through social media.
But it's not based on
hold on. Based on ethnicity. Based on ethnicity. Okay. Based on some
religion, Christian vote,
propaganda.
Do you still believe that some pastors are still telling them that they are going to overturn the election?
They should lock them up.
Some pastors say that it's part of the revelation.
Remy, they should be locked up. I'm sorry, no. They should be locked up. Those man of God, whatever, they should be locked up.
Man of God, I be man of God, man of money. Those are man of money.
The first problem Africa have is religion. They are using religion to destabilize that continent. And most of our people are so gullible that they just follow them, whatever they say. You cannot believe that a woman will respect a pastor more than her husband. We give unnecessary honor or due to the pastor. More than
credence to pastor.
It's so terrible in that country. If you sit down at the corridor of your room and pray to God, God will answer. You don't need to go to any mosques or any.
Remy, you know what baffles me? Before election, before primaries, some pastor came out. Tinubu is not going to win the primaries. He won the primaries. Some pastor came out. Tinubu is not going to live. He will die.
Yes.
Before I have videos.
Yes, they said that.
I don't know. Maybe you've listened to some. He's going to die before election. He didn't die. He's not going to win. He won. Some will say they will not even swear him in. Let's wait. Maybe they will. It's just total nonsense. Nonsense, pastor.
Don't worry.
I'm
next
sorry,
year,
I'm a Christian.
Will support you. Don't worry.
Sorry?
Next year, I said next election, the next 4 years, they will come to your support and you'll be praising them.
Which support? What are you saying?
They will come to your support. See.
Which support now?
APC
don't
support.
Tinubu
support.
They don't need
their support. My brother, just mute yourself. You don't know what you are saying.
Okay, don't take it personal. Start talking like a barbarian.
Not support Tinubu now. Next 4 years election, they will switch to Tinubu side, saying that yes, he's the Messiah again. Don't worry.
They're just total nonsense. I'm a Christian. I'm proud Christian. I just came back from church. But I don't follow all these their stupid prophecy. I don't care about them. I don't care.
You know what's funny? Even the guy that came second article is even very at least.
He's not even crying. He's not crying wolf.
You came third, and the one yelling the most is what I don't understand. You came third for God's sake. Why are you yelling like somebody robbed you? You know, that's I don't get their own logic. But
why you don't get it? They said they won the election. You said they should not cry now.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, game changer. How are you, brother?
Good.
Yeah, Good.
What
Yeah,
about
yeah.
I just want to
Coming,
make
Afana?
it
Joyce
coming.
clear.
Yeah.
is still there. You didn't even let her speak, Thomas.
Who?
Joyce, the lady. What is her name? Is it
No,
there?
I don't think she's here.
Rosie,
Rosie.
Rosie.
She
No,
gone?
I don't think Rosie will have come. She could have come in since. I know
Okay.
she's not here. Rosie,
Alright.
I know Rosie now. She will just come in, go out, come in, go out. I don't think she's with his man. Game changer. Let's hear from you, bro.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to make a quick assertion of all this obedience. The reason they don't really believe that Tinubu won, I think, is because they don't really understand the simple logic behind this election. I usually give them this scenario, like if they have bread, a loaf of bread, and they cut like 40% for someone, like 3 of them, but they only have 2 bread. So 2 people. Sorry. Okay, sorry, I'm coming.
We love hearing that. We love hearing that. Continue, my brother.
So they have 2 loaves of bread, and 2 of them, Labour Party is holding one, and PDP is holding the other one. Now, APC said, please give me bread. And they gave him like 40% of that bread to APC. PDP too gave 40% of that bread to APC. Now, by the time you calculate what APC has in his hand, he already has like 80%, right? Out of the 200, like 100, he has 80%. The other one has 60 with them. Now, the Labour Party are now wondering, somebody that I gave 40%, how come is having more than me? That is the problem with them. They forgot that APC got votes from other side of the country as well. Obi thinks because he win in the south, he has the majority of the votes in the south.
Of the southeast, rather. Southeast.
Yeah, I just generalize it like, let's say the south generally. Because if you count the number of votes in the south, I think he has more than Tinubu in the whole south. So that is the illusion that most of them have. Because they think, oh, because they won in the south. They never thought about the north. They forgot that in the north, Tinubu still have like good numbers there. Atiku on his own too. Atiku thought, oh, I win most of the votes in the north. How come I wasn't declared the winner? Forgetting that in the south, he didn't have much needed votes.
Nothing, almost nothing in the
Exactly.
south. Almost nothing.
Those are the things that are getting disobedient, that are still confusing them. Because if you give me 40%, you have 60 with you. The other person too gave me 40%. He has 60 with them. So technically, I'm having 80.
Who is leading then?
Exactly. So I'm having more than both of them because I got from this side and I got from the other side. But the majority of them, they don't understand that logic, that is how Tinubu won them. Because Tinubu will get good votes in the south.
I don't believe they
north.
understand. They're just not being they're not being realistic at all. They understand. Yeah. Atiku is a mature politician. Obi is a mature politician. They know the rules of the game. So what they just want to disrupt the whole process. Start all over again.
It's crazy.
Understand. They just want to disrupt the whole thing. They know what they are doing.
My brother, it's not going to happen. INEC spends for almost 400 billion. It's not going to happen. Forget it. Yes, continue.
Thomas, speaking about this Lagos guy, the Labour Party, I heard in the evening that some people are saying that, oh, language is nothing, is this, is that. I don't think some people that are saying that, I don't think they know what they're talking about.
No, if you are not Yoruba, you can.
Here in Canada, I don't know, maybe there's somebody that lives in Canada on this platform here. The 2 languages that they have here, like the main language, are the French and English. For you to be a prime minister of Canada, you have to understand, to be able to speak both language. It's a must. You can't just say, oh, it's only English that I can speak. Because I can speak only English, I can be prime minister. They won't allow you. You have to know both both language. That shows how important language is. So for them to be saying, "Oh, it's okay as long as his dad is this, his dad is that," it's not okay. You have to be able to communicate to the people on the street. You have to be able to communicate with the pepper sellers in the market. But if you don't understand that language, how are you supposed to communicate with them? How are you going to be sure that what the interpreter are telling you are the right thing? What if they are manipulating you? So that is nonsense. And majority of the people from the Southeast, they will never take such thing in their land.
The first prime ministers of Canada didn't speak French. Hope you know.
When which first prime minister? You said first prime minister. When was that?
The first three prime ministers, John
You are talking
MacDonald,
about something 100 years. Are you talking about 100 years ago?
I'm telling you, there is not cast in stone that they
How
must
many
speak
years
French.
ago is that?
Whether
What
it's how
years
many
ago?
years ago,
Do you know the new rule now?
the narrative you are pushing was that you can't, you must be bilingual. And I'm telling you that people have served as
But
prime
I'm
minister
telling you, the new rule now, you are talking about 100 years ago. This guy is talking about something 100 or even 200 years ago. We're talking about something that is happening. When was the first prime minister? When was it?
Google is your friend. Go and check. Don't ask me.
No. You are there.
But you are the one that raised.
No, you won't tell you. The narrative you are pushing was that nobody can be prime minister without you being bilingual.
You can't. In the Canada of today, you can never.
But people have been English speaking solely,
This guy.
were prime minister. So your point is not valid.
You are talking about what is not. This first prime minister you are talking about. Have you ever read the history of what happened then?
Yeah, what's the history?
Before the merchants, before they even recognize French, because this French province, some of them were not even they were claiming that they were not part of Canada before. But after everything was resolved, are you telling me they still allow things like that to happen? Like if you're not bilingual, you're talking about old story. We are telling you of what is going on, what is on ground.
Obedience are never realistic. never realistic at all. Honestly.
No. My problem, game changer, Remy, everybody. My problem is they don't listen. They will never listen. Anything that is coming out of anybody that doesn't support Obi is nonsense.
From obedience, can't you? Let's talk about something more constructive now. Everything
obedience will
live rent free in your head. Can you? You've won the election. You've won. So what's the big deal?
Who won the election?
You guys have won now. Didn't you win the election?
Guy, please. I'm not Tinubu supporter. Please.
Yeah, we're living rent free in your head. Let's talk about things more.
No. You are not living there. No. Please, please. Let's be mature here. My brother, Charles, please. Let's be mature. Don't talk sarcastica to people. My brother, please.
Fun of obedience.
I don't care. I can make fun of them. I don't care.
That's not what this platform is about, is it?
I don't care. This is my session. I can make fun of them.
You can gloat in your house. This is a public platform. Talk about
my brother.
That are more constructive.
Please, I can do what I want to do. You can't tell me what to do. I can gloat. Yeah.
Gloat.
It's my mouth, not your mouth. Please.
Constructive criticisms, not all this.
I don't care, my brother. I don't care. Do you hear that?
Charles,
thank you.
Charles, Thomas, sorry. I just wanted to let him know, Thomas has the control of this program, just like one man said. He can decide how he wants to run his program.
Okay, let him decide.
But still, yeah. He can decide on how to run it. So
now let's keep on talking about Obi now, since that's what
if he wants us to go to another topic, he has the control. He can say, okay, let's move to another topic. We are not the one in the position to tell him this is what you should do.
He better not change it to let him stick to this. I hope it's not me that.
Oh, my brother, can you mute yourself, please?
Don't make sure you don't change the topic. Continue.
Can you mute yourself, please?
Mute me,
please.
Now. I'm not the one in control.
Can you mute yourself?
I'm not.
So, do you want me to kick you out, or you want to mute yourself? Please. We are mature here. We are not joking here. This is serious business we are doing here. Please. Please, I said peace. Game changer, continue, please. I want to throw to you, what about Soludo? What do you think about all this paparazzi going on? They said Soludo is threatening the Anambrans that they should not vote for Labour Party, that any local government that vote for Labour Party. I'm following their words, so because I haven't listened to that word in English, and I haven't got proper person to translate it to English. I'm just saying it at the back of the obedience that listening to the video. They said he's threatening them that he will not do any project, anybody that votes for Labour Party. So what is your take? Game changer. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Thomas. Then, you know what? Talking about if that is true, I don't think it's a way of running democracy. You can tell people that, oh, you as a sitting governor, you can tell them these are my projects, this is why you should vote for me. But you don't give them like some kind of threatening that, oh, if they don't vote for me, I'm not going to do this for you. That's not democracy. But I believe as a governor, in the presidential election, he doesn't have any real candidate that he wanted to support. I believe then most of his people, most of his supporters voted for Obi.
But of course, he doesn't have power over them. They
exactly.
choose who they want to vote for.
This is a different ball game when it comes to
State
governorship or state election, because there's no way Soludo will be on the seat and he will let Labour Party outshine APGA. I don't think it's something he's going to give all his energy, all his strength to make sure that he retain some of his state assemblies. So I don't what he did, if truly, like I said, I keep using if truly he threatened them that, oh, he's not going to do any project for them, that's not it's not really good to me. It's not a way to run democracy. And that's why if Tinubu says the same thing, like, you guys don't vote for me in Anambra, I'm not going to do any project for you, I believe Soludo is not going to like it as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Game Changer. But I think the problem is this. During the presidential election, I think APGA also lose some seat, senatorial and some federal rep seats
to Labour Party.
Yeah, and I think generally, just my personal opinion, I think there is maybe a soft agreement between Obi and Soludo. But now he's seeing the handwriting on the wall that this guy is also coming for me. I think that's why he's fighting back. Using threatening language is no good, but like Nadeco said before, we did not see the whole tape, all recorded from start to finish.
We know them now. They love to cut videos. They will just cut videos from the middle.
But as governor of a state, you cannot sit down and allow because now they are competing against one another again. You cannot allow the opposition to now take over the House of Assembly where you are the sitting governor. And
Remy, if to say obedient Peter Obi and Soludo, they are in good term now. That's another thing entirely. But we know now they are cat and dog, are the cat and rat. So will you, as a governor, Soludo, will you be sitting down, one Labour Party to take all the assembly? So, and they have been threatening with impeachment before now.
Yes, and when you look at this guy, look at the president of that state, Anambra State. Remember, Ngige was removed. Obi was impeached maybe once or twice.
You
should learn from history. It's not stupid at all. He knows what he's also doing. So listening to Uptown for more than 2 hours talking about pushing the oldies, something like that. Politics is not so stupid. He knows where he's coming from. This guy is coming for me. So when Labour have the majority seat at the House of Assembly in Anambra, what will happen?
What will happen?
They will impeach
And
him.
even Remy, forget about even impeachment. Things will not get done. He will send some things to the house. They will not pass it. No,
And then
things will not get
they will
done.
say it's not performing at the end
And
of
they
the
will
day.
say it's not performing. And he can't do anything without the House of Assembly.
So everything boils down to this one thing. In Nigeria, any region must know how to play the politics very well. The northern part of Nigeria, especially the northwest, they are super, super good about playing this Nigerian card very well. If you want to win that election, I remember in the maybe 1999 when we have AD, all of us we voted for Falai, but the rest of the country voted for Obasanjo. He won. And when he was recontested, he sent a cajole to them for the Southwest governor. They took it line and sink. At the end of the result, what happened? Only Tinubu left. All the other governors, they lost their seat, their House of Reps, their senatorial seat. They lost everything.
Everything. Every goddamn thing.
Soludo might be right, but what this stands for South is that they have to know how to play their. I have a lot of people friends. They agree with me that the way they are playing their politics is not good enough. First, you are a minority in terms of people that will vote in the national
No,
election.
don't say that. Oh, they will get angry. Oh. Don't say that.
No. I'm saying they can get angry. It does not bother me at all. In terms of vote, the Northwest have the chunk of the vote, followed by the Northeast, and then the other, followed by Southwest, another
Southwest, yeah.
So the Southeastern, they must play a very good politics. You must okay, we want this thing, we must work for it. Let's come together as a bunch. Let's work for it now. Even if they have supported Tinubu now, it would have been a very good chance for them after 16 years, let's say 16 years, let's just say maximum, go back to Southeast. Now you don't.
Remy, are you seeing if Southeasterner support Tinubu frontally with not all this hatred on him?
No,
let me land. It could be even doing 4 years and maybe another Southeasterner do another 4 years before going back to the north. That's just a suggestion. Yeah.
No, I'm just building up something. It's not. Like whatever happened.
Yeah, go on.
The next 16 years, it will have been a very good case for them, and they will probably have picked that position. But the way I'm saying it, in the next 16 years, if they are not really careful, it will go back to South.
The problem with the Southeast is that they supported PDP for a couple number of years, and even when the seat was meant to come back to them, at the end of the day, they changed the narrative and said it must go to the north. So they even have a problem with even trusting people in terms of keeping to their word.
Because they don't play their game very well. They shouldn't have allowed people.
But Remy, Charles, that is the problem of PDP. That is the problem of PDP.
You said, but it's still a party. They supported a party for how long?
But that's what I'm saying. Is that's the problem of PDP.
And the same North that align with the North,
you can't say no. Charles, I will not take that. Let me finish. Remy, hold on. I will not take that. Don't say North. That is the problem. Let me finish now.
Finish, yeah.
Let me finish. Don't say North. Every region of that country comprises of PDP. That is PDP problem. Don't say not. So many Southerners said, let us throw it open, isn't it?
Your APC is made up of the North. APC is made up of what part of the country? The
Every part of the country.
Even the APC,
every part. If it's northern APC country, how come we didn't get any vote from the Southeast? If it's made up of every part of the how is it made up of every part of the country?
South.
So is APC only Southwestern party?
But it's not made up of every part of the country.
APC will not pick their candidate from the Southeast. Look at what happened in 2015 and 2019. How many votes did they get from that place? That would be suicidal for them.
Okay. Zero.
You have been with PDP for a long time.
Exactly.
I don't know why you people did not fight to the end that no, this thing must go to the Southeast.
But even
Remy, you don't know what happened. You don't know what happened. hold on. Atiku tricked them. Atiku said if they can microzone it to the southeast, he will not run. And Atiku knew the power that be in PDP will never microzone it to the southeast.
Why?
Atiku knew.
No,
He knew.
why won't the powers? Who are the powers that be, and why won't they send it to the? Give it
I
to the
don't
South?
know. Maybe Atiku can answer that question. But they knew. He knew that the party will never microzone it to the southwest.
Because there's an agenda against the South is that state. That's the thing. It's not a matter of playing your politics. It's not a matter of being faithful to or playing your politics well. There's an agenda that no matter what happens, that power can shift for some whatever reason, can shift to the southeast, even if you're as loyal as possible.
I think
That's
you
what
are
it
wrong.
means.
I think I don't agree with you. I will tell you 2 reasons I don't agree with you. First, the starter instant, they are fighting 2 causes at one time. First, you want to go away from Nigeria through your hypo. That is one. That one already, a lot of Nigerian people don't trust to give power to this kind of people. And then secondly, now you came back again. You also want to be a president. Come on. If you are also part of that family, first, this is the narrative you are giving us. And then secondly, within some few months to the presidential election, you won the presidency. If you are part of a family or a junior brother or senior brother to somebody within that family, would you take that person seriously? And when you look at the electoral map, you will see that your candidate preach a religion and ethnicity. Look at the map. You can look at the map by yourself. Look at where you won. Look at where you won.
Even in the north, it's the Christian vote. It got from the north, majority vote.
And he couldn't win any of the north, the core northwest and northeast. Just the Christian vote.
But when PDP was led by Northern Party and the Southeast gave them votes, you did not say that Christian distinct or votes or ethnic votes or anything
Nobody
like that.
contend with you with that. When
Nobody contend.
won, you gave him all the vote. Did you see the Southwest people complaining? We did not vote for him, and he won. And we accept our fate, and life continue. We regroup.
Remy, Labour Party, PDP won Osun State. Do you see Yoruba crying foul?
No.
No.
Labour Party won Lagos. Did we die?
Labour Party won Lagos. Did Yoruba cry foul?
You gloat it over us that it becomes our state.
But it's a Southwest. It's a win-win for you because it was still a Southwesterner that became president now. So what's the loss in?
No. That is not the issue.
Because I'm trying to understand the logic there. Gloat over what? What should you be sad about?
Okay, I will tell you why you guys gloat over it. If you want to play the ethnic
who
card.
gloated over it?
Listen carefully. When Obi won Lagos, a lot of Southeasterners are saying they are the one that voted for Obi, that Yoruba people does not vote for him.
Yes, we said it. We said it. We're going to win, and we
Obviously,
did. We won.
Obviously, that's not true.
That's true. That is the narrative. That is why Yoruba people are at peace with another one.
But we all know that you can't just those votes that Obi won doesn't even 50% does not even account to most of the Southeasterners.
No, if you listen to if I watch a lot of video on YouTube, but only that I don't save them. They gloat over it, but Yoruba people kept calm because Yoruba people will give you your space. This is your choice. We can't force it on you. I've seen in a family, everybody voted for whoever they believe in. I'm telling you the truth. I'm just my opinion. Let me say not the truth, my opinion. If you don't play your politics very well, there is no way you are going to.
I understand the narrative you are coming from because now the Easterners not only are you you already are enemies of the North. Now the way we've done it now, you've added the Southwest to it, especially with the whole
no, that
Lagos
is not
scenario.
that is not my narrative. You are that's not
what are you saying? What are you
saying? My narrative is simple. Play your politics very well. Be like a bunch of broom. Be strong. Tinubu went to this agreement with 6 AC states. Look at 5 states in the Southeast now. You have 2 APC states, 1 APGA, and maybe 2 PGP. So when you go to a battle, if you are already divided, how can you win? Now, Obi won and displaced all of this old establishment in the Southeast. Do you think they are happy? they will fight back. Do you think it's very easy to lose your senatorial state because of Obi or whatever? And then you now want to also win all the state assembly seats again? They will fight back. And if care is not taken, Labour might not win any governorship election in that southeast.
It's not a do or die, really.
It's a do or die to politicians. It might not be a do or die to you, but to them, you are also infringing on their own space. They want something too. So at the end of the day, there will be a big infighting for vote in the southeast, and it's going to be very, 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 very fiercely fight among them. So at the end of the day, play your price very well. You lose that golden opportunity.
Okay, so I'll ask you a simple question. So you're talking about play politics now. So if you are a Southeasterner or you are a Labour Party official, what would be the next step of action to take? Would you go to APC, which they won't take you, or you will go to PDP that still aren't that faithful towards you? They, in some ways, I also take it that they betrayed you.
Okay, now let me answer your question. As Obi, I might build my own party, and I will build very well. And when I'm strong, I cannot build alliances all over Nigeria. It needs people. Nobody, the same set of people, you have to go to them, cajole them, or convince them to join your party.
Remy.
And secondly, you must also, because you want to be a president of a country.
Right.
So you must build your own party. And how do you build it?
Remy,
Remy, let's hear about Babati. Yeah.
No, Remy, this is the fear I have for your guy. If he tries to reach out, they might turn him into a Kora Usa. You know how in that space, when somebody wants to reach out to a different part of the country, for some reason that person is seen as a betrayal. Is the Labour Party willing to open themselves up to other people from other regions? That is the question.
We opened ourselves up to PDP now. Come on. So why
No, not party.
No, you don't play your politics very well that time. Just accept it. You don't play it very well.
Will Iwosu Okorocha be willing to allow Bala Mohammed in that Labour space? That's the question. Let's be honest. That has to give without being seen as some kind of.
If I were Obi for this election, it's a very tough call.
Obi's vice is a northerner now. Is it not a northerner?
No. If I were Obi is a southeasterner. If I were Obi for this election, I came third, not even second. I've tried. I've won 12 states. I brought in several senators and House of Representatives. If I were him, I would look at the big picture in front of me, not the fight now. You already lost. You know inside your heart you lost. There's no way you are going to win. I will congratulate Tinubu and I will rebuild my party. That will give you more respect in Nigeria than what they are doing now.
No. I told one man.
What they're doing now, at the end of the day, we are affecting more.
No. I told one man that Obi's motive of contesting these elections, the whole thing, is basically to just keep the fire burning. All of us know that definitely he's not going. This is Nigeria. There's no court demand that is going to overturn the elections. We all know. But there's a scenario that if he had congratulated Tinubu and okay, guys, we lost, it will have killed it will kill that momentum. It will kill that zeal. And it's still that momentum that he needs, especially for the next governorship election. I still feel that immediately after this governorship election is done, okay, and they get what they want in terms of get their numbers out as usual, get that fire burning, get their numbers out. If they can win maybe 1 or 2 states or win some House of Assembly or whatever.
What about if not?
If not, like I said, if not, I've not looked at the scenario of if not, but I still feel that if not, I think they would naturally take their wins and re-strategize. But I just think the whole motive is just to keep things still burning. They don't want to kill that momentum.
I did a small analysis in Enugu State. Frank Wike Jr., they see him as a good candidate, but that guy is not an LP. It's not a Labour Party, right? Yes. And now a lot of obedience, they prefer that guy more than the Labour Party candidate. That is that.
Mm.
So it's a 50-50 chance there.
Mm-hmm.
There's not going to be an election in Anambra State. There's not going to be an election in Imo State.
Yeah.
So we are having Abia, Enugu, Ebonyi. And Ebonyi, the APC candidate they presented, they love him there. And they are the ruling party. In Abia, the people, there are some Labour Party already rooting for PDP candidate now. So it's so dicey.
How was the presidential elections in Ebonyi? Did LP win by high margins? Who won that election?
Of course, they won by high margin, but that is presidential election. We are talking about state election now. You are not going to sell that religious sentiment anymore.
Mm.
You're not going to sell all that obedience sentiment anymore. It's because it's the local people now. It's totally different ball game. Totally different ball game. So the chances of Obi even winning a state is very dicey. They are thinking about they have a very good chance in Abia. But recently I see some Labour candidates supporting the PDP candidate in Abia State. So when you toss it up and down, the chances are very slim. You cannot be riding on religious sentiment or all that kind of that, or are you going to say it's ensign sentiment here in the Southeast again? So it's so dicey. And when you go up north, which state is Labour Party going to win? Even from the North Central, which state?
Like I've said, I think the only way Labour Party can actually even have a chance is either to form is to form a merger with PDP, especially when it comes to gathering northern support.
If they form a merger with PDP, they will not present to be.
Yes, definitely, because he has to be another candidate.
So he has to fight and bring his own party up. Let him do like Tinubu.
Remy,
that's going to Tinubu merged parties together, didn't he?
He will be willing to sacrifice his own ambition.
Yeah,
that's what he has. Is he willing to do that? Because the way it's going, if he needs to be something very strong, what it's going to be is going to be very strong, but at the expense of his own political future. Is he willing to do that?
Well, going by these results, I'm sure he will have a change of heart. He will definitely know that ethno-religious politics can only do so much. You need the sum total to get. You need to involve other states to actually win an election. So I'm sure he will learn his mistakes and re-strategize for the next election.
Because Labour cannot present somebody from the Southeast.
Definitely not. Definitely not. If he's going back, definitely not.
To go against
the reason why I said he should build his own party is this. If he built his own party, people will respect him more. Tinubu did that. From one Lagos state alone, started AC or AD to AC, and they continue to win election. So if he can build his own party, because if he goes with PDP is gone in Nigeria. It's dead.
Remy, for him to build that, they need to win some couple of governorships. Without that,
if he does not win now, he can come back in 2027 and start winning.
No,
when PDP have structured their home and put their home together and become stronger.
I'm telling you, it's very, very difficult for them to even win any state.
Remy, forget House, forget Senator. They need governorships. That is the only way. Without governorship where wins, you cannot build anything.
How would they win governorship? Do you think Buhari would?
I agree with you. I'm saying
massive rigging.
I'm saying that he has to. It will they? I don't know, because you can't rely on people in the House or the Senate. They might defect, but you need a governor in your party. You know how valuable a governor is to funding the
governor also defect. Governors can also,
but it's harder. It's harder for governors. You hardly see them because you need a governor for that. Lagos to me is a key. They need Lagos. Labour needs Lagos for this.
They cannot win Lagos. Go and write
Lagos. I know, but they do.
I think they should focus on the southeastern states. They should never bother themselves with any other state. They should win the southeast and build your momentum from there. That's
how can you win Lagos? Do you think they'll just allow them to just take it like that?
They're not.
No. My brother Remy, they can win Lagos. So
they can win Lagos, Jerry.
Are you doubting your party? Listen to this. They can win Lagos.
We must take Lagos. Must. The people who want to keep it are fighting. We that want to take it must fight harder. The people who want to keep it are threatening. We that have to take it must prepare for that threat. There is no new thing they are going to do now in Lagos. We already know what they will do. Therefore, we must prepare in our large numbers to go to our polling unit. You must encourage your parents that came out before. You must tell your friends that don't have PVC, come and help me protect my parents. We are going to vote so that you will live in Lagos, so that I will live in Lagos, so that we can protect ourselves. Because if we do not take Lagos, I do not know if you can still stay in Lagos. To stay in Lagos, you have to win Lagos. It is that straight. To remain there, we must win. To remain there, to do that your business, for your parents to go to that church, for you to stay in that estate, to enter that bus, that Marua, you must win. It has come to that. Tinubu has brought the country to precipice. The only way is to defeat them so we can lock them up and send them to jail. The only way is to defeat them so we can put them in prison where they belong. We must. It is not a matter of, what you must fear is fear itself. That fear you have is what you should be afraid of. Because these people do not care whether you voted or not. They will attack you in your shop, in your house, on your street.
Remy, that's my. Let me listen. This is my point. Let's say Labour wins Abia, for instance, right? The governor of that state will be more influential in Labour. Remember, Obi has a problem. Unlike Tinubu has this hot-life followership, people that he has built up for years. I'm yet to see a major Obi stooge that he built in the political space that can say, oh, this is the person that was raised in the political space by Obi. So I'm not going to rely on someone that is a governor of Labour that will kind of subscribe, because there will be a fight between Obi and whoever the governor of Abia, let's say it's Labour, or even Rose Vivo. If Rose Vivo wins in Lagos, it will be more influential in Labour Party than Obi eventually, and there will be a clash. You see the problem is going to have. Whoever wins governorship in Labour will be the new leader of Labour. Will Obi be willing to bow or at least play second to that person?
Obi doesn't strike me as the proud person. I think he will be able to concede. Yeah, I don't think that would be too hard.
Okay, because that person will be the most influential because they're in government. So
first, I don't see how Labour can win Lagos.
I'm saying if they do. I'm saying if they do. I'm not saying that they will, but if they have a chance.
That is a conditional statement.
Right,
maybe they can win Abia or Enugu, but I think it's not so easy as what they thought. Because to me, in my opinion, I think all the southeastern governors during the presidential election, they concede to Obi. They just let him to win everything. That's what happened. No fight, nothing. Let him take it. And they knew in their heart that he's not going to win that election, because they know he's not going to have that spread. Now, this is local politics now. They tell him, we've helped you. You won all this state, we didn't say nothing. Even some of our senators lose. This time around, it's going to be fights to finish between both of them.
So but don't you think that if Obi doesn't, okay, the worst case scenario, if Obi doesn't even win anything, he comes out with nothing, don't you think that party crumbles? Do you think he'll be able to still build? Do you think he'll still build that party? You'll be able to build that party.
That is what I'm saying, that he too does not play that politics very well. You want people to respect you for some certain decision you take in your life. Now, you know in your heart you've lost this election. If you are second, it's quite understandable. You are third, and you are still claiming you win the election. You went to court. You go to court. At the end of the day, you know that it's not going to be overturned. If you have conceded this defeat and then start building, and you talk to your people that, look, the election has come and has gone, let's build this party. Let them respect you. There is dignity when people believe that, no, this guy, we believe in you and we still want to follow you. And little by little.
But why would they believe? Why would they believe? Why would they trust themselves in someone who came third? Well, what is there to? Why will you, if you're a governor of a state like Abga or all these people that own Ebonyi and other things, why will you want to build something with somebody that came third? What does the person have? What does the person have to prove?
He has a lot to prove. The person that came second is 76 years old and is not going to contest in the next 4 years. Obi is 60. you have these 4 years to even come back and contest. And when I see Obi, when he was campaigning all over Nigeria, he's not really building that alliance with the core north. When you pick a running mate, you go and pick a green on in politics. I would call him a green on because he has not really held any elected position in Nigeria. You are not penetrating to the core, and people continue to tell you to not listen to them. Look at you.
So who would you have?
You make the coordinator of Sokoto State and Igbo agenda. So many of the states in the north, you are picking Igbo people as the state coordinator.
Zamfara as well.
This is a red flag. Oh, you are selling.
Are you sure? Are you sure the northern people? How are you sure that in those states the northern people are already like, you know how the north are united? They are already like, no northern person must support this party.
Really?
That's why he left.
Come on, so Charles, come on.
You know how the north.
Wait now. In the whole state, you can't find somebody that will coordinate for you, and it was Igbo person.
The north is you know the north.
Come on.
The north are more united than we are.
Bro, in the whole state, you can't find one person. Come on now, bro. Come on. That's not an argument you want to make. Come on, you can't say you can't find anybody.
Give me one northern person, one prominent northern person that will have supported me in this election.
About prominence. I'm saying like is somebody like in Sokoto now. Don't tell me you can't find somebody that was born, raised in Sokoto that will coordinate your.
No, we're not talking about born, raised. We're talking about the prominent somebody that of northern standing.
So when people say that structures matters in politics, you think they are playing. It took Tinubu 25 years to build structure all around.
Remy. Structure is nonsense.
It's not easy. The truth is very bitter. If he really wants to become president of Nigeria, he has to walk it. He has to, his action, his thought, everything must do. He must build that alliances. He must
Remy,
not like the way they are
will the obedience be not obey, but will the obedience be open to that?
It's not the obedience decision. I think would not be open to that. I don't think obedience.
They are very territorial people. To them, once you come from outside and you're not one of them,
isn't Obi's DP a northerner? I don't understand though.
It's not. Is it a core? It's not.
What do you mean core northerner?
It's not like. Can you compare him to Kwankwaso?
He's a northerner now. Which one is core northerner?
There's levels to it now. I don't know how to put it. Remy.
It's not a Gbadebo Abi. What's the name of that boy? It's not Chuko. He's a core northerner.
There's nobody there. That's what I'm trying to say.
There's no core like core.
And that is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you that if you are in Obi's position, who in the north do you think at this point in time will actually be supporting?
I'm trying to tell you that Obi should have conceded to this defeat, which will give him more dignity.
Come on.
Because people already see him as an ethnic candidate. Concede and try to build your Labour Party. Even if you don't win in the next 4 years or 8 years, you continue to build a new party. But you forming an alliance with PDP, you are just wasting your time again. Because PDP will never give you that presidential candidate anymore. Because they know your strength now. Your strength, what you have used, the kind of politics you play. Everybody knows the truth now.
So all the major northern players are either in APC or PDP. True. So where are you going to source your northern candidacy from now?
That is what I'm trying to say. It can build this. Continue with your Labour Party. Galvanize your obedient people, but make them more organized and more informed. Not that everybody just talk rubbish anyhow. And let them know exactly what is going on. Galvanize and reach out to the rest of the country. Because no, I will not lie to you. If I am a northerner, I will see Obi as an ethnic candidate. If I'm a Yoruba man, I will see him as an ethnic candidate too. So you must first let people, you must first talk to people, create an impression that he's a pan-Nigerian. Because they are not seeing him as a pan-Nigerian. Because Nigerian, the way it was set up, there is a lot of suspicion among the major tribes. But now you're going to court again. You want to go and fight it. What are you fighting? You are not number 2. You are third. To me, it's just an exercise in futility. Now,
he said he won the election, so that's why he's going to court.
Okay, we shall see.
progressive. You know, nice. So
No,
But
even if the courts,
that is what Obi said.
look, even if the courts don't rule in favor of him, we expect it. I really don't expect anything less than that. But I think, like I said, he's only trying to sustain that momentum for the governorship election, because I believe him conceding or him just Tinubu, you've won, will kill everybody's morale. There will be movement. So you need to understand it. Labour Party really doesn't have like you've said, doesn't have a political structure that can galvanize people. It works on emotions. Do you understand? And that's what's been fueling this whole party.
That is for the presidential election.
From
We're talking about the local election now.
And I still believe he needs to use that for the local
No,
elections.
it's not going to work. It's not going to work anymore. Let me ask you a very simple question. Whether you are a Christian from Abia State, you will present all the candidates that are Christian. Some of them go to different Catholic church or whatever. So that church sentiment is not going to work. Ethnicity sentiment is not going to work. So what is going to be in play? What is going to be in play is that who are the people holding position? What about the traditional leaders there? What about the churches there? They have different candidates they are supporting within a state. So it's not a national election now that everybody just go and vote to be. So the pure ruling party there is not going to be easy to defeat them. So that is why I said that get your mind prepared. If you are obedient, you might lose again, totally without winning any state. So if it happens, nobody should cry they rip them out again. And this time around, I'm telling you the truth. The federal government, they will put their hand up. No more security like the presidential election. Go and do your worst. Everybody will rig it in their own state. So for him to remain relevant, he's not doing that. You are still selling that agenda again, selling the same agenda. It's not going to work this time around. Everybody has seen his play. Use religious sentiment.
But let's be honest, the religious sentiment is still what got him that amount of votes. If he hadn't done that,
that's what I'm saying. That's for the presidential election. Is he going to? What about for state? What about for state?
Well, for state, but I still feel he's still loved with his people and everything, and that's one of the reasons why Soludo is still feeling challenged.
Yeah, he should fight. He should fight back because this is a way to impeach him in future. So he will fight with all his.
Is it his impeachment, or he's actually threatened that Obi is gathering the momentum?
I lay precedence for you. Look at that state's
the history. I know.
The last 24 states. Yeah. This is about what has been happening in Anambra. It's about the only person that was not impeached was that one, the last one before Soludo. The other ones is like they impeach you a day, another person coming. So the policies of that is very toxic. He knows what he's doing. Now you are coming for me because you lost the presidential election. Come on.
It's not because he lost the presidential. He's competing now. He's contesting now. He's on the ballot box now. He has the right to contest now. So I don't think he's in the wrong for contesting against them, Soludo or anything like that. There's nothing wrong about that.
No, if majority of the Labour State of Assembly were good, Labour candidates.
Remy, we are getting too serious. Let's laugh a bit. Listen to this. Listen to this.
Atiku is a winner. That is what I saw. In the realm of the spirit. Wait and see. That I've told you. No.
That is the Remy. That is the pastor of your church.
No, it's not my pastor of my church. I don't know.
I was just joking.
One thing I hate is this. One thing I dislike is that, unfortunately for Africa, I'm not talking about Nigeria, religion is what is going to kill that continent. It's high time we start to do something about it.
Make laws about, please, to ban all these prophecies.
Why, for God's sake? You are already improvising. You are already making a lot. I've seen so many people. You know, I used to live in some part in Ibadan.
Remy, wait. Yeah. Listen to this.
So what I want to say, Now
Do you hear this stupid Nigerian pastors? Let me just translate it before you continue. The first person said there will not be election in Nigeria. The second pastor said if Tinubu wins the election, he will go back to his deity. He will going to be sacrificing oil on them. And you can see now, I don't. I think our problem is
we're still waiting on that.
Okay, so what I want to say is this: I used to live in some part of Ibadan. In front of the flat I'm living is a church. Behind me is a church. On the first floor of the building I'm living is also a church. That time I was living with my sister. And there's one church in front of me. They have activity every day from Monday to Sunday. The one behind us have activity from Tuesday to Sunday. Especially they have Wednesday night over, Friday they will go and pray. And then there are a lot of noise from everywhere. And then I see my sister, we join prayer. When they are praying in church in the front of me, inside the living room, she will also be praying with them. Then before you know it, there will be a big prayer behind us. She will also join. I was looking at her. So which one are you going to join? Then the first one in our building. So she was torn. She doesn't know which one to join. She either joined the first one or behind her. She was confused. And then one day I talked to her, I said, these people are just deceiving us. Why not just live your life? Or let's just pack out from this environment. At the end of the day, we pack out. Because the disturbance is too much. Now, fast forward to this time around. Nigerian people are so gullible. Some people that are even making 30,000, the money is not even enough for them. You go and give it to this same pastor or alpha or mosque or whatever. Some people, they were given opportunity in life to make ends meet. They will not do the job. They will go to church. People are looking for miracle. They don't want to work hard. When I see Nigerian youth nowadays, what are the youth fighting for? I'm not saying the Nigerian government have tried. They have not tried enough to create an enabling environment for job opportunity. But when you talk to an average Nigerian youth, what is coming out from their mouth is you will know, did you go to school at all? What are you talking about? Or what you can hear is that when I make my money, something like that, they are just looking at social life. I mean, the social media, they don't want to work hard. If you give them jobs, say they still belittle them. And some of them that they even do this job, they want to make money, they want to kill their boss or their bosses. So the orientation.
But don't you agree that these churches themselves, these pastors, although most of them are false prophets anyway,
90% of them are bad people.
But you know what they sell? They sell hope. Don't you think the hope is what has even kept Nigerians in check?
No, that is the hope.
You think that
they only sell hope to their pockets.
Do you think no?
That is not what keeps Nigeria in check.
What I'm trying to say is that they've kept people in check in the sense that if not, people will have reached a boiling point, especially with the state of the country.
No, I don't believe that. If truly they are selling hope, they should have allowed these young people to go and pick their choice, not telling them who to vote for. So they are not selling any hope. They are selling hope to their own pocket, where most of them are buying private jets, building mansions, flying around. I can't even understand that Apostle Suleiman, a very stupid man, sleeping with women all over the world. And people are still believing in him.
Yeah, because you know the pastors, it's like you don't know how this thing
works. Be careful, is the man of God. Is the man of God.
Who is the man of God? Who told him? Is God come back from heaven and said, "You are my son"?
Remy.
Is the man of God is the one crediting people's account last time through their phone. We have to be careful.
Progressive. So in that space, one of the greatest aphrodisiacs to a woman is a man with power. That is the reason why they say that, like they used to say, if your wife kneels down for your pastor, she must kneel down for you. If your wife calls your pastor daddy, she must call you daddy, because if not, that woman will likely fuck the pastor. It's just natural order. That's the reason why once you see a woman that is very obedient to the pastor, most likely, if you're not careful as a man,
You
she
lose
don't
that
go.
woman.
So is the control they have, and this is what they do. It's very simple. Let me give you the trick they use. Even you can use it. Let me give you the secret they use, because I grew up in that space when I was young. All the pastor has to do is one thing. Once he can get you to agree to that one thing, then he controls your life. And here's the trick. All he has to do is make Remy Progressive believe that no matter how much you pray, no matter how much you fast, you cannot be closer to God more than him. That he knows God like he's his uncle, or so they don't call God God anymore. They will call God my daddy, my father. They make it look like no matter how much you pray, you cannot reach that level. Once you believe that, then he can do whatever he wants with you, because guess what? He knows God more than me. So whatever he does, you give him a pass. If you fuck your wife, you give him a pass. If you bangs the usher, you give him a pass, because he has convinced you that he knows God. So God must approve whatever he's saying. That is the trick. It's manipulation. It's psychology. It's a manipulation of the mind. Once you buy into that narrative, they own you from there on. So that's what they do to people.
But me too. I apply my own simple logic. My simple logic is this: if you tell me the same pastor come to church and tell me that we are
Progressive, what happened?
Pastors have gotten to him.
I think we lost Progressive. Can anybody hear me?
Progressive, can you repeat what you said? We lost you. Can you repeat what you were saying? You kind of went in and out a little bit.
What he get there, the pastors have gotten him.
Which pastor? They don't get any power. Now, people, they don't get any power.
So let's not dwell on that religion, because it's a very sensitive topic. Yeah, so just leave that alone. But we get the whole trick they use. I mean,
no, it's not sensitive. We have to be honest with ourselves.
Babati, it's not sensitive. We have to address
when they
people.
talk to me back home. When they talk to me back home, they want to talk this.
They don't get progressive.
Hey, yeah, Thomas. Nice to join you guys.
Adewale, how are you?
I'm doing good. Nice to join you guys.
Today,
Pastor Adewale, you are blessed.
Pastor I've been listening to your sermon. You've spoken well. It's just that the only thing left now is to have a building.
Offering time now.
Yeah, they start having
building fund.
You will have people.
Right and offering.
I wanted to ask you, BT, do you think it's morally right for any religious leader to publicly use their platform for political engagement? Do you think it's morally right?
I think
it's not only morally. It's morally wrong. It's politically wrong.
Progressive.
Let me reply.
Progressive. Can you go out and come in? Your network is doing like this. It's doing like this. It's doing like this.
So let me reply.
I will save the space for you. I'll send the link on the Go on, yeah.
So that's a good question. So a more responsible approach will be to expose your congregation to the political space, where you want them to have that more like them voting for a candidate to be beyond the politics of it, because you should preach like the morality. Okay, do they share the same moral values as you? What are they going into government to? But to specifically persuade them to vote for a candidate is what I find troubling. But there's nothing wrong in exposing your members to the political space and saying, go and vote for an individual, but look for this kind of trait in them. Do they share your religious?
No, Babati, I disagree with you.
Hold on.
They don't support. They don't support anybody.
Wait, hold on. Let me see what I'm saying. Hold on. So let's say they're a pastor. So things like abortion rights, social issues. If you're a pastor, you can say, do they subscribe to that because to you that's a sin? But to specifically, because I can have 5 candidates that share my religious beliefs, but I will not pick one specifically. You see what I'm saying? But I will still look at the people that share my own beliefs, and also look at their own political affiliations as well. But I will not specifically pick one. But I will just encourage and say, listen, because there's a moral fabric that needs to be upheld inside, like this morality clause. I believe strongly that as a pastor, you should champion, of course. So somebody is running for office now. I would say, do they subscribe to like polygamy or child marriage? You know, things that would be anti-faith, anti-religion, anti-growth in any society, according to your faith. So I will encourage you to look at the candidate. Whatever they are supporting, is it against your belief system? Then vote accordingly. But I will not anoint a candidate. I will not specifically anoint a candidate, but I will encourage my members to at least take a look at the political space and vote considering the morality or your beliefs to be a factor, but should not be the factor, right? It should be one of the factors, but not the factor. But I will not anoint one particular person or anybody to galvanize behind. That would be a better approach.
Okay. Baba Remo, can I interject?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I want to ask a question. These pastors or bishop or prophet that use their platform to reject the election, is this proper?
Yeah, they should be locked up. That's not to me.
How will you be reading a speech to your church member that you reject the president elect? That is not your president.
No, you can't. No.
Even Babati, sorry, even in the Bible, that is wrong.
No, it's not wrong. No.
No, Babati, I'm serious.
No, Thomas.
In the Bible, that is wrong.
You can say, personally, for me, I'm disappointed it didn't go the way I want, right? But to now say, well, the Holy Spirit said that this was a sham, God told me that this was rigged, then that is going too far. But of course, as a pastor, if you don't like the way things are going, you have the right to say what you want to say. Like, okay, I'm not happy with the way the election went. Something was not right. Something you can say that as your own personal opinion. But when you now try to quote the scriptures to back up your own personal viewpoints on the elections, or trying to justify your candidate losing and trying to incite this religious war or divide in the country because your man lost, that is why I have issues. But they have the right to be disappointed in their man not winning. Just don't use the Bible or don't use your faith to justify that and start quoting and saying God told me that this was rigged. That's when you go too far.
But you mentioned that pastors cling on to what you call power. You just talked about something about they deceive people who are using them seeing themselves as intermediary between man and God, and that's why people commit to themselves. Don't you think that the idea behind them coming out in the open and telling people who to vote for and everything is just to showcase that influence, the level of influence in the political space to make them feel relevant, and in turn they get political power to their side in terms of currying political favors and or whatnot? I still think that's the same thing they're doing.
So they see themselves as if you look at the Bible, you have the Old Testament and the New Testament. So those kind of men of God don't see themselves in the New Testament. They see themselves in the Old Testament. So they have this prophet-like attitude where they're supposed to anoint a candidate. So oftentimes when you see somebody come into the church as a politician, they want that person to kneel down before them and they anoint the person. So in their own mind, they're a prophet that has to approve of you or anoint you in front of people. So oftentimes people who come to church get for what? To kneel down before the man of God. So as a pastor, I will not say I appoint you or anoint you, but you just kneeling down before me it's a show of approval, right? So like on the man of God, I remember people used to go to Redeem back in the days now to go and kneel down. Good luck, go there and kneel down before Pastor anyway.
Exactly.
And that is kind of like a seal of approval for him. So is that indirect approach people have used over the years? So I do agree that that is a way of manipulating people's minds, but also people. See, this is where religion sometimes people, it's like their brain is missing sometimes once you step in the church, where you're a PhD holder, you're educated, but once the man of God opens the Bible, that logical part of your brain just disappears. But I get what you're saying, but I've seen it first. I'm telling you, if I tell you my story, all these guys you see on TV now, they were known to us as brothers back in the days, growing up in the ministry. So I've seen that. I know most of their stories. So I get what you.
Babati, sorry. You know what baffles me?
Right.
One of the big one went to the US. Momo followership in US, your US there. He told them to raise up their phone for miracle money alerts on their phone. And people were coming out saying, I got alert. Papa, I got alert. And at the end of the day, he still raised $1,000 seed. After saying he put money on their account, and we know how they did that. You don't need anything just to get your phone number. I can transfer money to your account. He still collects $1,000 offering.
Thomas.
Why can't that pastor use that power to control money to the church purse so that they will not be asking for money anymore?
Thomas,
it's just
I have told the story
and
here.
Mumu people in the US, people, Nigeria Mumu.
Thomas, wait now. I've told the story here before on this platform. Maybe you were not here. I know a girl in America that sold her car as a seed and was using public transport in America. I've seen that firsthand here. I'm telling you. And when she was asked, and they went to the pastor's house to go and retrieve the car, she was even begging the pastor that, Pastor, sorry, they made me come and retrieve the car for me. She was begging the pastor, even though she was using public transport. I know nurses, doctors there that send money to Nigeria every month in their thousands for prayers. So it's not. I'm telling you, this is it's a bigger problem.
It's a big pandemic. It's a big pandemic.
I'm telling you, I'm not kidding you. I'm telling you.
BT, I asked you that question earlier. That is it morally? I didn't want to go spiritual side of it. I was just asking on the moral ground.
Yeah.
I asked that question. I to some extent I disagree with some of your submission about that. Today your brother sent me a video on WhatsApp, and for more than 3 minutes, I watched this man, Bishop Abioye. Why? Listen, why she was standing on the pulpit. All she was talking about was just politics. Nothing spiritual, nothing spiritually inclined. It was just pure politics.
Adewale, they are all Sakama J.
No. So hold on, Thomas. I like to be a little bit, look at things differently. I don't want to, even if he's supporting Tinubu today, I believe that is still condemnable. Number one, when you are called to altar, your job is you are like a nurturer. You nurture people. You make them grow spiritually so that they are aware. But when you begin to dictate how they live their life, because this scripture, this Christianity is about choice, right? You make even Jesus never shoved down the truth of his followers. He gave them choice. He said that you follow me, or you find your own path. And what I've seen, because what I've seen so far is that we have gone in a path that is probably going to lead to more chaos in Nigeria, and it's a dangerous path where, especially the Christian, I'm a Christian and I don't worship God that doesn't fight on his behalf, and I don't have to fight on God's behalf, on the God that I serve. But you know what I watched when I watched that man, it was making reference to some of the killings in the north, uh, particularly mentioning Fulani people. And to me, everything he said was just contradicting to what I believe a clergyman, a man of God, should be doing on the pulpit. Um, it's a dangerous part in the sense that you, as a leader, you have so many people from different backgrounds in your congregation, and they are there because they believe you are going to nurture them to the path of, salvation. But when you now begins to told the path of politics. And I was asking a question in my head. If Peter Obi becomes president, how are you going to gain? So him being a Christian president, how would that affect your congregation or the church generally? I just don't understand it. I was thinking that in my head. So would that put a stop to the killing of the Christian in the north? Talking about uh, uh, evil people, and you are telling them to vote for certain candidate. To me, I'm beginning to realize that we are following the wrong path, and it's very dangerous. Really seriously dangerous. Even if you have supported Tinubu, it's still condemnable.
Okay, this, let me push back a little bit. By default, even if the man of God is not supporting any candidate, they're going to preach against homosexuality. They're going to preach against abortion. They're going to preach against some things that are in the society, but just by default, if they're truly men of God. So if those
abortion is not political now. Abortion is biblically inclined. You cannot commit abortion.
I'm saying it. Okay. Maybe I'm using the American political system too. In America, it's a big issue in the political space. So even as a man of God, if you speak about it now, in the Nigerian context, that would be social issues, poverty, and stuff like that. So it should have been who can help the poor, who can help the needy, who can address those kind of social issues. Then you can then direct them towards that direction. At least show that you care about the people.
That's a state influence. You are influencing them. You didn't allow them to make their choice.
I know, but a man of God, if he believes that it's going to help the people more, it should. The issue that the kind of choice that they are making is wrong. But do they have some kind of
sorry, BT.
By default, they have
God bless. Sorry, BT. My pastor, may so rest in peace. That man, to me, is a true man of God. Now he died last year here in Houston. I remember very well.
Is he Nigerian?
It's original. Yeah, I attended Redeemed Christian Church of God.
Oh, Restoration, right?
Yeah, Restoration.
Oh,
something happens.
Very, very soft-spoken guy like this. Yeah.
And he's a very, short people with the straight to the point. There's no mago. The way he said it is the way you are going to meet it. Something happens. There was a time the mayor, one of the mayoral candidates then, wanted to campaign, and he came to our church. He wanted to talk to people. I could remember very well. You have the introduction before the guest comes up and, started addressing the congregations and all that. My pastor specifically said that, please, you are not here to campaign, but to sensitize people to go out and vote. Please, in this church, we have Republican and Democrat, even some independent. And I think your speech today will be more important to people that don't usually vote, so that they can go out there and vote. And the moment he said that, I was so happy. But this is a man that is, of course, a Democrat, and Nigerians usually tend towards Democrats and all that. And he said it, and immediately this man came up, and he was just praising the community that they've contributed to the growth of Houston and this, politician the way they sound. But I believe right there and there, he put a stop to it. Even he himself is also a Republican, right? But he never for once let anybody come into that church and use the pulpit to their own advantage. No, he's put a stop to it. Now, to me, that is how a clergyman, a man of God, should behave. Not somebody who is trying to influence the congregant to a particular candidate. It is wrong. It is a path. It's a dangerous path. You don't do that.
I have a solution. I have a solution in Nigerian space. Do you know my solution? Let's start taxing those.
Exactly. Exactly.
We'll shut up real quick.
Exactly.
In
A
America,
lot of churches we shut down. We close down.
in America, they always use that as a way of kind of silencing the church. Anytime they start speaking, like, you know what? Let's look at your funding. You won't hear anything again. They just shut up for a while. Like nobody wants to expose.
I think that will work to some extent.
Yeah.
Babati, Adewale, let me tell you something. My pastor here is a maybe Liberian pastor. When they want to sign the bill of same-sex marriage in Australia, they send the bill, they send the like a letter, like a referendum to everybody to sign yes or no to same-sex wherever. Even though my pastor is a pastor, he didn't even mention it in the church. I know if it is a Nigerian pastor, he will say it on the pulpit that you guys don't vote yes, or don't vote yes, or no. He didn't mention it in the church. I was so surprised because I expected pastor to preach against it. No, don't say no, say no, say no, say no, don't say yes, because they send everything to us to sign. Maybe they should, but he didn't say anything. He just kept quiet as if even he doesn't even know that such a thing is going on in the country. And finally, many people say yes, they pass it into law, but he doesn't use that veto power of the pastor, even though he knew all of us there we would say no, but he didn't mention it on the pulpit at all.
Thomas,
just to buttress what you are saying.
Do you know what started this nonsense, this obsession with? Because people back in the day, they did go to church, but it was mostly the Orthodox Church, the Anglican, the Methodist, and the
even those people, BT, even those ones you just mentioned, they don't get involved in partisan politics. Even though they are the one that's supposed to.
They never. But what happened is, I won't blame him because he's dead now. God rest his soul. It's when he had the first televangelist in Nigeria that kind of changed the dynamic. And God make it for sign and wonder. That thing changed that even to the point where it kind of split families up. If you remember back in the days, people said, because back in the days when you go to church, you go with the family, your grandparents, everybody goes together to the same church.
Yeah.
Next thing it became, because we growing up back in the days, back then, Thomas and Dewale, we go to Odwegun, we go to Edikabi, we go to Christmas. It was the same thing. Then it became.
I don't go to Odwegun. I don't go to Odwegun.
Thomas, because it became.
Thomas the Lagos man.
Your uncle. No.
He's a city boy.
Do you know what happened?
Odwegun.
Thomas, do you know what I did? That was something Anthony Jordan.
Or BT, you attend church in the morning, you go to Odwegun in the evening.
That's the way it was.
No.
You know one of the problems we have back home, right? Because we still don't have this 24 hours economy. I think that is the reason why most of these churches are doing well. If we see if we're able to get the country economy into a 24/7 economy, like whereby you work day and night shift and you work weekends.
We should also not forget. As we're saying it in the Christian, we have some imam too in the north that are spewing some nonsense too.
You like kill them.
That I just don't believe in those oneness of a country and all that.
Why are your guys in government scared to tackle those issues? I know but they need to tackle these issues.
Which issue?
No, the people in power when they.
I think sometimes they go during Jonathan. Someone, I think was it a fire or somebody was, trying to make all these Pentecostal churches leaders have the time limit and all that. I think it was during Jonathan.
It was doing good luck.
Was it? Who was the minister then?
El-Rufai tried to do something in Kaduna State as well.
Who was the minister?
Churches
who was trying to do that then?
They got rid of Adeboye as head of. In that time,
these folks have perpetrated themselves.
They were. You know what happened to the guy that replaced him? I know that person just died mysteriously.
The man died. Are you sure?
The guy was better, the banker guy. Yeah, he died. So
Oh, yeah.
that time, nobody want to do it. You say, don't worry, just about the Baba. We don't want to do it again.
Those people, them too, they go to look. Those people, they go to native doctors, you know.
Yes,
you see those pastors. Those pastors, them too, they go to native doctors, you know.
Do you believe?
Remember,
that's another discussion.
They made him
Do you
step
believe
down now.
native doctors work?
They
Do
made
you
him-
actually believe in that?
I do. It's what I know. So it's not, trust me. There's all your guys that are doing shaking, we know where they go. So don't let me go there.
No, I've seen it myself. Not that I've seen it myself. I saw it with my own eyes.
So,
that one I can 100% tell you.
Progressive, they are using Betulu. That's what they are using.
Yeah, I've seen. Look, I've seen a pastor. I've seen a pastor come visit a native doctor, right? And I know that 100%. This native doctor man, right? After they prepared all the whatever they want to prepare, they went to go and bury it inside the church for the pastor.
They will use a child
so that it can get customers.
They will use. So you see those poles in churches, those pillars. They have to bury people in that pole alive. So they will use they will bet. So it's a long story that we can do. So those altars, they are all human skulls of children to bring in crowd. So it's all known. When you grow up in that kind of environment, you know, I just laugh at people that go to church. I'm like, where are you fooling? If I listen to a man of God right now, give me 5 minutes, I can tell you if it's fake or real. Just give me 5 minutes. It's not that difficult you can discern it very easily. Or if you go to the church,
if you
see signs now.
If you want to pray to God, you can pray. Just ask God for whatever you want to ask God. If He not give you rest, if He give you take them. That's it.
Progressive. Do you know? There's one church in Nigeria that I respect. Growing up in Nigeria, it's only one church that I respect in Nigeria. Okay, I said the two churches that I respect in the 80s. It was Deeper Life and MFM. Do you know why I respect those two churches? They raise you to be independent, to be on your own. They don't baby feed you. They don't spoon feed you whatever they believe. They will raise you to open your own mouth to pray.
That's the way it should be in the first place.
That was the way it was. The early in Nigeria back then. The early Christian back then. Because I remember back in the days, man, people used to.
Babati, shall we go back to politics, or you are enjoying it? No, I'm just.
Let's leave this stuff because we might go to areas where we don't want to go.
I thought you was going to say Jehovah Witness.
No. Guys, Deeper Life and MFM, those churches I respect them. I might not be Christian at that, but those two churches I respect them with the way they.
That's my church. Babati, go and ask Maureen Badejo about MFM. He will tell you much better. So
I know. I'm saying that their theology, their beliefs, their values, the way it might be something else going on. But I'm saying that what they present out there is what I'm talking about. So
Babati, you know my philosophy. For your information, my mom is a prophetess. Maybe I haven't said this before. My mom is a prophetess. She's living.
Prophesy for Peter Obi when he was confessing.
Yes, she has a church in Ibadan. Maybe I haven't said it. I think this is the first time I'll be saying this. My mom is a prophetess. Is a gospel, a Pentecostal prophetess. So all these pastors, they know nobody can catch you. I'm a Christian. I'm born Christian. I believe in God, but all this prophecy, pastor, Babati, if you tell me, in my opinion, I think Peter Obi will win. I will never castigate you. But if they say the Lord, I know what it means to say the Lord, the Spirit of God. Tell me, are you talking about the Spirit of God, the same God that I am serving? And you just cajole things, and at the end of the day, it won't come to pass. It doesn't. Doesn't reason.
Did you not see the one that was the one you're talking about? Because did you not see the one that was predicting World Cup during the World Cup?
No, they have an escape. They have
progressive. Any pastor you see that is projecting World Cup, they don't have what concern God about World Cup. What concern my God about World Cup? What concern God about World Cup? What concern God about Nigerian election? It's people that are going to vote. God is
told us Hillary Clinton will win.
In fact, that was what I.
Progressive. God is not coming down to vote in Nigeria.
Hello, Thomas. Good evening. Can I interject, please?
Good evening, Dupsy. How are you?
Good evening. Yeah, please don't change the topic. It's an interesting one.
Pastor Dupsy.
We shouldn't change the topic at least for a while. Let's just discuss it and educate the
I'm
people.
just asking. I'm just the anchor. You guys know what you guys want. Yeah.
We shouldn't change the topic. It's very important for us to educate the people. You see, the mass hysteria that is going around now because of the election is because people lack education regarding all this religious stuffs. So it's important to educate these people to be able to help them from this bondage that they are in. We are really in a big bondage in our country. That is why the Asians don't want, especially China, they don't want you to take children into a religious home before they're 18 because they need the fresh brain. Because children has got fresh brain, undiluted or polluted brain. So that is why they don't like their children to go to religious homes because it's a real brain damage when they take you to church, mosque, or any of these places where you're young. So that's why most of us are going through this trauma. It's called religious trauma. So most of our brain is damaged because of all the things that we've been lied to. So, Baba T, I beg to defer that you said all this, what's it called? The ritualist or the traditional worshippers. Baba T, all these things are fake, including your Shango, your Ogun. Fake. Everything is still a facade. It's still fake. Our Christians knew. We're talking about the Christians. I'm telling you, it's still fake still. The way they're still gonna tell you in the church.
My hands are washed, you. My hand is not there.
So Thomas,
my hand is not there.
Are you trying to tell me that if Obi had gone to all those Jabalawos, he would have won?
Let me just flesh out my thoughts, please. So in the way you've been given the scam in the church, that's the way they're scamming you in the mosque, and that's
everywhere,
the same way,
everywhere.
Babalawo will scam you. So God is just telling you something right there, that He's the only sovereign God that can help you. So go to Him directly if you know, because the way the Bible has documented the creation. As another way, the scientists has documented the creation. So if you can look at God through the scientific way again, you'll be able to discover God more. But one thing I tell people is that knowledge will let you out of any bondage. Knowledge, gain knowledge. That is the only way you can know the Almighty Father, maker of heaven and earth. If you don't gain knowledge, you will still be scammed. Babalawo neo, pastor neo, imam neo. Any one of them will still scam you as long as you're still in that your ignorance.
But God, the fact is, God is not religious.
No, not at all, my brother. He is not.
For there to be original, there has to be fake, right? I hope you know that. For there to be original, there has to be fake. So that is so.
And God is the original, but see,
you know one thing.
If I had power in Nigeria, I would do one thing first. I will ban any religious activity or church or mosque in any area that is very residential, because I feel like it's very crazy for you to work from Monday to Friday to want to sleep on Friday and you be hearing vigil at night, or you wake up in the morning and you're hearing Allahu Akbar every morning. I think it's very.
I think Lagos State did something close to that, but not completely eradicated from the.
I went to the Wale Sango like 2 years ago, 2017. 5 churches on the same street. I'm like, what the hell? Like,
do you know We
Five
do
is
that
five
here
is very
too
small
now.
now. 5 is very small. You want to go to Benin? 5 is very small. Go to Benin. You see, you run. You don't. No, it's
On
not
a
someone that
single
will tell you.
on a single street. On the same on one street.
I'm telling you, five is small. 5 is very small.
So that is why these people are still running around now, because they have prophesied that Obi is going to be the next president of Nigeria. That is why they can still go. You know, they can't leave that particular thing, the mirage that they have been put into. They can't leave that space to actually understand what is going on in the real life. So they're so deluded in the mind. It's about, I don't know. It's so sad when you listen to people.
Dupsy.
Yeah.
Dupsy. This
Yeah.
is my own way of understanding how religion impacts a human being. Look, I'm a Christian, but I realize that the more I'm getting older, the more I'm getting to incline with the tradition, and not in the Babalawo form, but more closer to the way things were in the beginning. This head that we have in our body. This head represents the presence of God in our life. In Yoruba before, Yoruba used to put their two hands on their head and said, Eledami, Urimio, Eledami. When you are saying that, you are actually, I won't say invoking, but you're calling on your God, because your head represents that presence of that God Almighty. Now, religious in so many ways take different shape, different form, different doctrine. But I believe strongly that the way God made us, and He has some people chosen to become His mouthpiece, or for a cause, for a purpose.
I
And
don't.
those people, even in
I
the
beg
past,
to differ. I don't agree with that. I beg to differ. That's how people are being scammed. No, I beg to differ from that. I don't agree with that. Please don't just propagate that.
So
That's very wrong.
Can I ask you?
I don't believe in that at all.
What is your affiliation? So we know where
I'm not. No, I'm nothing. I'm not. I'm just a free-minded individual. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a traditionalist.
Okay, so I know where you're
So
right.
yeah.
But do you believe there is God?
Yes, I do. I do.
Yeah, thank
a
you.
lot.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. And I search God through different means, especially through science. I love to
so you are
know
a
God more.
Scientologist, right?
No,
You're a
not
member
at
of
all.
Scientology.
Not at all. I am not. It's just about knowledge, Diwali, for me. I search God through different means, but it's just about knowledge. It's just about knowledge. I am not.
Do you believe in the
Diwali, for me, just give me 1 minute. For me, I was born as a Christian, so I got confused after a while. I'm a Nigerian, a typical one. So I was born into an Anglican church. So after a while, I got confused going to this redeem, and they will be saying that if you sow 1 naira, you get 1,000, like a money doubler. So after a while, I started searching for God, because I want to know the truth. I'm like that. I want to know the truth about everything. So I started searching God. Yeah.
Let
want to
her
ask
finish.
you
Let her land.
okay.
Wale,
Go
let
ahead.
her land. I want to
Let her
hear
finish.
that
I
land.
wanted to see that.
Okay.
Let her finish,
I
please.
want to see where he land. Where did his land? Yeah, go on.
Okay. So I started searching God because I was troubled within me. I actually turned to be an atheist. I didn't believe in God anymore. But you see, when you have the brain to be able to see the design in this world, you will know that there's some form of an architect behind this design. So from my deep, I said, Dupe, you're telling yourself a lie. You have to walk the walk, and you have to stand up and look for this God yourself, discover this God. So I started searching and researching, acquiring knowledge. So I started seeing God in different forms. So that is why I said science helped me a lot to discover God better than Bible or Quran. So let me tell you, when I finished with Christianity, I had to research Islam. So I said that Christianity is -1, over 10. So I saw that Islam is -10, -10 over 10. You understand? That one is even more. I got more confused with Islam. So I now started looking for God without any religion. So that is when I discovered God more, love God better, and be able to serve God within me. You understand what I mean? So that is my own. I don't affiliate myself with the Christianity, because when you look deep down into the history of Christianity, you will run, my brother. These are wicked people. I'm talking from King James. These are wicked people. So I can't just stand there, right there, and affiliate myself with people like that, especially these Pentecostal pastors. I
Madam,
can't.
Can I come in, please?
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
listening.
Yeah, you see what you see what you just said now, right? And I think that was what I myself discovered.
Progressive.
But
Progressive. Sorry. Adewale, I purposely mute you. There's some background
Yes.
coming up from your system. So when you want to
It's
speak,
my,
you can
it's
unmute yourself.
my, yeah, it's my little baby,
I know.
together.
That's no problem. We love to hear that as well. That's all right. Thank you. Yeah, Progressive, go on.
yeah, so I kind of concur with what Dube was saying just now, because myself, right, it took me a while. Like, though I've not been there's never been a time where I have been super religious, like say super religious. I remember growing up as a young boy, my dad would normally make sure that I go to mosque and all those things, So I remember back then, but at the time it was the way things are back home. My mom was a Christian, but my dad was a Muslim. So, but my dad would make sure that I go to mosque, and I'll go then read the Tira and all them things, And I got to a point whereby I grew up, I was making decisions for myself. Then I decided to say, you know what, no, I'm not going to mosque anymore. Then I started going to church. But after years, it's like you keep asking, doing something, but then if you, like, I'm a street person, I was a street person, and you keep seeing some setback. So it's like this thing is giving you some force reinforcement, and that reinforcement keep leading you into the wrong directions. So, and I said to myself, I said, you know what? No, get out of this nonsense. So I got out of that nonsense. I set my mind free and said, you know what? Look, I've listened to these people speak, and they've told me that I'm the son of God. So why do I have to go and seek? Why do I have to go through anybody to ask God for anything? Does it make sense? If I'm your son, the other man is your son, the other one is your son, all of us should have the same access. So why should one man have more access to another than another man? So I said, no, I'm not doing it anymore. And you know what? Ever since I set on that path, right? This first reinforcement that I used to give myself, it's never there anymore. So what happened is that I started doing everything the right way. I started seeing things for myself. I started having, this one-on-one relationship with God Himself, not through any man. So I will see things that, I don't know if you witnessed it, something will happen to you, but it's like you've seen it before somewhere. So I started having this
It happens to me too.
I started seeing this.
I believe that,
action.
Hakim. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So
I believe that.
So,
well, Progressive, you're 100%, my brother. You're 100%.
Yeah, and this is because I was understanding myself a lot better. I begin to know who I am better, so I'm able to navigate through challenges than I would normally used to do. So that is why I say I concur with what she said.
Progressive, let me shock you. Sometimes I will just be driving. That spirit will say, don't pass that, your normal route every day, now. your normal route every day. I said, why? I will be adamant. I will pass through there. There may not be accident. There may just be traffic. There will just be disturbance, delay, like 20 minutes to get to work. But when I got there, my sister said, but I told you to go through this route. You know, everybody have that spirit of God in you. You don't have to go to one pastor, Baba, please pray for me. I hate that.
You're very right, Thomas. You're very right.
I go to church. I'm a Christian. One day, my pastor said, Brother Thomas, you have never booked for an appointment to come and see me. I said, Pastor, what? I don't need it. I pray to God. God answer me. I seek for God's consent. I come to church. I pray. I do my thing. I go home. I don't believe in bowing down under somebody. Pray for me, which I can open my mouth and pray to God. The same God the person will pray to on your behalf. The same God is there that you can pray to directly. So no.
Thomas, did you know that one of the greatest crimes committed in history of religion in terms of transcribing religious text is the use of God? There's never a God. There are always gods. They remove the S for a reason. So there's never been a place where you have a singular entity or deity that people pray to. It's always been gods. So even in your Bible, you will see "let's come together." It's always the we concept. So one of the crimes committed to people is saying, "I'm praying to God." What God are you praying to? But we might have that debate for a different day. We can go to Isuko tablets and analyze them and have a robust debate. But this confusion in that space is often because Dupsy was talking about searching for God. When I was younger, I traveled across the world, like speaking to rabbis. I went to Cairo. I was in Jerusalem. I was in Mexico. I mean, my own search for God was in my 20s. So, and when you see the way people see things that we see, like imagine being in Jerusalem and they're discussing the Bible and they're laughing at the way you perceive Jesus or God, and you're like, wait a minute, this is not what we were taught. So if you speak to the locals in those areas, they have a completely different viewpoint of what you've been raised to believe as a child. So it's just there's more to this belief, but I do agree that for the most part of it, everything you need as humans, you already have it in your head.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that is why, Babati, is dangerous to take a child to the church, to the mosque, or to any of those religious homes. Because the brain is very sensitive. The brain is where... No, let me talk. You see, the brain, it is very sensitive to human body. So the brain is where your purpose is hidden. Just try and understand what I'm talking about here. So when the brain is being tampered on, it's dangerous. So so when you take a child to a religious house and the child has been brainwashed, it is not easy. And that is why you see these people crying around, because they can't use any critical mind to think about this election, to see that is Ashiwaju that is the winner, because the brain has been tampered with. They have been brainwashed. The brain has been damaged. You understand what I mean? So that is why an Asian person will take a child. What did you say, Babati?
I said the brainwash is not even on a spiritual level. It's more of religious doctrine. It's indoctrination, yeah.
Yes, and it has everything to do with what you're called to do on this earth. Because if you're still looking up to somebody to tell you when to kneel down, when to stand up, when to worship, when to stop worshiping, then you have been brainwashed, you have been conditioned. So you won't be able to use your critical mind. That is why you go onto a particular platform that will tell you that they're still waiting on the result of the election. They are not normal because the brain has been tampered with.
Let me ask a question. Maybe perhaps we all did as children. You remember growing up in Nigeria, somebody before an exam, they said, "God, come and be my person, come and be my biro."
Yeah.
Said, somebody
Is
did
that
not.
normal?
Somebody did
Is
not
that
pray and they passed the same examination.
Yeah.
Just study, you will pass. You don't need to pray.
Is that normal? Okay, somebody like Adeboye now will sit on a chair. Just tell me, is this normal, Babati, from the medical point?
Right.
Adeboye will sit on a chair that is made in China, a chair that is made in China. We sit on that chair and we tell all the members to come sit on that chair to be able to tap into some of the anointing on the chair made by people.
That happened to Diwali,
that doesn't believe in God. No, it's about critical thinking. It's about critical thinking.
You call my name too. I have a question for.
Guys, wait. That happened in Diwali's area. I know.
It is about critical thinking, Bubba T.
But
for example, is a very intelligent guy. I've listened to you several times.
Hello.
Can you listen to me? I've listened to you several times. Please let me flesh out this, please.
Sorry, please. If I might come in a little bit.
Just 1 minute, my sister. So, Adewale, I've listened to you. That is why I said I don't really respect people when they talk, because I really want to know your view to life. If you don't, that is why people don't treat me. As a woman, I have a very highly intelligent man in the house. That's my husband. Yeah, very intelligent man that I respect. But we always fight sometimes. If he wants to go that way, I would say, this is something that I can't stand. When a man can use the critical mind, analytical mind to the core of it, to see that a man that has been deceiving us over 40 years now, we sit on a chair that an atheist made, and you will tell me to sit on that chair to be able to tap in that anointing that is in your body, for crying out loud.
Hello, my sister, you forgot this also.
Okay.
This man he takes tea with God. You don't
that is called psychosis.
Yeah. He drinks tea with
If my lady is even making us say, I've not been able to respond to that.
He drinks tea with God.
I will really.
My sister, you can go ahead, my sister. You can go ahead.
He drinks tea with God. I really want to know what type of tea. Is it Lipton tea?
It's Lipton tea, my sister, and it's called hallucination. Because what he has described,
Slim tea.
It's slim tea, my dear brother. And that's called hallucination. And Baba can educate us more about hallucination, because it's different kinds of hallucination. You can actually see, you can hear, you can smell when you hallucinate. It's a mental disorder.
Yeah. Look, I'm a
Christian.
Christian.
It's a mental disorder.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not an atheist. I'm a Christian. But
I'm not an atheist too. I'm not an atheist too. But I'm not a Christian.
What I'm saying is that these mega churches, the pastors of these mega churches, they have exploited the poor so much. All their wealth is in their own pockets. They live flamboyant life. They have private jets, whereas some members in their church cannot afford a meal.
So sad, my sister.
They have deceived us so much. That is why
right now in
that's why I'm saying this Muslim ticket that came in with all these mega church big pastors. What did they do? Nothing. With that Christian, Bola Tinubu still won. And then
sister, Bola Tinubu is not a Muslim. He just lied to them. He's a free thinker. That is why he's that successful.
Okay,
he's a free thinker. He just lied.
Why, you know what?
Nobody can be a religious person and be that successful. I'm saying it categorically here. I'm telling you.
I wish they would enact a law that would tax all these mega churches, collect all this wealth, and bring it out so they can maybe establish companies for people
to work. That will fund Nigeria's debt, though. That will fund the
because I'm telling you.
You fund Nigeria's
look at when he said he wanted a church in every poll to the house. It's not because he wants the salvation of the people. Though.
The man is a mathematician. Don't forget, he's a mathematician.
How much money will be coming? Because if you have churches, 10
very calculative.
All the wealth in that area will be coming to him. He has started planning this long time ago. So to me, like you said, how can a human being? He has turned himself to God. You sat down on a chair. People are going there to worship that chair. They are tapping anointing. What anointing are they tapping?
A chair made
Then
in China.
he
A
brought
chair made
comb.
in China.
They brought comb to the church. They
Let's
said
ask
people
Dewale because that happened.
they brought comb to the church. They said they brought Ghana must go. They put combs. They brought it to the church and say people should be combing their hair. If you know you want to go to the American embassy for visa, use that comb your hair before you
The
go.
comb is from China, don't forget.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the stupidity? How they have so made people to become so stupid that people can't think anymore. Okay, look at
Sorry, my
in that.
sister. I'm going to cut you short, please.
Look,
Sorry.
wait, just 1 second. Look at
All
that
right.
place. That place that they call that they go for once a year, once a month prayer in
Holy Ghost.
Holy Ghost night. That land. If you buy land there, you are just look, it's just a mess. It's just a mess.
It
I'm
is.
sorry
It is.
I had to come in because I
It
was
is a mess.
sleeping and I woke up and I was hearing people. I said, oh, I wish I just need to contribute a little bit. I'm sorry.
You shouldn't be sorry, my sister.
There was a
Let's
there was a guy.
please defend
There
your
was a
man.
guy in my area.
Thank you, Jaiba, but you for having my back. I actually wanted to speak, but
Let's
I
hear
don't want
Hakim now.
to.
Let's hear Hakim
I
out
don't.
first before Adewale
I don't.
comes in.
Listen,
I
there
don't
was a
want
guy.
to.
There was a guy in my area, but Mr. Dewale, there was a guy in my area about 20 plus years ago. Back then, we was still back home. I went to a church in my area, and this pastor was preaching, and he said, "Okay, those people who want miracles, who want visas, they should bring their passport." So this guy went to the front of altar and left his passport there. Then the pastor pray, and then after this guy went to collect his passport, I'm telling you, that man never left Nigeria. He never left Nigeria. He's still in Nigeria. Still in Nigeria till today. It's over 20 years ago. That's why all those people, when I start looking back at a lot of things that happens, I just say, you know what, this is nonsense, man. This doesn't make sense at all.
It is nonsense, Hakim. It is nonsense.
Guys, let me tell you this. I think I've exposed myself earlier on. My mom, she's a prophetess. Let me just tell you.
Can you hold on for a minute? Let me make my
Go on,
point. 'Cause I think I know the angle you're coming from. Madam Dupsy, I acknowledge and I appreciate your opinion. Your opinion is valid, but I'm not faulting you on the fault of what you believe. Now, this is the area I want to establish. I was also born an Anglican. I'm sorry about the noise, my baby making a noise. I was born an Anglican. I grew up in Anglican all my life. And I moved to the big city and I became a member of Redeemed Christian Church of God. But I was this child that was exposed to, not traditional belief, but, born in Nikiti, raised in Nikiti. What do you expect? Of course, I'm exposed to our culture and all that. Now, that helped me to balance my religion understanding. When I joined Redeemed Christian Church of God, I could remember very well. There was a time when, if you have ever been to any Pentecostal, you would do the baptism and all that. And for the first time in my life, something happened. I couldn't explain it. But when I watched the video back, I was told that, I'm sorry, the noise. I was told that I fell under the anointing. I just couldn't remember what happens thereafter. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'll Agatha must continue. I think she wants my attention.
Yes, you can come back and give us that. Let me tell you personal experience, guys. Today is Sunday. I think this is our own sermon for Sunday. My mom she's a prophetess. I believe in her calling. One day she called me, Coyote, come. I'm looking for. I hope everybody's hearing me.
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
hear you. Yeah. He said, Coyote, come. I'm looking for that sister passport. I said, passport. She said, yes. She said the sister brought the passport so that she can pray for the passport. She told her that she doesn't need to pray for the passport, that God has already given her the visa. But Nigeria now. We want, just mommy, take the passport, pray on it. My mom said she collected the passport. I said, where do you put the passport? She said, I don't know. She said, Coyote, you see, I don't know. We went inside, we searched all our room. Finally, after 3 hours, we find the passport. She gave the passport to the lady. The following week, the lady called my mom that, Mom, they've granted me visa to the US, which she celebrated, blah, 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 blah. My mom called me. She said, Kayode, do you know that passport that lady gave me? I didn't even pray on it at all.
So you see the way it works now?
I don't even say a word of prayer on it. As the girl gave me the passport, I just hid it so that I will not misplace it. That is why we were looking for it that day.
And that kind of a person can turn your mom into a mini god.
Yes, she told me, she said, that is why we are not God. What God will do, God will do it. It's not the prayer of the past. He said, if that lady stay in the corner of our room, pray, that is her time. They will give her the visa.
You see?
So that we are nothing. God is just using us. God, we are nothing. We are
you should be very careful.
So I've learned a lot from my mom. He said, forget about all this fake prophecy going on. That sometimes God don't even speak. God don't speak sometimes.
God is not talkative.
God don't speak always. Any pastor you go to that told you, God tell me this, God tell me this, sometimes God will silence. God will not talk.
Do you know what, Baba T? I want to ask you this question because I will always tell this to my husband. My husband believes in dreams a lot. So do you know what? Because I research a lot. So I've discovered one thing about dreams. It's very funny. So if you take stimulants, you guys can just try it. Stimulants. I'm not. If I say stimulants, I'm not talking about Igbo. Don't go and take Igbo. But you can take sugar too. Sugar has the same effect like Igbo on your brain. So if you take chocolate, like a bar of chocolate before bed, and you were able to sleep, go into a deep sleep, the kind of dream you're going to have is going to be a play, like a 3D vision. Just, Babati, you can just try what I'm saying out here. It's going to be like a 3D vision if you take like a stimulant before bed, because it's going to stimulate that side of your brain that is going to give you a particular thing that you're going to see in 3D. So I started thinking to myself, some of these prophets, do they take Igbo before they sleep? Because sometimes when they talk convincingly that God said, this is what I saw. They are not lying. They actually saw that thing. So some of them might have psychosis. Some might be taking stimulant. Some might be lying. Don't get me wrong. But somebody like Adeboye that said, I took tea with God. That was actually a convincing statement. So he actually did that. So I would say like somebody like Baba, maybe he has psychosis.
So you said that, okay, that tea that he drank, was it like it was live or was it in his
Yes, because he said his wife set table for both of them, for both God and him.
Yeah.
And it actually poured the tea inside the cup and they saw the way the cup was drained.
And he saw God. I thought the God.
No, he didn't see God, but actually that thing was taken by a particular spirit. So you see that's a convincing statement, Baba T. So that person saw that is his hallucination.
How old
so
is he
now? Saw it. He's 81.
How old is the man now? He's over 70, right?
81. He's 81.
Okay, so okay.
Yeah. So it's not dementia because he said this like 15 years ago. It's been a while.
Wait, are you a member of Redeem? It seems like you know so much about it.
Yeah, because I actually have to research before I pull myself out of all those things.
Oh.
You just don't pull yourself out of something when you don't have a very extensive knowledge about the thing. you'll be doing yourself a disservice when you say, I'm not going to follow this thing anymore, yet you don't know much about it. You have to research and know a lot about this thing. And that is why I said it's through knowledge that you can know God. Because you have to go through science, you have to go through technology, you have to go through science and all these things to be able comprehensively know the way things work in this life, so that you'll be able to know when somebody's talking, from what point of, from what point is that person talking from. So if you don't expand your knowledge, actually, you'll still be in that bondage. Don't forget, we are all traumatized by this religious thing. We are all traumatized. That is why I'm preaching now. Don't take your child to any religious home. It is hard to get out of that bondage. It is hard.
Dupsy, let me shock you. This is a personal experience again.
Yeah.
3 years ago, Baba came to Melbourne in Australia. I hate what they call it, this prostitute moving from one church to another. But I was
Is that your dad you're talking about? Is that your dad that you're calling, or what?
Sorry?
No, you say Baba came to Australia.
No, Baba Deboye. I'm talking about Baba Deboye of Redeem.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was once a redeemer in Nigeria before I left, because my mom's church wasn't in Lagos, so I attended Redeem in Lagos. So when we moved to Australia, I decided not to go to Redeem because I have my own reservation about that side. So, but my wife, Baba is coming. I said, I don't want to go. He said, no, just let's go. I don't want to go. I said, let's go. Yeah, we went. They finished the service. I've been hearing this. I haven't witnessed it. So I witnessed it in the first time in Australia. The seats Baba and Mama sat on. After the service, let's go home. People were queuing. Professors, doctors, nurses. We can tell you categorically, most of everyone here in Australia, we came on like a professional visa. It's not that we know, you know what I mean. Doctors, people that I know, nurses, doctors, queuing. I said, what is going on here? They said they are waiting for Baba and Mama to stand up and sit on the chair. I said, wow. I said, I've been hearing this. Is that true? They said, yes. Lo and behold, I said, I'm going to wait. Let me see what is going to happen. And lo and behold, Mama, they took Baba and Mama to the backstage, and people were queuing, sitting on the chair, rolling on the chair. I was just thinking, what is going on here, guys? I said, yes, that is their custom. I said, really? This is a mini God? You've got to stun this guy to mini God? No. Even God doesn't want to share his glory to it. Baba is just, it's just a human like you. You don't do that. Nigerians queue like a mumu, sitting on the chair, praying, putting their kids on the chair, bringing pictures, putting on the chair. I said, I was flabbergasted. I've been hearing it. It hasn't happened in my own naked eyes. At that day, I was crazy with my. I feel like going there and start slapping all of them. I said,
Thomas,
what are you taking God for?
Thomas, if you don't mind, let me just reply Dupsy. He asked a question.
Yes, you can reply.
Dupsy, so something we call religious fundamentally affects one part of the brain, which we call the frontal cortex. So that is why when they say those things, they find it very believable. So that's been proven by science. The more fundamentally inclined you are in that space, the more believable it comes across to people. So that part of your brain is because it will increase that curiosity and open-mindedness. So when you say it sounds like you actually saw it. So prefrontal cortex is what increases religious fundamentally affects.
But I'm not sure, Baba T, does the frontal lobe, is it active during sleep? That's what I'm not sure of. You know, they said there's a part of the brain that it's depressed during sleep. One is active during sleep. So I'm not sure if the frontal lobe is actually active while sleeping. So that's why I'm very confused.
The prefrontal cortex is actually impaired. It's an impairment of the brain, actually. The more fundamentally you become in that religious space, the more it damages that part of your brain. And over time, I won't call it an hallucination necessarily. It just increases your curiosity in that environment, because dreams itself is a manifestation of what is dormant in you. You know, our brain captures everything, right? What in your subconscious is more explored, the more damaged your frontal complex becomes. The cortex, I mean, not the frontal.
But see, what I'm saying now, you see, because the way I was describing marijuana the last time, that when a child started taking marijuana from like 14, before they are 21, when the frontal lobe is not fully developed, it's now damaged the frontal lobe. So you're saying now that religion can actually damage the frontal lobe? Is that what you're saying? That religion can damage the frontal lobe too? Just the way a stimulant can damage the frontal lobe. You understand what I mean by that? So is it that religion too can do the same?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
From the context of that cortex part, the cortex, that part of it can be impaired if you become too fundamental, because you're not. So that is like a dimensional context where you start to believe what you're seeing as opposed to analyzing it. So you lack that objective sense of reasoning.
Exactly.
Over time.
Okay.
You start to believe your own delusion over time.
So what I'm saying now, is it the same effect with marijuana?
I mean, man can take in the trance, like it can transcend where you.
No, I'm not saying the when it affects. I mean when it damages. You know, what they said a child shouldn't take marijuana.
No.
Yes, because the frontal cortex is not fully developed before. Is it 24 or 22? I don't know. I don't know the exact age. So that's why they don't encourage youngsters to take marijuana. You understand what I mean? Because of the frontal cortex. So that it won't be damaged. So that is why I'm relating it to religion. Is it like the same effect? I mean, the way marijuana can damage that frontal cortex, can religion damage the frontal cortex that way? That's my question. Yeah.
I think religion. I won't say religion, because when you mention religion, I think it has to do with the doctrine that you adopt. But faith is personal. Some people believe in some other things that we don't. Just like when you go to China, you see them, with their Buddhist statues and all that. They believe in those things. Some don't even believe in any of those things. But what I realize is that faith is personal. Some people have a awakening period maybe in their midlife or the beginning of their life or towards the twilight of their life. The heart of man is hollow. There's a quest for, seeking for knowledge, understanding on how things work, and delving into the spirituality side of man. And that is why human being will always try to, seeking for the higher authority. And we can't blame human for, constantly yearning for that part of their life that is incomplete. So whether you're Christian, you're Muslim, or you don't believe in anything, it's still about faith. I've realized in this stage of my life that God exists. I'm a Christian, but not like the way you see the other Christian. That thing you just mentioned, Babati, about sitting on Adeboye's chair and all that. I've questioned that in my heart before, and there's some doctrine that I don't. There's some doctrine.
That happened in KDO. That happened in KD very
I
close.
know. I've seen that multiple times. Either at the camp or here in the camp. And there was a day we were in the church. My pastor used to invite Bishop Okonkwo, and Okonkwo had this white man partner here in America. They usually come together to our church, and then Bishop Okonkwo now came up and was asking for sowing seed. I don't believe in all those things. Immediately, I took my Bible and I walked out of the church. You know, but when you start beginning to have understanding, uh, you realize there are some things that you don't get yourself in. What do we go to church for? You go to church to understand that, you know, basically don't do things that is going to be, because most of the things that are termed to be a sin, I actually think that you don't, the society frown upon, right? So more or less like, okay, being a good citizen of the world, let me put it that way. On the other side, I also realized that there's no perfect religion. There's no the quest for spirituality for of man is take different dimension. I told you about when I was younger how we are being introduced to cultural beliefs and all that. Then I begin to realize now when I'm praying, especially uh, my family during their birthday. I pray for them, even speaking in my own dialect. That tells you how I'm beginning to, tapping into my, to my roots. So now I was giving an example earlier, and I was saying that this aid represents the presence of God in my life. When you pray, you can pray for yourself. Yoruba call it eleda because your head represents God, be it man or woman. And I also believe that God made us equally, but at the same time, some are gifted. And I give you an example. We were talking about dreams. We're talking about how you imagine something and it will come to pass. And I also concord that it has happened to me in the past to the point that I went to my mom to ask if I'm a witch. And my mom said, "You're not a witch, but just don't tell nobody what you just said." I haven't experienced it in my adulthood, but when I was younger, yes. But what I realized is that Ewewa, Ogundewa, Ogbamenu Gongo, and it defies some of these Ogun's manifestation defies science, defies logic. And I've seen it, I've experienced it before. So I believe that the mind always constantly looking for something that is more higher than that. If you look around, what is the more superior to us in this ecosystem that we find ourselves? Is we the human, right? And who does the man look up to? The animals look up to us and see that we are more, higher in terms of reasoning, in terms of powers and energies and all that. Make things happen. Animal can't. So and I realized that things that I used to believe in before no longer sit well with me, and I pick and choose because that is the power that I have as human being to pick and choose. Yes, I'm still a Christian, but the thing is, even being a Christian, there's some things you say that I will look at you that you don't know what you're talking about. Because I have the ability to be able to choose and pick. And I disagree with Madame Stupsy when he said you don't have to, take your children to church. Look, this is what I'll say. One time, my wife was doing a program in school, and there was a particular course that she has to do. I think it has to do with religion. And she came home, she was trying to educate me on some of those religions that they were at to research and you know learn about them, and we were talking about over 200 religions. I was like, wait a minute, where are these? In your mind you will think it's only Christian, Muslims, and of course the generally known religion. But then she came up with almost over 200 lists of religion. And I was like, okay, where do you categorize this? Because they also believe, they hold on to their faith because they believe in something. We also have the Church of Satanism and all that. So faith is personal. People believe in so many things. And then when they believe in those things, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to work wonder for them, but it gives them peace of mind, knowing that what, I think there's something higher than me, spiritually higher than me that can help. Now, when people become enslaved to what they believe is when it becomes more dangerous. That thing you mentioned about Ajiboye standing up and people rush to where he's at. Look, You may see that as being, idiotic, but some people do not see it that way. Even to you and I, it seems that, it's just unheard of. But somebody who's been looking for a child for 20 years, 30 years, and they're asking this person, look, even without being told, sometimes they do this, let's quote unquote stupid thing. They do it without even realizing it. But until you are in that position, because we're talking about faith, that is their faith. If it works for them, good. If it doesn't, but I believe in balancing
Hello,
having
Adewale,
understanding,
you see, that's why I don't
balancing the
understand
view.
Christianity. When you
Yeah.
say when something works for you, fine. When it doesn't work for you, fine. What's all that for?
Okay. When
Thomas
I
just
say
gave us
that,
an
when I'm
example.
when I'm Dulce, when I'm
Let me
Dulce,
just say this. Let me just say this, Dewale. Thomas just gave us an example. Thomas' mom was a prophetess, and a woman brought. I'm not sure if you listened to that story. That
I
woman
did.
brought, a passport to her, but the woman didn't even send the passport. She looked for the passport all through before she handed over the passport back to the person, and she was given the visa.
Okay, you have an understanding that is
Yeah,
higher. You
yeah,
have understanding that is higher. What about
yeah.
somebody who doesn't have the same understanding
That's why
that
we
you
have
have?
to seek knowledge. That's why the brain is there, bro.
Not
You have to use the
everybody,
brain.
not
You have to
everybody
use
have
it.
that.
And I think that's the way we're going to be judged anyway. You have to use
Well,
the brain.
that's a different bookie. But
Dipsy.
you can't compare
You have to use
yourself,
the
your
brain.
understanding, to somebody
Yeah.
who
You
has not
just
even
got
been.
to use the brain.
What if
Let's
that
teaching
person?
that to our children.
What if that
You have
person?
to use you can't be mentally lazy. It's not
What if
possible.
what
You
if
can't
all
be
that person
mentally
you're talking
lazy.
about? All those people that you see in the Redeem, all those people you see in the Cherubim and Seraphim and the rest of them.
Yeah.
What if those people are not as, they don't have the exposure that you have?
They just
Or
have
in their
to.
life, they've never been introduced to any
They
other
just have to
belief other
seek the
than that.
knowledge. That's the only way. You have to seek that because the brain is placed there for
I
a
believe
reason.
that when you get exposed to so many doctrines, so many beliefs,
Yeah.
you'll be
Yeah.
able to have better understanding, and you'll be able to be at peace with what you believe. Look, I've seen manifestation of away and oh
And
that
when you're not
defy
scam, she know
that.
me. Scam,
No,
she
no, no,
know.
no, no, no,
Yeah.
no, 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 no,
But
no.
still not believe, no, it's still
No,
scam too.
no, no, no.
Dipsy, see, we can't say some things on online.
Actually,
There,
this away
there
at
are things
Igbo.
there are things you
Actually,
Yeah.
cannot
this away
say
at Igbo.
online. But
Sometimes
if
it
you grow
does.
up in that environment, Diwali knows. I get what Diwali is saying.
You
Okay,
know,
It's still a scam. It's
please,
still a
please,
scam
if I
too.
may come
It's
in
still
a
a
little
scam.
bit, please, if I may come in a little bit. I heard somebody saying about a way at Igbo that it works, and Dupsy, you are saying that's a scam. Not all the time it's a scam. Okay, look at the instance of this Magu that is killing some people. Is that not a way at Igbo that they use and it's making the
They've got medical condition, my sister. That's why
for
they were
Magu?
killed during
For
sex. Yes,
Magu,
now.
I know.
Some people,
What
let me
medical
tell you,
condition will
sis,
make a
don't
man
let
and a
them
woman
scam you. You have to
stick
seek
together?
knowledge, oh. Mama, why you marrying
No,
you? You have
that
to seek
one up
knowledge.
to now,
It's not,
science can't prove
it's
it
not
though.
magoon. Some people have a heart condition. Listen to me. Babati is the doctor, is listening. Some people have heart condition. Some people are not supposed to take sex enhancement. You know, all these
Okay,
what
what
do they
of the
call it?
ones that they say they stick together? Is that
Just
heart
listen.
condition too?
You're fine. They're not so because they got heart condition, they've got blood pressure.
No.
You're not supposed to take.
There
Just
is some.
listen, sis. Just listen.
Okay.
You're not supposed to take something that will make your heart raise faster than
than
normal.
yeah.
Because during sex, you know the way the heart races.
Yes.
So when you take
Hard,
something, somebody is listening to me. So if I'm wrong, he's gonna correct me. We have a doctor in the house. So when you take a stimulant that enhances the way your power goes beyond what your heart can run, then you can actually have heart arrest. Just
Okay,
listen, sis.
why
Because
doesn't
if you dilute let me tell you, you have to have a dopamine. If you dilute your brain with all this nonsense, you will never know God. That is the scam right there. If you start diluting your brain with things like this, that is not even, is not existing. That is not going to kill this person. Look, one thing you should know that you should always be objective when you hear a story. Just research into that story very well. Look at it objectively. Look
Madam
at it
Dupsy,
critically. That is where you get the proper story.
Madam Duce.
I'm telling you the fact to that.
Okay, Madam Duce, I have
I'm
two
listening.
examples I want to give, and I want you to explain the logic behind it.
Okay,
If it
I'm
is
listening.
fake or not fake. You know
Okay.
that a way that they used to pack my mind, that away. You know the leaves that they used to,
I
cook
know
my mind.
I know the
So,
one, yeah.
do you believe that those leaves, if put together in layers and layers, and you try to pull it, it won't pull?
So now, they are thick
Okay.
leaves though. Yeah. Let me know
So,
what you're
do you think they
talking
can
about.
they can be stuck together without being able to separate them?
Definitely, they do stick together. Yeah, they
How?
do.
The leaves that they used to
Yeah.
prepare my
Yeah.
mind.
Because if you see them, they have like one gummy effect on them. If you look at the leaves very well.
Gum.
Because I saw them. Yeah. No, like
Okay.
a gummy. I'm not sure what's
Let me
what they're
narrate.
being made.
Let me
Yeah.
let me
Yeah.
narrate
Just
the
let me
let
know
me
the
narrate
story.
the
Yeah.
scenario. So one day, I went to my cousin's house. So when I got there, there was a commotion. My cousin was accused of stealing money, in the house, and then he said he was innocent. And then somebody said, no, we have to take him to somewhere. This is just one example, but I'll give you the second one. Now, on getting to the place that they took them, this guy brought the leaves out. We inspected the leaves. So, I'm sorry, look at this baby. I'm sorry. So we inspected the leaves. We inspected the leaves. I'm so sorry. She's the boss. No, no, no. No.
I don't want you to come back in.
It's,
Come back in.
I'm sorry. I will come back. You can continue.
Okay. So, but you said it's called tachycardia. Okay, thanks for that. You're the doctor here.
Okay, so
Yeah.
in this instant, why is it that it doesn't happen with the husband and wife? It's only when the woman goes out on a particular day after the man has done something that this happened. So is that a coincidence?
So you don't know the way Agbere works, or the way Shina works. So because a man wants to have an affair with a married woman, you don't know the excitement that you want to lay
is
down
that
with
what
another.
happens?
You have to be careful, because you have to just you have to take things easy to be able to understand this life. If you're not coming from that point of view, you won't even know God.
Okay, I'm back now. Can I
Because-
continue?
Okay, please
So
do.
we inspected those leaves, and those leaves were dry, no gummy, nothing, no water on them. And then those accused now hold to the hand of that, the stick of that leaf, hold on to the head of it. And they put them layers upon layers, and this guy chanted his incantation and asked them to pull it. Now, if you are guilty of it, it will pull. But if you are not guilty, the leaves will stay. I did it. He didn't pull. But when my cousin did it, he was able to pull it. That's how they established that he was part of he stole the money. Only to find out that the person that stole the money gave him part of the money. He didn't actually steal the money, but because he benefited from it, that was how he was able to be identified. Now, the second one, I went to a canteen. You know how
Let me respond to this first.
let me say it real quick
No,
before
wait. Let me respond to this so that we can take it one after the other, so that we won't confuse things.
Okay.
So that's why I said it's good to broaden your knowledge about science and human, what's it called? Human physiology. What's it called again, Babati? The way your body works here. So you said the guy shared out of the stolen money. Please remember anxiety always. You just talked about the story now. You were relaxed while pulling the leaves, remember? The person that shared out of the stolen money wasn't relaxed. And Babati will be able to explain
But
this
I
better.
pulled my leaf and it didn't pull out.
It didn't pull because you were relaxed pulling it. Remember, you were not guilty.
Yeah, but
so the person that the person that is guilty, his anxiety level will be up. Remember that.
How? Someone is holding on to the other hand. I'm holding on to the other hand. And I was unable to pull mine.
Because you were relaxed, you were not part of the thing that happened. So the person that stole the money or that shared out of the stolen money will have his anxiety level at the top. That is what I'm telling you now. So that person will pull that lead more than normal. If you're listening very well, I want you to have a critical mind to what I'm telling you now. Because that's the only way you can navigate this life if you don't have a critical mind. So that person already is shaking that God don't let them find me out. So when they say pull the thing, we'll pull the thing so that they will just say, oh, you're part of the people that stole the money. Because he has his anxiety level up already. We are part of our body. That's the way the body works. And that's the way we say they have lie detector.
So
what do you think they're looking at?
what I'm trying to establish, you said that because I had nothing to do with it, so I was calm. That was the reason why I was unable to.
Your anxiety level was normal. You were not shaky.
But
you were relaxed.
if I get this straight, these leaves were put together by ourselves and the other person holding on the other hand. And we were pulling it. And those leaves did not come out. But my cousin was able to pull his own. That was
exactly because it was shaky.
So how does anxiety have to do with
it? Let me ask you a question. So how do the Western people, how do they detect liars when they say they're using the lie detector? How do you think they detect that? How do what's the science behind that?
Because when you lie, your heart rate goes off.
Thank you, bro.
Babati.
Thank you, bro.
Babati, what I'm still trying to deduce from what she said. You know when you have leaves, you know the leaves now. Babati, you know the leaves, right?
Right.
The one that they use to make my mind. You have the stem that you have that you can hold on to, right? So we were told to pull those leaves together, layers upon layers. I think like 10 of them. So each person will hold on to their hand of the stem, and the guy would chant this incantation and will
Please,
pull.
I have a question. Was he aware that the stolen money was what was given to him? Because
No,
he wasn't aware.
it wasn't. It wasn't.
He didn't know the money he benefited from was
Yeah,
stolen.
it
He didn't
wasn't.
know.
The person, he wasn't. That was the reason why he agreed to go there.
Okay,
But
because he didn't know.
it,
Okay.
no, he was.
Then that's
It wasn't.
then
It
that's
wasn't.
Okay,
It wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't. And that was the reason why he agreed to go there. You
Yeah,
know,
because
the logic behind that.
then if he wasn't
Behind,
aware that the money he was given was stolen, his anxiety level shouldn't increase.
He was aware. I'm telling you the fact. Without knowing that person, he was aware.
I'm trying to describe how that thing came to be. Those leaves were put together in layers. And then we put it together by ourselves because the leaves we inspected it dried, right? Nothing, no gum, no
That's the way
magnet,
those
nothing.
leaves are. They were like, because I store them in my freezer too because I use them a lot.
Let me go
That's
to the
the way they
second
are.
experience. Let me go to the second experience.
Okay.
So I went to a canteen in Lagos. That was a very long time ago, around 92 or so. Then I wanted to go and eat at this. It was an Igbo canteen where they have the yellow gari and all that. So I requested to eat the eba.
Hello,
As soon,
Adewale.
yes,
I hope everybody is enjoying the conversation.
of course,
I am
of course.
enjoying it, but if you want us to change it, that's
No,
fine.
no, no. I just
Continue.
want let me give this second example. Then we can change it after that. I just want somebody to explain because I believe there's a way and able. They are real. Now, as soon as I entered that canteen, I was about to sit down. I'd already ordered by the entrance, about to sit down. I saw this man shouting. I said, they don't take him. So in my mind, I was like, what is he talking about? He said, they don't take him. So eventually he said, they've taken his pennies. I was like, wait a minute, I've never heard that before. So, and I don't want to get involved. And I didn't tell nobody at home that I'm going to canteen. So I told the woman, put it in the plastic bag for me, let me get out of this place. So as soon as he was, putting the food in the plastic bag, this guy was just won't have it. He stood on the table and said, no, they've taken it. So before you know it, they were closing the shop, they were closing the door. And I panicked. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't get involved in all the why are they closing the door? So they insisted nobody leaves. that was because I didn't tell nobody at home that I was going out. I actually sneaked out. So I didn't want nobody to know that I'm going out to eat. I wanted that food badly. So to cut the long story short, we were so immediately they should close the door. They said they should turn off the light. That was where I panicked the more because I've never seen anybody being, like that, saying that they've taken his penis. Now we didn't know how the size of his penis before. How would we know that they've taken it? Before you know it, they said no, we have to go somewhere, this and that. They said no, nobody lives here until this penis comes back. I was like, how do we know this? It has come back. So in that chaos, that woman handed the airbag to me. I wasn't even thinking about the airbag, but I held on to it because I wanted it so bad. Now, while that was going on, they switched off the light. Some people said, no, turn that light back on. We will die here today if that light doesn't come on. To cut the long story short, the guy said, turn on the light. They turned the light on. The guy pulled down his pants. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, it was real. It was as if nothing was there. So while that was going on, they said, turn off the light. And then they said, look, wherever I take it, you should put it back there. Lo and behold, after that, this guy canceled and I said, look, I've touched somebody. Then the person that he touched happens to be a woman. And he said, okay, put it back. Eventually, the woman denied it, but I said, turn the light back off, put that thing back. Barely after 10 minutes after that, the guy shouted again. I said, it has come back. And he put the pants down again. The original size came back. I saw it with my 2 eyes.
Wow.
Hold on, Oga Thomas. It didn't end there. So your thing has come back. Please let me get out of this place and go home. I have my air by my left hand. Let me just get out of this place. They said, no, he's going to try if it works. That was where it becomes comical to me. Because he said he doesn't know if it works. Okay, what do? They said, everybody, we have to follow him to Alashewo's place. I said, no, I'm not going there. I don't go to Alashewo's. How would I? They said, no, or they will call police. And I said, if I go to police station from here, nobody in my household knows that I come to eat there by here. We went. So the woman that owns the canteen gave him the money for Alashewo. So how do you explain the logic of that woman was handed over to the police though because they almost lynched her. They almost put tire on her neck. So how do you explain the logic behind those crazy drama that just happened in there?
So because the way you narrated this is like going to Professor Feller's house for all this, the more you see, the less you, the more you look, the less you see. Abracadabra. You see, because you see this set of scammers, they're organized crimes. So probably, I'm a very deep thinker, Dewale. If you just know that, if you know that, you know peace. Because there's no way on earth that you bring all those things to me, I will debunk, because that's my mindset. I will debunk it. I don't believe in Ewe and Ego. I believe in Ewe and Ego. Listen to me. I believe in Ewe and Ego for medicinal purpose. Don't get me wrong. For medicinal purpose. But when you're talking about Ewe and Ego, that you can use it to manipulate a fellow human being, forget it. Because God did not release that power. Listen to me, Babati. Just 1 minute. God did not release the power to both human, Satan, and angels. He did not release the power so that we won't be manipulated, so that there won't be chaos on this earth. That is why he did not release any power. 0.001 power is not in anybody's capacity. That is why he decided to hold on to all the power that belongs to him. That is why anybody cannot share out of that glory. So those people are set of scammers, organized crime. The man must have taped his dick behind him and released it from the land beyond beyond. Have you watched that film movie when you were young? From the land beyond beyond, the more you look, the less you see. So they're going to organize that crime to scam you, Adewale, if you're not careful. So that they will tell you it happened in front of you. The penis disappeared and reappeared immediately. So this Baba can do it. I want to be a landicap.
Let me reply. Let me reply Dupsy real quick, Dewale, please. So because I cannot share some things online, of course, but let me just give you one I can share. This is very common in America back in the day that they used to do back in the days. So that's the reason why our area you don't have security. There's no security. It's just Igbale that they use.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. It's
I
just
do.
once they
Oh, I
hang the
saw that
Igbale,
time.
well, if you show up to rob that place in the morning, you'll be sweeping the floor
You
naked.
will gale. You will
Yeah,
Everybody
gale.
will
oh,
be sweeping.
that even happened.
That
That
one
happens
is
with
very
my dad's neighbor's farm. Go
yeah.
ahead, Baba T.
So that one, once you show up in the morning, if you rob that
Mhm.
place, by the morning, all your gang, you'll be naked sweeping the floor. Let the police. So we've seen these things work. So when you say that is not, there's some things that I can let me go there because Ale won left so that there are things that I'm telling you.
Irọ́ náà ṣì ní gbogbo ẹ̀, irọ́ ló ṣì bá dé.
Dupsy.
Irọ́ ló bá dé. Just the way they will tell me
My sister, be open.
donate
I would say be
100.
open-minded. Be
Yes, they
open-minded.
will tell me to donate $100. Sow a seed and you receive $1,000. It's still the same scam. It's still the same scam. Kò yàtọ̀ síra wọn.
Remember, I
You
said
know,
that
Kò yàtọ̀.
Baba T, Baba T.
So how do you explain the people that came to rob at night and then they become sweepers?
It's a lie. It's still
not a lie. Everybody.
So that one too is
I don't understand that English, but see, full of àlọ́ àpamọ̀ àtàpagbè. Kí ló máa ń pè ní lóyìnbó?
That thing I
even know. I
don't
know how to say it in English, my sister. Àlọ́ àpamọ̀ ṣe nìyẹn àtàpagbè.
Dipsy, do you even know what? I even know how to behind that thing. They use spider cut wood.
Baba, see, you're a doctor
you,
for crying
it's
out
not
loud. Stop talking like this. You're a doctor,
man.
bro. What's all that for?
I
You're
see
a doctor. Why are you talking like this? I believe in medicinal purpose. They were an Igbo, of course. I do believe in Agbo a lot.
Dupsy, Baba T is the traditionalist, so Babalawo.
Yeah, Baba T, why is he using his profession to cash out in Yankee? So leave that story, Gary. So somebody is making a lot of money in America.
Baba T, let me give you another.
Dupsy, kó lọ máa gbọ́ pẹ̀lẹ́ sọ́lẹ̀. Kó lọ máa gbọ́ pẹ̀lẹ́ sọ́lẹ̀ lábẹ́òkúta.
The guy is cashing out in Yankee. He said he believes in Nigerian. Don't mind him.
Baba T, you see, Madam Dupsy here. I will encourage her to be open-minded. You know, it's not good to think that some things doesn't work. Just have that open mind.
Open-minded though. That's why I'm talking like
I've seen the one I just narrated as just a child play. You know, and then hey, hold on 1 second, bro. Hold on 1 second. In 1992, the king in my town died. Actually, died in 1990. No, I take that back. 1991. No, 1990. And then they had the new king in 1991. You know, Yoruba used to sit on Eru. You know, in the first time in the history, in fact, some of my siblings that were born in the 50s and 40s, that tells you how old they are. They didn't witness that because that king reigned for a very long time. Now, so when it was time, because we don't usually have Adele, we don't have Adele. Once the king died, we have another one in store straight away.
Please, what area is that?
In Ekiti.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, in Yoruba land, when they say Alara Ajero or Ogunleila, those are the three siblings. And these people, they don't have Adele, they don't have regent. So then it was time to do the coronation and install the new Oba. For the first time in history, I saw something that even saying it right now said shiver down my spine. You know, there was this element. I won't call it human being. I won't call that thing human being. If look at the most tiniest object around you where you are. His leg is as tiny as a broom. This thing walks kilometer upon kilometer before he arrives in our town. You know the akpere, the basket, not in a circle one, but in a rectangular form. So they formed it around him. So they will be singing, and they came like almost 3 towns before it gets to our town. Yeah, and you know, this element do not walk through the door. It walks through the. They will have to break the wall to come in. It come. I saw the leg. You know when you have uh, like an animal's children. You know the one that is not yet born, but you can see this. Their skeleton form, kind of. That was the one that installed the king. You know, what I'm doing, be open minded. I will go further than that. When that thing walked in, even the older people in my town that you would thought, okay,
Are
these
you from
people are.
Ijero? Are you from Ijero?
Yes.
Okay, that's where my mom is from. Ofoni Mogwe Bade.
Oh, okay. So I'm glad you are from you are the daughter of the soil. You know what I'm talking about. You see, this thing for the first time, it was it was uh it was an experience that nobody will, you will keep replaying it in your mind. Even older generation had never witnessed it before. In that kind of situation, at the point, when you say people are saying ayajo to each other, like they will say things like more or less like a curse, but you will reply them back and all that. Even the king himself was shaking, despite that his father was a babalawo. So be open-minded. I believe those things are real.
Dewale, let me just reply to Thomas. Do you remember the time you asked a question about why is Rose Vivo always wearing white? Remember you asked that question. Why is he always wearing white? I do want to tell you why.
Ogboni. Is he Ogboni?
No, that is the same reason why Osibajo wears black all the time.
Why does he wear black?
Let me tell you why now. Let me tell you why.
Is he not supposed to be a pastor?
No, let me tell you why now. Forget the pastor one. It's just hard.
Okay.
Some people like me now, for instance, now you see the same way Rose Vivo dresses white. I don't wear black. If I
don't wear red either.
So those are things that they do back in the days. Like I don't eat some food. I don't go some certain places. I don't drink for a reason.
It's still a scam. It's still a scam. All these things are.
I'm telling you, if I need almost that's the reason you see me wearing white all the time. It's not because
is that why this guy, the guy that owns Christ Embassy, is always in white?
Once you see somebody always wearing the same color, like that is that means that they've done.
What of Oyedepo? He wears white as well.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean Oyedepo.
So if you see people
I'll be right back.
All the time, that is why. But by the way, have you seen his new show that is building right now? It's called the Ark. It's a hunter.
Which one of them?
In Songota.
Oyedepo.
Okay. It's still a scam. They're still scamming them.
Building a brand interest for.
No. They said the Babati.
Yeah.
He said why he wore white is because white is the
cheaper.
cheapest.
It's cheaper to maintain white.
It's cheaper to maintain white.
This guy that is a billionaire.
That is say we be Momo.
Thomas, this is what I'm telling you. I know what I'm saying.
But there are some secret cults that there are some secret cults that they wear white.
What secret cult? You should ask yourself, what secret cult? What do they do there? What secret cult? That's what you should ask yourself deeply. That what is secret cult? It's still a scam. You see why God will release power. Let me say this. Let me say that. I will let you talk. Why God will release power to human? You see, when God created human being, He said, "Why is human being's mind desperately wicked?" There will be chaos on this earth if God release 0.0001 of His power to human. We will use it to harm each other. And if you have that behind your mind, if you have that at the top of your head, you will never believe in any of those things.
Dupsy, please give me 5 seconds. Dami, your audio is not connected. If you can go out and come back in so I can bring you into the conversation.
Hello, Dupsy.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not connected. Okay, thank you, Thomas.
No, not you.
Okay.
Dami. I'm talking of Dami. Is another person that wants to come in. We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Continue.
Okay. So that is why, so that there won't be chaos. Thomas, I'm sure if Thomas has a little power, as nice as Thomas is, it will tell one man sometimes to, it will use his hand to raise one man up as one man is on the show. You understand? Human being can be very funny. It will just use his hand from Australia to raise one man up from the show and just drop one man again. If one man says something that he's not pleased with, if you have this kind of thoughts, that is why God will not release. Listen to me. He will not release 0.00001.
Can we clarify? Can I
human,
please?
Not even the devil.
Sorry, can I engage with Dupsy, please? Dupsy, can you tell us what is your own understanding of creation? Do you subscribe to the
to the science? To the science, I subscribe to not the Bible. So the Bible is manipulated. I don't understand it. Yeah,
you have the big. So wait. You have the Big Bang theory, right? That's what you subscribe to.
No, not the Big Bang. No, not the Big Bang. Just the way the way science talked about matter.
No.
The open, that's the way I can see.
No. Yeah. I'm saying creation of humans. Are you of the Big Bang or are you of the Bible, the biblical principle?
I'm not of. I don't subscribe to both. I don't. I don't subscribe to both. Yeah.
Okay, because
but I can see God more from the science view.
Because that way, because there are enough evidence out there. If you study pre-Bible, pre-text.
Yes, I don't. That Bible, or most of the things in the Bible, I don't go with most of the things in the Bible because it has been manipulated. So I don't. I don't really subscribe to the Bible.
Now, our own chromosomes, you can see that there was some kind of manipulation to it. Where, to me, the Garden of Eden is more like a lab, like a human experiment.
Okay.
So if you look at this reason why they say they chased them out of the garden, it was like because they were exposed. There was no snake. The snake, because if you are into, don't let me go there at that, but if you study that history properly, the reason why they chased them out of Garden of Eden was because they said because their eyes was open. No, it's because the co-founder of that place, if you are subscribed to what you call the Anambra or what you call ISIS, them. So they were going to corrupt the other gullible people that they were experimenting on. That's the reason they chased them out of the garden.
I don't even believe anything about the Garden of Eden at all. I don't even subscribe to it.
But it wasn't a garden. It was a human experimental lab.
It's possible. That's possible because I believe more about the science.
Dupsy.
Yeah.
Let's hear from Green. Green, are you there?
Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, Dupsy.
Your voice is too. Are you in the bedroom?
Yes, I'm in my bedroom.
But
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, not loud. If you can speak louder, please.
It's like I'm shouting here, bro.
Really?
Yes.
But we can barely hear you.
Yes.
No, I
can hear him. Let him continue.
We can hear you. Let's hear. Go on. Yeah.
I guess you are from Ondo State.
Yes, I am. Your voice is low, bro. Your voice is low.
We can't hear you. I'm very sorry. Green.
Can you go out and come back in? Maybe come
back. Maybe go out and come back. Yeah.
But
please, Baba, see, okay.
Please, I have a
sister.
question. Yeah. I know there's somebody in the platform that said he goes to Redeem, the Restoration Chapel here in Houston.
That's Dewale. Dewale is the one.
Okay, I have a question because something happened. That's Redeem, and there have been so many scamming going on. The pastor, he has been married he's dead now. He was married to the wife for many years. They couldn't have kids. So they went ahead and they did something like they must have used a surrogate mom to have the kids. So on the day of the dedication, the wife said she was going to come out and talk about everything that happened, but she refused. Instead of her to come out open to tell the other members of the church that were barren so that they could look for alternative measures, she didn't say anything. Another thing that happened again, this pastor eventually became sick. He had cancer. Do you know they hid it from the members of the church? They didn't tell anybody. I mean, it's,
Yeah, they're not supposed to be sick if you
they
understand
are
them
not
very
supposed to be
well.
sick because
No, they're
they are
not.
super.
Yeah,
They
they
are
serve
superhuman beings. They
God,
are
all the
divine.
Almighty. Yeah,
So
they serve deceit,
he was
they serve
sick,
deceit.
had
So they're not
cancer.
supposed to be sick.
He was sick, had cancer. He was in the hospital. Then it was one of the members that's a nurse that saw him one day when she was the one that brought out the secret, and that was how he started going out. So to me, why are you deceiving people? You are sick. You refuse to tell the members of the church. You didn't want them to know. Your wife
So,
had
Rosie, do you see what I'm saying? That you shouldn't take a child to that kind of a place.
That's
It's
for
full
me.
of deceit.
But
It
guys,
can confuse a child.
I
It can
have
damage a child's brain.
So that's
I
why
have
for me,
guys, wait.
yeah.
Let me just before I forget my train of thought, because I have something similar at my practice where I lost a patient of mine because of what Rosie just said, where somebody has a high blood pressure and a blood sugar of over 700, and they refuse treatment because they said that the man of God was praying for them in Nigeria somewhere that God will heal them. I'm being serious right now.
Oh my
I
God.
said that God will heal me. I'm like, you are dying. You don't make it to within. This person had over 700 hyperglycemia, 700. I'm like, how are you still alive? So it came to the clinic. I wrote him everything. I called the hospital myself that somebody is coming over, because normally in the clinic you can only regulate below 300. If you're above 300, they have to go to the hospital and stabilize that before you can put them on any insulin at all. So I wrote everything. I called in, report everything. It's like, don't worry, don't call ambulance. I will dive them myself. I called in 2 weeks later to check in. He said he didn't go. I said, why didn't you go? This person died within a month because they said God was going to, because they said they're believing in the word of God, that God was going to heal them according to their pastor. They died.
And all these pastors, when they come abroad, they come for medical checkup. They do all the things they're supposed to
Like
do.
God,
But they go back to Nigeria and
the
start
doctor?
selling
Who
olive
made the
oil
medicine? Is it
and
not God?
handkerchief.
Is it not God that made the medicine?
When they are moving around, they move around with bodyguards, but they sell stickers to their to the brethren to protect them. But they don't believe in those stickers to protect them. They use bodyguards, but other people will use stickers.
Rosie, a family member died 2 days ago.
It's so sad.
He
It's
get
just
burned. He get burned in the kitchen, almost 50-degree burnt.
Oh Jesus!
He didn't tell anybody. A family friend, rather a distant family friend. He did. He said, by this tribe I am healed. Òróró tí Oyedepo gbé fún wọn, ó fi ń para.
You're not
He
supposed to get
died
burnt if
3
you're
days
serving God.
ago.
Oh my God!
He
You're not
died.
supposed to. That means you're not serving God. If that can happen to
That's
you,
why the
that means
Bible
you're not
says,
serving the
"My
living God.
people die due to lack of wisdom."
Exactly.
Come on.
See, you're
You
getting the
get
gist now. You're getting the
50%
gist.
burn, and you were
Yeah.
putting Goya oil,
My
anointing
people
oil.
perish for
I
lack
have
of
a
knowledge.
question for Dupsy, please.
Okay, you
Yes,
can
yeah, go
go
on.
ahead.
I'm back now, Dupsy.
Yeah.
You are from Ondo State, right?
Yes,
I'm
please.
also
Yeah.
from Ondo State.
Yeah.
So you say you don't believe in juju, but do
I
you
don't.
believe in there's something they call all this itagba or something like that?
Describe it. Give me a tag by any.
Or you believe pé tó máa yìnbọn fún yànbọn ò lè wọlé ṣá?
Kí ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀? Àwọn ọmọ Yankee ò tí ì yín AK-47 ni. Ó máa press skin straight.
No.
Ayé dàbí.
Wọn ò tí ì yín AK-47 ni. Táwọn ọmọ Yankee bá gba ẹmú tó bá fi AK-47, ó máa press sínú skin yẹn, á wọlé straight
Ṣèbí tó
direct.
bá rí ìbọn yìnyín tí tómi bá jáde ní ẹ̀ kọ́.
Don't try it, oh, my brother.
No, I'm just asking you.
I still want you around.
Let me just tell you something. I'm from Ondo State.
Mm-hmm.
I'm partly Ilaje, partly Ikale, and partly Ijebu.
Okay.
You understand? So maybe Babati was talking about somebody's dick was disappear, right? Okay.
That was Diwali.
Okay, Diwali. let me
Hello,
just
excuse me, sir. Can I interject a bit? That woman is not listening. Just say,
Tony, wait.
that
Tony,
is
mind
why
your
our people.
business. Nobody's
That is
talking to
why.
you. Mind your
Hold on.
business. Name
That's why our
pastors.
people are
Same thing
suffering
happens
now
to
in
me.
the diaspora.
Let me tell you
You
Even
something.
don't
let us
respect
talk.
your husband.
Happens to me.
Yes.
Tony, wait
Let us
now.
talk, Daddy. Don't mind him.
Okay. Maybe now they believe in our African tradition. Forget about Jesus Christ. It will lead you now to
Tony, wait
hell.
now. You go talk now. Hold on
Listen.
now.
Thomas, please mute
Can
Tony
you
so that we
mute
can
her?
enjoy this
Let me just.
conversation.
I
Please.
just want to expose myself a little bit. You understand? This when I was in Lagos during December period, I went to Ikorodu. I was hustling with Molue, and I realized that I couldn't find my junior. You understand? And I was like, "What is happening?" You understand? I was very, I was panicked. So I called my mom. They took me home. My junior was very, very, it's like it shrink. You understand? And I was the only child for my mom. So my mom was very panicked. And my father's side, the mom's side, they are fully abolists. They are fully abolists. So they
Sorry, your
called
junior.
him.
Oh, your junior. Oh, you mean your third leg? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yes, junior. You understand?
Sorry. I didn't know what was in my junior. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. So they called my uncle, you understand, from my father's side, the mom's side, Caleb. So that man is an herbalist. So their family, they are, 90% of them, they are into herbalists. You understand? Babalawo, let me just put it that way. So immediately they called the man. They brought the man to our house in Ikorodu. And the man was like, okay, take this thing and drink it. And, he just brought out the thing. I gave me and I drank it. Within 20 minutes, you understand? I started feeling, difference in my body. And after I realized that my junior is back, you understand? So they now say that, how am I going to know that this junior is working? And I was like, okay. They now suggested that, we should go to Ashawo's place. I was like, Ashawo's place? My mom said, no, my son cannot go to Ashawo's place. Call your girlfriend. And that time, my girlfriend again. So, and they took me to Ashawo's place, and my friends, my uncle, not my other uncle, they paid. And I tested it, and I told them I'm fine now. So for Doopsy to be saying that you don't believe in that, no, that is far from
But
true.
so Green, the way you have narrated the story, you don't believe that you have a kind of medical condition? Have you gone to test yourself?
No.
Okay.
I'm very complete. My bodies are
No
very tight. I'm
diabetes,
very agile.
nothing, no blood pressure, nothing. Are you sure? Because a lot of us don't test ourselves.
How
Yeah.
can that make your dick disappear? How can diabetes make your dick disappear?
Of course,
this
it's not
was
disappearing. It didn't disappear,
this
Babati.
was years
It went
ago
limp.
now.
It went limp. It didn't
It
disappear.
What do
didn't
you
say it
It
think?
didn't
happened
disappear.
recently. This
It didn't
happened years
disappear.
ago.
Green,
So it must have been
did it
younger and
disappear?
healthier.
Let's get it straight. Did it disappear or it went limp on you?
Yes.
Yes, Babati, can you hear that? It didn't disappear. So,
Wait.
exactly.
Green. That one is not diabetes. That one is
No,
why.
Babati, you know that we exaggerate some conditions. So if you look at it from the medical side,
different thing. Are you getting my point?
then we are not even asking him what he was going through at that particular time. Maybe he was depressed or something. So we should take his history first.
Okay, so if he was
we
depressed
should
within
take
20 minutes,
yes.
everything came back to normal.
What you've not experienced before, you don't have an idea how it is.
It's not an idea. I'm telling you that this thing doesn't
Doopsy, I
work.
think you should still have an open mind and do more
I don't have
research.
any open mind to it, because I've done research and I know that this thing
not
doesn't
into
work.
not into African methodology.
Yes,
African no.
everything.
No, you can't know,
It
you can't know.
doesn't
You can't
work.
know
But
everything. You can't know
sis,
everything.
are you listening to me? If you want to believe in it, continue.
I'm not believing in it. I'm just saying to have an open mind.
My
Do
own.
some research.
I'm not having an open mind. I'm sorry.
Come and join us on.
But what I'm saying is that we are able. Medicinal purpose, I'm 100% for it. I go. 100% for it.
So
But when you're talking about this, my brother that just that's from Ondo State, from Elijah now, did anybody touch him for his finish to go limb? What happened to him? So there's something that happened at that particular point. It's not as if Ogun you come back Ogun now. Oh, buy your jar now. Oh no, Moso, you weren't fighting with anybody. Oh no, Moso, you weren't fighting with anybody. You were not loggerheads with anybody. Come on, so pay your coffee Ogun lo, eh? I mean, is that not what you're insinuating here? Pay your coffee Ogun lo, eh? Can you hear what
you know, December time, you have all these kind of nasty things happening in Lagos.
That's what I don't subscribe to all those things, my brother. I don't.
Please, can I say something, please? My mom, she's from Republic of Benin. In their place, they have one thing they call, it's like a masquerade. This thing is very huge. It spins. It keeps spinning. But when you open it, you don't see anything under it.
Are you talking about Isangbeto?
Yeah, Zangbeto. Yeah, Zangbeto.
Oh.
So there is some powers that makes it spin. But when you don't see anybody wears this mask. I mean, you don't, like Egu now. I mean, you understand the Mangbe Egu. But this one is just the Zangbeto. You don't see anything that is spinning it. Some people from US have gone there. They have gone to find out exactly what's inside that makes it spin. They can't explain it. They can't. So how do you explain that? Is that coming to?
You see, upon all these magical powers that we have, all these African powers, just see the way our country has nosedived into the ground. A man, an individual, why do you seek spiritual power? I want to ask you guys. If you want to go to a Babalawo to join Ogboni, or you want to be like Babati, to make Babala dollars in America.
No, yeah, you are right, madam.
Why do you
hold on, please. You are right,
So,
but black
all
people
these
are not
things that
using
we
it
have,
for positive.
wait, Tony, let me flesh out this. Upon all these things that we have, Tony, we are still see the way the country is. Because
because we lack love. Yeah, correct. Because we lack love for each other. Hold on. Please. Yeah, we lack love for each other. Hold on. We lack love for each other, so we don't use it for the betterment of the people. We use it to terrorize each other. But the white people also, they have witches and wizards. But that is how they are able to manufacture all these Mercedes, Siemens, and Bosch. But in the case of black people, we lack love for each other. That is why you can see these legislators right now. They call themselves president, senators, whatever. They just take the money.
Tony, me and you can have discussion for 10 hours because I like people to reason like you.
Yeah,
we can have discussion for 10 hours. I like people to reason like you.
Yeah, so what I'll be accusing the black people in the diaspora of is that they enjoy being in abroad, going back home to use poor people's children to be molding blocks and building homes, and then fencing the home, see their homes around like they live in the prison, and then that is why the African people were just going deep into the ground. And then we can never.
So Dipsy, you believe that there is African power, but they don't use it the right way.
Yes, sir. Exactly. They don't use it. They don't use it.
I don't believe. You see, I have a friend.
Dipsy believe in Ogunrififor, something like that, but she doesn't believe in the other one.
I believe in Agbo. I believe in Tayono, and I believe in Agbo.
My people, please. Every one of us that are, all of us here, when you were born, hold on, when you were born, your mother, your mother take you to somewhere. Hold on. They tear your skin and put some concussions. That is what is protecting us today. But
at the end of the day, I beg you, Tony, let me talk, please. So what I'm saying that one of my friends there, she's a realtor, she's a witch. So what they do is that they go like for meetings to help the society. She belongs to a member of the witchcraft here. So they help the poor, They help
White or
the.
black?
Is
White
she
or black?
is she a white
Yeah,
lady?
she's a Caucasian. She's a Caucasian. White,
Correct.
pure white, pure white.
Correct.
So I asked her, what do you do there? Sometimes when she comes to me to decorate my house for me, because she's an interior decorator too, so she brings some stuffs like all these Medusa heads and all. So when people see this kinds of decoration in my house, they say, "Wait, this thing is evil." I say, "What's evil in it? There's nothing evil in it." I have a friend that's a witch. My Nigerian friends, they freak out when they hear that. They just freak out. How can you be saying that? But she's the nicest person ever. She's so good. I love her. There's nothing wrong with her because she loves with her bones.
Don't let her
with
scam.
everything
Don't
that
let her
has.
charm you. Don't let her charm you.
They are born with talent. They are born with talent.
Exactly, my brother.
They are born with talent. But hello. That talent need to be tapped.
Maybe
That
very
talent
soon
need
you'll
to be
start
tapped
going to
by the
the
African
you'll start going
people.
to the meetings with her.
I
So you love her
can't.
so
I
much.
can't because they do a lot of good stuff. I can't start going to the meeting with them. They
Yes.
do a lot of good stuff around the
But
society
in
and the
Africa you
community at
kill them.
large.
In Africa you kill them. You kill
So
them in Africa.
kill. And if they
Instead of
lie
you
funny, nobody can
to
kill
kill them.
anybody. It's still a lie.
Yeah, you need to take them. No, you need to take them. You need to take them and settle them in a place. And then work. And then work with the universities. Hold on, and work with the university researchers. You know, that's the way.
Wọ́n kàn máa pe Buhari pa ni. Àwọn bàbá tí ò ṣe pé Buhari pa. Ṣùgbọ́n ló gbọ́ àpèpá ní yàrá wọn. Bọ́dún lè ṣe wọ́n ṣe pé Buhari pa.
Kí ni mo ṣe fún Dúkìá tó yẹ náà?
Tó bá lọ sí Akwa Ibom. Tó bá lọ sí Akwa Ibom. They buy all of them there. They buy all of them there to gather their knowledge.
Tony, hold on. Dupsy, when I was on Rudolph this morning, there was one lady there, I will not mention name. You people know she's been cursing all this election. I said, if cuts work, Babangida is supposed not to be alive today.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Obasanjo supposed not to be. Obasanjo won't go Obasanjo. They carry their coffin. Babangida curse. Everybody curse. I said, if cuts work,
The pressure.
To be alive.
No, Thomas, you know why I subscribe more to science? Because I love evidence. I'm a woman that loves evidence.
Evidence.
So that is why I love science. But this African power, I swear to my
Sakama J. Let me say something.
Can I
everybody wait. I want to throw something.
Tabalo brain war. It's very good for us.
Tony, calm down. But Tupsi, if there is magic, if there is power, what make Sunday Igboho to run away from Nigeria? Why can't he face Nigerian government with his charm?
I bet not to say that one. They say that one. They diluted it.
Thomas, I am so disappointed.
Thomas, you know the reason why Igboho left. Thomas,
I don't believe all those. If
Thomas,
Adewale, listen to me. If there is this Ogun Toto, why can't he stay in Nigeria and face Nigerian government with this charm that he claims that he has?
The government is coming with equal power people.
Have their own charm.
Thomas, Adewale, please let me say this. You know, when you go to a doctor, people like Babati, you go to them, you complain that you have a headache. They will say, okay, can you just use this Tylenol 3 times a day? Then you come back to tell me if you're still feeling good or not. That's evidence-based. So you go back to your GP. You say, GP, I've been feeling better. I've been feeling good. And if you're not feeling better,
they will increase the dose or give you another prescription.
They might just even refer you to the hospital to go and do head scan so that they will be able to scan your head to be able to see exactly what's wrong with that headache. You know, that's evidence-based, my brother. So when people come here to brag, and Buhari will be messing up like that, you can tell him that Buhari.
Let's hear from Adewale.
You know, in Yoruba land, there's something called Afojudi. Anybody knows the English name of Ashujudi?
If you undermine something, undermine something.
So when you undermine, so
being very dismissive.
even when you have the Owe and Ogun, it's still not absolute. There's a limit to everything. So
that means
when you
not genuine. That
no
means not genuine.
hold on. See, when you have the fact that he's able to live unscattered and people were killed in his house, that doesn't mean that those things, those power that he has, doesn't
Adewale
work.
is not in that house that day.
Hold on. See,
He's not
the
in
fact
that. If
that
he's in that house, they will catch him. They
wait,
said, "Oh, Luofe, he disappeared."
Thomas,
Who told you that he
Thomas,
disappeared?
My
Thomas.
brother,
Hundreds of thousands.
Adewale, please, can I interject? Because Thomas
Well,
not
Tony,
here.
wait, Tony,
No, hold
Tony,
on,
please wait. Let him
hold on.
finish.
I don't even know if
I
you
know
guys can
Tony
hear
will
me.
disrupt this session. I don't want to bring him in. Let people
Thomas.
speak. Then you come in later.
Sometimes you see, I said something earlier. I said, look, it's good to balance your view. It's good to, you learn from this. I don't want you to discard that this thing does not exist. It does exist. Now, in Yoruba land, where you have some, power like this, you don't do a for duty. You know why? Because you may underestimate the person that you are confronting. The person that is coming to meet you, you may think is not a stone. You call yourself a stone. That person might even be more than stone. It might be a volcano coming your way. And that is why you don't do a fujudi. Afira, you have to find alternative and leave. So
that
because
is
you have
Mojamosabi.
I don't do
look,
opportunity.
look,
Adewale,
look,
respect people based on your
look,
intelligence and your
look,
knowledge. That's
look.
the way. I don't do
This thing,
opportunity. But don't
Thomas,
come to me with Ogun. Don't come to
look,
me with Ogun. Come to me with
But
knowledge. I
still
respect
have an
you.
open mind and do more research.
No, with you,
you
talk
know,
waiting.
Let Adewale finish. Let's
when
hear from
we
Adewale.
assume that this thing does not exist, these are the things our forefathers, our ancestors are being using.
No, Adewale, before you continue, I'm not in dupes issue. I believe it exists. I believe it exists.
So,
But
and they
I
have
don't believe they can work on me. They can work on
no. Is
people
it
that
that's
believe
your
in it.
faith?
Because I don't believe in it.
Thomas.
That's your faith.
So if you have
That's your faith. And
in
some people that believe in it. Some people believe in it, but they never use it because they don't want it, they don't need it. But to assume that they don't even exist, that it doesn't work, like Madam Dupe's sister, that is where I'm trying to appeal to her to have open mind. That
It
this
does
thing is
work. It does
not
work. It
magic.
does work.
Even the Bible says, "Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar." Sometimes you just have to, you open mind to some things, but you don't necessarily have to base your faith on it. Igboho left because all those people you mentioned, the likes of Babangidas and the rest of them, they also they patronize all these folks. They do, they do. And
But
if
but
you there was
but
a
Dipsy don't even believe in some parts in the Bible now, because the Bible says we
well,
wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers. About so I don't know
The
if you even believe in
principalities
that.
and powers
there was
are
this
in
So
man,
they are
places.
powers, they are principalities.
Olusegun Adeniyi or Ruben Abasi that wrote about the demons in Asura. There's a spirit in Asura that once you go in there, those spirits will always make
Adewale, the
people.
spirit in Naturos is called indiscipline. The spirit in Naturos, indiscipline.
Okay, I
Dupsy,
agree with you.
I love you, sister. I love you.
Thomas,
If
You,
Thomas,
you
can I tell
stand
you
on
one
what you
thing?
believe,
Dupsy,
I
you want me
love
to
you,
sing?
sister. I
Dupsy,
love you.
please, can I come in? Dupsy, you want me to
Yes.
sing one song that fella song? He said,
Okay, please,
"Itako
I'm listening.
Yibo, past the Englishman. Itako." Your
Me,
belief
I
now is
don't even
even more than
understand
the
English like
white
that.
people
So,
now.
me,
Your
I'm a
belief.
Yoruba girl to the core. I don't understand English that much. I
No,
struggle
there
when
with
was
I'm
this
English. I
man
speaking,
say a
called
lot.
I'm thinking
Abraham
about your
Adesanya.
thinking. I'm thinking about
Yeah,
your critical thinking. You are thinking like more of a white person now, because that's why fella was thinking that Itoko Yubo past the Englishman. Itoko you.
Madam Dopsy, there was a man called Abraham
My
Adesanya,
sister is so
right?
funny.
So during the Nadeco era, so he was being interviewed and they asked him, that what do you relied upon that you are so bold, you decided not to leave, you stay. You know what he replied? You know what he said? He said,
What do you say?
"Mo lowo, mo de logun." So
I
there's
have
nothing they
money and
can do.
I have
And
chance.
yes, and there's nothing Abacha and the likes can do to him. And truth is what they couldn't do anything to him. He stayed.
Oh,
So
but
What killed Babadi Labu? Babadi Dibu, what
let
killed
me
him?
give
Do you
you
know what killed
it,
Babadi Dibu?
the
Do you
so
know what killed him? Babadi Dibu, the politician, the big politician in Ibadan. Do you know?
Baba mi nìyẹn, Baba
Do,
wa ń
do,
bàdàn nìyẹn.
do you know what killed him, Adewale? Do you know what killed the man?
What?
I don't.
Diabetes. Bó ṣe
That's a
lóògùn tó
natural
yẹn.
cause.
Exactly. Diabetes. Bó ṣe lóògùn tó.
but
Diabetes ló
there
pa.
are herbs for that can help your pancreas. I mean, it's amazing. On Clubhouse, every week on Clubhouse, I join herbalists and doctors across the world, Nigerians, and the kind of tech they have in that field is amazing. Nerve regeneration, even
Babalawo,
telling you,
Babati,
yeah.
are you sure you are not mo ń fura sí Babati o.
No.
Babati.
I'm a gentleman. No, don't.
But it's good to have that, a view, a different view, and it makes you appreciate, life more. Like I said earlier.
We do IFA concretely now in the hospital now. Do you know that? The same
Of
way.
course, as a matter of fact, I got
Yeah.
exposed to IFA definition way longer. I wasn't interested in it because I realized that I was young, and for me to learn this now, I don't just want to have, when you have too much of things that, after some time your brain will tell you, no, I think you are going the wrong direction. I got introduced to it by two friend. His father was Babalawo, pure Babalawo. And I will be listening to them chanting those SFR, they'll start one by one and all that. And it's so funny that this thing it's more like a science.
Oh,
But at the
Wale,
same time,
let me reach out to you. So because you have there's an Oluwo in Houston, you can follow up with. You can have your own acquaintance now.
no, I'm not interested anymore.
Okay.
I'm not-
Yeah, you can follow up with them.
I have peace of mind now.
Okay.
Babati,
Yes,
everybody, please hold on. Yeah. We have Dami in the house. I think he wants to say something. Dami, do we have Dami?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. What?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. We are talking politics, but sometimes the channel just take is organic. Now we've moved to divinity. So what brought you here today?
yeah, I've been following everything actually, and I'm interested in the topic we have. We're discussing right now. I just want to give my what I believe or take on this topic concerning
Oh yes, yeah. Go
religion.
on. Yeah, go on without interruption. Yeah, we're listening.
Thank you. So, I personally, I don't believe in all this juju, jazz, and any these religious things. Personally, because I'm someone that that I'm very interested in. I read up on history, philosophy, and religion. And one thing I can tell you is that Europeans, the whites, they were once. They also share the same belief that we have right now. If you go back to like 200 years ago, if you check their history, they were strong believers of all these juju religious things also as well. So all these things that we are passing through, they've also passed through it before they moved to science. So because even if you check European history, for example, you will discover that people were stoned to death. Witches, cats were accused wrongly, even animals were taken to court. I don't know if you know about there's a this popular animal, Mary the elephant, was accused of witchcraft, and they took the elephant to court just because uh, she killed a rider. Okay? So, but those are just ignorance. Then, I'm sure when they look back and try to check all those things, they probably, I mean, they're probably gonna feel embarrassed about all these things. So here is my take on juju. Just like science, everything has not been proven. That's why we keep doing research. Even in science, we keep doing research. There's a lot of things that we cannot prove now, but we are moving there. I believe juju has a little science in it. There are tricks and there are science and there are herbs. So I believe the science. I mean, juju has always been like something secret. You always keep it as a secret from everyone. Like there's only a particular kind of people, some only particular kind of people that can practice it, that know the secret and stuff like that. I believe there are little signs. We might not be able to prove some things right now. Okay, there might be like a little trick, just like we have local herbs that might be able to cure some diseases that probably medical field have not found a medicine to cure. So there might be little, personally, from my own personal opinion or from my own perspective, I believe most of these jars are scam and fake. But there might be some things that we might not prove, but can be proven by science. We might not be able to prove it now, but we might be able to prove it in time. So from my understanding of this, there might be little, but it's not supernatural to me. And I can give an example. For example, I was reading up on how to make this charm, this ring called I've forgotten what they call it, agbawo, Yoruba, like uruka agbawo. And when I was reading up on it, I found out that when you're making this ring, you have to get an electric fish. You have to put the ring inside the
Sorry, sorry, do you have any babalawo in your family?
Well, I have. I believe everybody have maybe distant families that practice babalawo, but I do have people that are close to me. I mean, close to my family that and they practice babalawo. So while I was reading, I mean, while I was trying to understand how this ring is being made, I discovered that it requires like an electric fish. You have to soak it, and at the end of the day, you will still come back to science like electric conductor, because that's an the ring. We're talking about iron ring, and we're talking about electricity. I mean, we're talking about electric fish. So after soaking it and some other things added to it, then and then you use it on people, and the person might fall down or might feel shocked, something like that. So at the end of the day, it's still linked to science. Those things are things. I mean, it's possible. No, I mean, if you're looking at it from a human view, something like that is going to surprise you. Like, wow, how can you just touch someone and someone is going to fall? But there's actually a scientific explanation to it. So that's how I see some of local jobs that we do, some of the charms that we practice. Some of them are scam, some of them have little science to it, some of them have we haven't proved some of them. And same way we've not been able to prove everything with science. But everything can be I don't believe in any supernatural power or even when we talk about even Professor Pell, we've been so brainwashed about his magic that is so powerful and stuff like that. But this man went to India to study magic and herbs.
Thank you. Danny, is that Danny who's speaking? Who is this person talking? Danny. Yeah. Thank you. Because you started, the way you started. I know that immediately that you know exactly what you're talking about. Because if you don't go through that means researching the Western world to see what they went through before going into each and every one of these research, you will miss it. So you started from a great point. You have researched the Western world, especially England, what they went through when people were going through dementia. They started killing them, the witches. So that's why I know exactly that we're coming from the same place. So I knew that you're going to just go straight to the point.
I have a question
so if you don't research, so if you don't research from that point to what they went through in the Western world, the way they had big cathedrals If you see those cathedrals, they're quite expensive. The way these mad people are building all these churches around Nigeria, that's the way they built all these cathedrals around England. They wasted a lot of money. Empty cathedrals now that nobody goes inside any longer because they moved away from that religion. They had to go to science to be able to develop their country because there's no way you stay with religion that you'll be developed. There's no way, I'm saying it, that you stay with religion and you will be underdeveloped.
Can I come in now? Can I interject? Thomas.
Oh yes, yeah, Tony. Let's hear for Tony. Yeah, Tony. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So
You're
maybe
welcome.
I will be going from left to right now or whatever. Look, first of all, it is a total lie that science came before that. So the supernatural power, whatever we call it, our natural power, that was where the scientists derived their knowledge from. Okay, somebody made mention of a European something. It was those people, those witches and wizards at the beginning. They were killing them some 500 years ago, but right from 200 years ago, they decided to tap their brains. That's how the science came about. So what we have to do is that okay, you know what? I'll just ask you a simple question now. If any of if any of you here, we try this what we call magu, don't climb in our own language. I think so hold on, or maybe in Odo and Edo, because we have similar culture that you plant some mangoes and then you tie some red cloth around it.
Sorry, and I'm telling you, people will climb other people's wives successfully.
They will die.
Men have climbed other people's wives successfully without having in their body.
But that woman is just too. That woman, you don't lost for Europe, or America where you did. So our culture is our culture. Please, at the Beguna, if Africa no sink further, let us embrace our culture. Let us use it.
Wait. I have a question for Dami real quick.
Bami sort okay.
Yeah, let's Adewale, everybody hold on.
I have
Adewale, my brother.
Yeah. Okay.
Who are you throwing the question to?
No, so Dami is also attached to what Ogatoni is talking about. So that's why I want him to answer this question real quick.
Okay.
I want him to answer
go on, Adewale.
He said that he doesn't believe in it, which is good. I mean, that's what he believes anyway. However, I want him to explain the logic behind this one. Somebody who have a mindset to go to your compound to steal, because of the juju that you have the compound, you got to your compound and started sweeping your compound. Can you explain the logic behind that trick?
Well,
Gary, please, before you answer the question, has Adewale seen that before, or that's been said through
I have seen it with my
witnessed that with your naked eyes.
Yes. I have seen that. Oopsie, I've seen that in the farm, our neighbors, our neighbors' farm. People came there, two guys.
Let me answer your question then.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't believe in that. And
you don't believe in that?
Even if I have to believe in that, you have to be open-minded. Things like this can be, organized just for, probably just to brainwash people. I don't personally believe that there's something. I don't believe if that is possible. Then why is Nigeria the way it is?
What about Magu? If you are not Yoruba, Magu is when somebody puts on your wife.
Tony, we are not talking of Magu. Yeah, that continue.
If we have all right, go ahead, sir.
So those two guys, because I witnessed it in our neighbor's farm. They came there early in the morning, and they were sweeping the entire farm till the owner arrives and decided to set them loose. So, in that situation, we would say that they were psychologically deranged for them to? Because I don't imagine how two people will be, their brain will be synchronized to the point that they'll be doing exactly the same task, sweeping the entire farm till the owner of that farm arrives in the morning to set them loose. So would you say that they were hypnotized or they were having mental issue, or what would you call it if you don't believe in it?
There are a lot of things to it. Okay, because there are some things
And damn it, let me add this before you answer that question. You said this town Diwali is talking about
I'm sorry, Dixie, let me
is
just say this before.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, how can you say you have this kind of magic? I mean, let me call it supernatural power. Okay, and we have a lot of politicians running around and stealing our money. And how can kind of magic of this power? And a pastor that believes in the supernatural power is using bulletproof cars and can't even protect himself. So there are more to these things. It's probably, to me, I haven't seen it, so I can't believe in it. And even if I see it, I will have to, be open-minded in it. Like, come on, this thing might be that we just sleep aside. We don't even investigate on things. Just like even when you go to church,
Let me add this. This particular town Diwali is talking about, that's the where my mom is from, Ijero Ekiti. I was still there last year summer for my mom's burial. It's so underdeveloped. With these magical powers that they have. So underdeveloped. This is Ijero Ekiti. Because I don't understand why you have a magical power. I won't be able to command my place to be like Dubai. I don't understand that.
There's no, those powers are not absolute. I wanted to tell you that where your power starts is where something ends, is where another person's power starts. So that is why
You talk like a Christian too much. You talk like a Christian too much.
There's some things. That's why I said there's some things we don't understand right now that can be proven by science, and some things that. Let me give you an example of what I'm trying to say. Sometimes you might see something that might happen, okay? But because I'm sorry to say, blacks, we easily believe things without asking questions, like not making research. So we just think in a particular box. So we don't really ask questions and, how can this be possible? What made it possible? Can you, we don't ask questions. We just believe in everything we see. Let me give you an example. In the olden days, I mean, like about 200 years ago in European states, they believe in, they've been through so many diseases, so many diseases, they've experienced so many bad diseases, that were pandemic. And they believe if they eat the bone, okay, of those that are dead and, of people that died from the same disease, like once they drink their blood or they eat their bones, say like little incantation to eat, and they're gonna get healed. That was what they practiced there. And funny enough, some of them this belief actually worked. And they just put some incantation and they were brainwashed and they believed that is what actually worked. But in reality, when you bring this now to the medical field, to today's modern medical knowledge, then you will understand that we are still practicing the same thing indirectly. It's just now we now understand why things like that work, because that is the same method we're using, like antibody or like vaccination. Like when you take vaccination from people that are dead, you try to study the disease. Sometimes you introduce a new disease to kill another disease, like things like that. So indirectly, we're still practicing that same method. But they were drinking the blood of people that are sick. That time they thought it's the magic, the incantation that they said to those things that made it work. So that is what I'm talking about. Like some things can be proven, it can be investigated, we can make research on some things. Some things might work, but it didn't work because of the supernatural, belief or the incantations we put on it. Some things might actually science. I mean,
and Dami, don't forget. Dami, let me chip this in. Don't forget that we have been brainwashed. We are a traumatized set of people. We have been brainwashed from all these religious homes to believe all this thing out of fear. For the fact that I know this guy, that the farmer has a broom somewhere, and this thing has been said around town, that if you get to the farmer's land, there's a broom somewhere that you take to sweep the floor. Out of the fear these thieves can go and take the broom. I am telling you, that is human brain conditioning. They have conditioned your brain that this Baba has juju. When you go to his house, you're going to use the broom to sweep the floor. I am telling you, the same way a pastor will lay a pregnant woman down and have fun with the pregnant woman. That's exactly the way you would take that broom and sweep that Baba's compound. Exactly. It's called control of human mind. It's
I rest
dangerous.
my case.
It's dangerous, my brother.
No, so I don't want you was trying to help me out. How can you rest your case like that? Thomas,
Like I said earlier, Ogatoni, I've implored,
Thomas, give
implored
that
her
woman,
to have open mind,
give
but
the woman Magoon example, please. Thank you.
You know, one thing is this. I love the fact that human being, we are the only
Rotimi, hold on there. Let Diwali finish. I'll bring you in now. Yeah.
that can make choices and have different opinion and follow different paths, and that is what makes us really really super. So and that is the beauty of of it. But sometimes there are some things that you're trying to explain, but I myself I can't explain because I believe that some of those juju that defy logical explanation. But then, hey, if that's what others, see as being, you know, the psychological aspect of it, and I mean, I can't say no to their submission because it might be true. But the way I say it is that those things do exist, and then we can also say that they are not supreme because they have limitation. However, that doesn't mean that we should discountenance them and assume that they do not, exist. They do
Thank you.
exist.
And
Dewale, most of them are even hidden from us. Because
what I'm saying.
they are lost because I remember my grandmother from the Remo side. They used to the kind of things that they used to discuss back in this. They were like, this is a device. I'm discussing time travel. I know it sounds easy. I'm telling you, back in those days, they had a lot of things that they had, but it's lost in time. And if you look
Kanoko
across across all cultures, if you look at, you will hear stories about all these things back in this. If you subscribe to your Atlantis or whatever you believe, even my time in Mexico was amazing. I was studying the Mayan history. They had all this tech back in the days that has been lost to time. So we can't deny that they have all these things.
Babati.
Do you know that the oldest computer in the world, its anti-cultural mechanism, was founded that was even before Jesus. Jesus was born.
Dami, we are losing you. We can't hear you very well.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can pretend we are hearing you. It's not that clear. Yeah. If maybe you can go out and come back in. Yeah, the link is on the. Yeah, we can barely hear you. Yeah.
Diwali,
do you know?
That is why Africa is going backward because of this abandonment of our for our culture. There's mass exodus.
Can I say something too?
Some are dying at the Mediterranean Sea, try to cross over to Europe because we discarded our culture and religion and everything. Let us go back there now before it's too late.
Tony, why are they crossing? Why are they crossing the Mediterranean Sea? Why? Why can't they use offer from their room?
Tony, when are you going to Nigeria?
Why can't they use offer from their room to Europe? Why are they crossing?
No,
it's a pity. Hold on. That is true. If there is Ogun, why can't you use Egbe from Nigeria and find yourself in Germany?
Thomas, there was this Fever documentary I watched on Netflix. Fever documentaries on Netflix. In that documentary, I found out that they also engage in this belief. In Europe, especially in England, when they're playing soccer, there's a particular people that will help them to pray that there will be no rain. As a matter of fact, they featured that particular segment
That was
I
done
was.
in Egba now. They used to do
Huh?
if you want to host party back in Egba in the 80s.
I mean, I don't even want to
They will
cite
help
those
you hold
ones
the
back
rain.
home. I'm
Yeah,
talking about the one in even in England that
Thomas,
somebody will help
Thomas,
them.
you've forgotten. Thomas, back in the days, if you want to do party, you call them.
Agatoni,
I
are you
know
from
that. I
Edo
know
State?
that. One
Agatoni,
Yeah. Hold on. They call my
are you
name.
from Edo State?
Yes, sir. So first of all,
Agatoni, wait. You are from Edo State,
Tony.
right?
Yes, sir.
I bow. I really bow. Where I did now, I did bow for now. See, my brother
No,
won't
hold
go.
on. I grew up in Ibadan
Let
and the
him
Jebu.
finish now,
So it's just
Tony. Let
culture.
him finish.
Okay. I didn't listen.
See,
Let him finish. Yeah.
Agatoni, I bow for now for Edo State. I do bow for now. My brother, my senior brother, was getting married at one point. It's not even in Benin, but it's outskirts of Benin. So on getting there, the weather was okay. There was no any sign of raining on that day. So there were some guys that came over there and asked that they should settle them. And my brother, him being a born again Christian, told them off. But he didn't want to tell them off in a very rude way, but he kind of like dodged them or not really pay attention. So the family of the bride kind of like nudging him to give them something, but he decided not to. To cut the long story short, so before those two guys left, they told my everybody that you guys will hear from us. And I said, so a musician was playing, and Edo music is so melodious and all that. Before you know it, it started to say sign of rain. Now this is not the kind of rain that will just in this will soon stop. To the
Jesus
point
Christ
that
failed them. Jesus Christ failed them. They
that
pray.
musician instrument, they have to turn it upside down. The water was coming down.
Nah, do you remember that story of Benga Deboe that said
No. Dupsy, I normally agree with you, but I disagree with you with this. I don't believe in it, but I believe there is. Ogunwa.
Okay, because we are mentally lazy. It's not easy to think. You people think it's easy to do critical thinking. It's very
Dupsy,
hard.
I don't believe in
We are
it.
mentally lazy. That's why we believe in such
Go to Ijebu, you will believe.
No, my husband is from Ijebu. I'm from Ondo.
Ondo says worst part. Ondo and Edo
My
are the
mother
same.
is from Ijero, where Adewale is from. My mother is from Ijero, Ekiti.
Okay.
My dad is from Owo. So I know all those things. I grew
All
up
not
in
the same.
Akure.
All not the same with Edo. The same culture.
Exactly. Owo is very close to Edo. So I know
Yes,
about all
they are the
those
same.
things.
The same
But
culture.
I'm telling you guys categorically, they are all scam.
Edo
They are not
senior
scam. They are not scam.
everybody.
They are not scam.
Edo
Jesus
senior
Christ is scam.
everybody.
Scam. Babala scam. I go for Oduegu in Ijero.
Dupsy. Should I tell you that you should go and drink water now? I will just command you.
Oh, you see now, Thomas, if you have the power, you will say that.
Now they call us what they are abroad now. Now they call us what they are abroad now with the
You said
suffer.
them to start coughing. That is why God will release it. There will be chaos, my brother. That's why God will
Dupsy,
not.
go and take water. Go and drink a bottle of water now. I command you. I command you.
I'm not testing me. I'm okay for now. You see, that's why God will release it because I'm a Shiloh. Ikaniwa. My heart is desperately wicked.
No, listen to me.
I'm a Shiloh.
Dupsy.
Babati, to be candid, if truly we have these powers, why is our country like this?
We are not using it positively. That is what we don't. Due to lack of love, because black people don't have love for each other. Look at Japanese; they have their juju.
Tony, wait. Let Babati finish.
During my time in Cairo, my tour guide we went through the pyramids and we were discussing how it was truly built, and this issue came up. Those tech or those beliefs that you have, they are hidden. The reason why the heart was, if you look at the way the earth is, it is like something happened, like a war zone, like if you look at it from the sky, or it be war torn zone, like something happened on this planet before time. is because we've had all these powers before and it was misused. In every culture, you have stories of people misusing power and it destroyed people. It's always been there, but over time, that's why you have all these so-called cults that they have this knowledge, but they call it hidden knowledge. They hid it away from people because of what the people is saying. These powers are there, but they are hidden from us because the heart of man is wicked. If we are exposed to these things, we will destroy everybody once again.
But see, I agree with you totally. I agree with you.
They are hidden from people because they know that if they tell you, they will destroy everybody.
There will be chaos. No, that's why the power is not released to us.
So, because back in the days, my cousin used to be in Ijebu, Ishoremo. Back in the days, I was very young ago. So they have this, they have this chant called Amudo. Amudo is a ring that they
yes, I know Amudo.
Once they wear the ring, if they touch any girl, they can have that girl. So they used to go to the battle, Baba, give us more. I can't give you everything. If I give you
they don't agree now. They don't agree now. All of them don't begin to agree.
So
now
they have
colonization. I control our culture. Colonization.
Somebody where I don't fancy before. If you touch me with ring, I don't go follow him. I go just let him Amudo. I go to for you say Amudo.
But my point is that those knowledge, even the fathers right now, they don't even tell us half of what they know. And the more you go down the generation, the more we lose more and more. We are constantly losing all this knowledge all the time. Because
it's better we lose them. It's not useful for us. We are not using it for good.
Please. Home is home.
No, we are not. Everybody, hold on. Do we have Rotimi? We haven't heard from Rotimi.
Thomas, you know Amudo.
I know Amudo now. I know. Rotimi, are you there? Are you?
Yes, I am.
You came for the politics, or this is our topic that we changed to.
yeah. Actually, I came for the topic you guys changed to.
For the topipic. Wow, that's good. Yeah, let's hear from you. Without interruption, please. Yeah.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I'll appreciate no interruption. I wanted to speak first to the Magun thing. There's something called captive force. What we term as Magun is a natural phenomenon that actually happens to dogs. It also happens to foxes, happens to humans. But it was a tactic probably used to scare women off. There are many women who have that phenomenon, but we don't know them. So be referred to as Magun. It's usually some sort of reverse climaxing. It doesn't happen to all women. It happens to only some women. And Dupa was right. There are very many married women who have had illicit affairs that nothing happens to them. So it only takes one or two or three, and then it becomes a folktale. So let's use the modern approach of WhatsApp broadcast. All it takes just one person to just make something fake and broadcast it, and then it becomes news. It becomes fact. So Magun is not real. Magun is a natural phenomenon that happens to some women, and for those of us who pay attention, when you see dogs mating, that phenomenon is exactly what happens to Magun. There's a muscle contrast that happens in some certain women when they reach a level of climax.
Why are you Yoruba speaking like this? Okay, I do think it's real. I do think it's real.
So yes, I'm not saying that the act is real, but the stories behind them are the ones that are not sincere. So me being Yoruba doesn't mean that I must go with what my forebears have said. The only difference is I took a little bit of a step to ask why. That's all.
I have a question for you. Look at me. I have a question for you. There was a video one time that was circulating online about, so I think it happens in Kenya. Yeah. So in that situation, Kenya, with women and men now unable to separate them, what science do you think is behind that?
Okay, yeah. So when they can't separate,
please,
just takes
please,
a
I'm
bit
so
of time.
sorry. Please, before you answer this question, let me ask a question too. Why doesn't it happen between the woman and her husband? Why does it have to happen with the woman and somebody else?
Okay. So my answer to you is, when it happens, how would you know? If it's your husband, There are several things that happens within the bedroom of partners that nobody says anything.
The husband was the one that actually got them separated, because when he got to know about it, he was the one that asked for some things and separate them.
So again, so that means the husband already knows that his wife it happens to his wife. So let me break it down like this, right? Just there's certain times when
brother,
and then why not happy
I
in
don't
other
want to.
countries?
Hold on,
I
guys.
have
Hold
to
on.
take my leave. It's 4 a.m. here in Houston.
All right.
Let's to me,
Go and touch your.
Ogunwa. So I want to rest my.
nítorí àdìjẹ́ ló ṣe orí báyìí Adéwálé orí jẹ́ ló ṣe rí báyìí Adéwálé. Thank you.
Look,
Can I
it's that way because it's equity, of course, and there's a limit to the exposure, and those people, the practitioners of those uh, uh, of that act, they don't usually use it to benefit themselves.
wọ́n kì í fi ṣoríire ó ti dà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Well, people are actually not everybody now, having towing that line, because the world is moving, and unfortunately, they're putting those things, relegating them to the background, and the practitioners are not educated, the practitioners are not exposed, if not, but nevertheless, they exist. I
Before you
asked
go,
those
Adewale,
questions.
yeah,
Sorry.
before you go, Adewale, I just
Yeah.
want do you know the difference between what we have now and what we had then? Was that our ancestors did not know how to document this is in writing, and that's one. Number two, the thought of those things was what gave them some sort of living or earning or money. Back in our we didn't not everybody were Ifa priests, or not everybody were babalawos. We only needed one or two in a particular town, and those things gave them title and reverence. So those things, those skills that they knew, which is more like pharmacy or science or medicine today, were hidden from the populace, because that's the only way you could do some sort of communal control. You don't just bring out all your history, bam. There's a reason why. And remember, some of those incantations that they make are ways of passing down those knowledge. So that's which is one of the beauties of your Yoruba language, or Yoruba culture. We don't, which is like, for example, Oriki. So we didn't have books to document your ancestor, your lines, but you use Oriki to remind you of your forebearers and their names. So let's imagine like Thomas is the founder of, or look, let's say one man now is the founder of this club, and then there's Thomas, and then there's Adewale, and then there's Kulata. So you now hear Oriki that will say, one man, or something, then you now hear Thomas, Baba, Omo Thomas, Omo Kulata, Omo this. Those Orikis are ways of passing down your ancestral lineage. And it's also the same thing they used to pass down the knowledge of our herbs. Now, the difference now, we can write those things down. There's no, those things, the only thing, just as Africans, we now worship them, which was the only way we could document those things. I'll give you a very popular example before you go. Smallpox. Smallpox is something that was a vaccine back then. It was in fact, it was a massive disease. I remember, once you have it once, you won't have it again. But the people who got cured now use it to manipulate other people. That say, oh, all they have to, once they wash somebody's body with
And it's
smallpox,
called
they
shopono.
can
It's called shopono. And they worship it.
yeah,
Shopono.
and they worship it. Imagine if I point on you, you also catch it too. Then you not say because you did something, but people feared the people who had it, but they already had it. They already and they already recovered, and they started making money of it to the point where they now made into a god, and people started worshiping. Because remember, your penance is to bring in food, is to bring in goats, is to bring in this, and that's how many of those people generated their wealth. So the fact that yeah, so
so
the things you
don't forget that they practice isolation then also for those
come
pandemic.
again. Come again.
I mean, I said don't forget that they also practice isolation.
Isolation, exactly. So
which
was exactly which was the way they feared those things. So stay in your house. Once the babalawo is coming, shop on board, everybody run. But those were pandemics that we did not know what to call them from. Some of them were airborne diseases we did not know how to do, and it wasn't just us. It was entire. In fact, it was the global world, and the Caucasians were the ones who brought it to us, and then it spread. So many things happened. The only difference was that our forebearers, which we have, or our herbalists, which same thing here. I mean, pharmacies don't go about telling you everything about pharmacy. I mean, for those of us who live in Western world, you can't even get certain drugs without prescription. So we understand that bit. The only difference is that they were not commercialized to the point where we have to now worship them. That's just the only difference. So right now, you don't need to worship CVS or CVS as a pharmacy or any pharmacy store. You just go there with prescription, you get your drugs. Back then, you have to go there. There was no money, so you had to use food. You had to use goats or chicken, and they took those things and then they give you those healing. It's those every hunter we saw had girds. Those girds had several medicines that those hunters could use. Do we know that charcoal is a blood suppressant? So for every time they cut you, when they used to give us those tribal marks, we thought that all we thought was, oh, the charcoal was one of the magic. No, but the natural attribute of charcoal, aside making our teeth white and cool, is to enhance, to easily block blood from flowing. It heals fast. It is a natural thing from charcoal.
For poison,
natural.
If you're poisoned, they use charcoal as well.
Yes. So, but then what they could have taught us then was, oh, if you want to use charcoal, don't use anyone from cooking. Or go and use a very clean one that will not give you infection. But they made it into something that was like magical. That's the difference. So I'm not saying they don't work. It's the story behind them that has failed us. Mago itself now again. So remember someone. Or how
Thank
come
you.
between husband? When it happens between husband and wife, they won't tell us.
So let me say something, Rotimi, quickly.
Me and my wife hooked last night.
Let me say something. So what you just educated us now. So what you're saying now is that if you don't seek knowledge in this world, you'll be scammed. That's just the brief of what you just said now. Because all those things this history that you just gave us now, a lot of people don't know. Do you know that Shokono shrine is still in Ibadan as we speak? People still worship on that Shokono
some people still worship it.
as we speak right now.
Yes. Meanwhile, all of us already have smallpox vaccine.
Exactly.
So we can never have it again.
It's only knowledge that can help you out of that bondage. I'm saying the fact to you guys.
On that note,
so the beautiful thing is,
to you guys.
Yeah, Adewale, don't go yet though.
I have to go. I have to go to bed.
Okay.
It's been really interesting.
Dewale has 4 wives now. RD, Dewale has 4 wives he has to take care of.
Say what?
Okay.
Makes sense. Makes sense. How about you? I beg you, won't kill me. Honestly, I respect everybody's opinion. That's what makes the topic interesting. Like I said, some people believe in stuff, some people don't. You can't fight them for believing in what they believe. So, but it's just that to me, I strongly believe that we should be open minded. Religion is one thing, but faith also. I believe in supernatural. I believe that human mind is capable of being a vessel for having a faith, regardless of what you believe. Even though as a Christian, I believe those things exist. People practice it, and sometimes people call it magic, but to even explain it in a scientific way is beyond human. It's illogical. Let me put it that way. So, but then who believe in what believes?
It's logical, Wale.
No, my sister was explaining the rationale. Look, the rationale behind when 2 thieves arrive at somebody's farmland.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And they arrived as soon as they got to that farmland. They pick up the palm front and they started sweeping.
Yeah,
the broom. It wasn't broom. It was just a palm.
Hallucination.
Hallucination. You call that one, right?
So here's the thing. I think the part that we all are there that's unbeknownst to us.
Hold on one second, Rosie. Hold on. There was this particular thing that I saw one time, and I marvel at it.